Trying to trade Sean Collins. They want a smaller guy with speed who can evade and get off the bump and run, and they like Randall Hill an awful lot. Now, moving down, I know they like Brett Favre, and I know they like Randall Hill. If they feel they can move down and get that guy, they will probably try to do that.
Mel, this is your top 10 guys. Now, if it's the best athlete available, all right, mark it down, 12-28. Best athlete available, first time said on this telecast. Here's your top list. Light, they're not going to go with. Maryland, gone. Turner, gone. Rocket, gone. Tackles, they have a pretty good offensive line, albeit a little older. Mike Ken has been in the league a long, long time. And then let's turn it, well, we missed, 6 through 10 there. So, well, we're all over here. But there are a lot of names that you'll be seeing throughout the day here on the draft. You're keeping it a secret, 6 through 10? What, can't you tell us?
Chris, you're talking about Ken. Coming off his best year as a pro. Chris Hinton at mid-season, after he got himself into top shape, was playing as well as any offensive tackle.
Oh, by the way.
Fralick at guard, outstanding. So they have a need at wide receiver. They have Risen and really nobody to complement him that Jerry prefers, which is home run hitters. They need that quarterback, and they're not going to come out of this first round, I don't believe, without a Favre, without a Nagel. And that's why I think trading down is enticing to Jerry in Atlanta. And like I said, those would be the two guys. I don't see Kroll because, like I said, Darian Conner is a guy that's really going to be spot defense in Atlanta.
All right, this is all speculation. There are two things that we know for sure. Russell Maryland has been drafted by the Cowboys. Eric Turner's been drafted by the Cleveland Browns. They're both sitting in Newport Beach, California, with big smiles on their faces, as they should. And Mark Schwartz doesn't even have a bad smile right now. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. I can't believe my luck. Here I am sitting in the middle of this, the first two draft picks in the 1991 draft, and Team Steinberg has a glow on their faces. First of all, you, Russell, you're going back home. Jimmy Johnson, Dave Wanstadt, Coach Butch Davis, all the guys from Dallas, from Miami, are with Dallas.
Yes, they are. I'm very, very excited about it. It's funny how life goes around in circles, and I can expect good things to happen. Everything is positive, and I'd like to thank the Dallas Cowboys organization, Jerry Jones, Coach Johnson, and Mike McCoy, and this is the happiest day of my life. All
right, the other immediate impact player is going to Cleveland to the dog pound. I mean, Eric Turner, you're from Los Angeles. You played with UCLA. Can you handle the cold?
Well, some of them have to adjust to, but I know the dog pound will keep them warm.
There's great fan support in Cleveland, but you know, the thing about the Browns is over the years, some people have said they won't play in Cleveland. Other people like Bernie Kosar have been excited, and that got the owner, Art Modell, excited. What indications did Cleveland have from you about that?
Well, they knew that I was excited, to play for them. They've had great defensive backs there from the late Don Rogers from UCLA, Hanford Dixon, Frank Minifield. I was excited to go there and play.
Lee Steinberg, a three-peat for you, 3 straight years of #1 picks.
The most wonderful part of it is the quality of both of their characters, and Jeff George, Troy Aikman. It's wonderful people.
Now, for all the Testarossas in Toronto, would you have let either of these guys go up and play in the CFL?
Everyone has to do what's right for themselves. To me, if you are a premier athlete and you want to test yourself, you do it in the National Football League. It is the show. No offense to the Canadian Football League, but more people live within 50 miles of New York than live in all of Canada.
Yeah, but you're talking about $26 million.
Mm-hmm.
These guys aren't going to see that much.
You've given us a wonderful hurdle to jump over. Thank you for the challenge.
All right, a great deal to jump over. Team Steinberg with the top 2 picks in the draft, and now let's go back to Chris in New York.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Mark, thank you. So Lee Steinberg, known as the quarterback's agent, and that's Jeff George last year, and year before that, Troy Aikman. Hey, who needs a quarterback to get a #1 pick? And Lee says, well, I could branch out and do other positions. The pick is on its way up. The card is on its way up to the podium here in New York. Atlanta Falcons picking 3rd here in the NFL draft. And if McKier's done, and they keep the pick, which it looks like they have, I got to think Kroll.
Well, I'll tell you, it's tough. Like I said, Darian Conner's their guy. I know Kroll's been speculated Pickens. Todd Light they got off mainly because Jerry compared him to Luther Bradley, who he had in Detroit, and figured he's not tough enough in run support. So Herrock liked him, Jerry didn't.
Now we'll know.
The Atlanta Falcons select Bruce Pickens, defensive back Nebraska. Next up, the Denver Broncos.
That tells me that the McKyer deal is not done, because Pickens was the next best cover guy as they had rated in the draft. That's why we floated him out there 15 minutes ago. Let's float down to Sewanee from Gary Danielson and get the word on the pick. Gary?
Oh, well, thanks, Chris. No, not necessarily about McKyer. Jerry, again, remember, he wanted to get two corners. The modern offenses are going to spread you out. It's not like the old days when the Raiders had Haynes and Hayes and they could blanket everybody, or Minifield and Dixon in Cleveland. You got to have three of them now. Jerry kind of won the argument here. I think Ken Harrock liked Todd Light. Jerry Glanville liked Pickens because he can come up and hit, and I think they took the guy they wanted in Pickens. Kind of an interesting thing here. They're going to have three cornerbacks that can play now man-to-man coverage if they get McKyer, and that's what Jerry likes with playing his defense. So now the question is, will they get Brett Favre in their next pick? Because that's the way they're headed. And you know, the disinformation continues in this draft. It's my first draft, and it's almost, let me get my props out here, Chris. It's almost like liar's poker. You know, these guys give you a little bit of stuff here. Back to you, Chris. I've got 3 sevens.
Well, we have a full house of defensive backs thus far, Gary. In the top 3, we've all gone defense. 2 DBs gone already in 3 picks. The most defensive backs ever picked in the first round was in 1981, 6 of them. And who was one of them? That was Kenny Easley, Ronnie Lott, Dennis Smith, Hanford Dixon, Ted Watts, Bobby Butler. This just in, that was a pretty good class of defensive backs. This just in, Bruce Pickens, rising Mel, all throughout the last month, rising on the draft chart. Some people say Atlanta reached a little bit here, but for cover guy, was he definitely right there?
Well, Jerry likes speed. Offense, defensive, secondary, wants guys who can recover, and Pickens can. He ran that 4.41 at the Combine, and since that time, he's moved way up. Probably a little too far, but still, in this draft, with not a super blue chipper at the top, you really can't say it's a reach. The guy is tough. He could even move inside the safety in the long run and be an ideal cover guy. I've been talking all year about the safeties in the NFL, the pure safety being phased out, with teams spreading the field with red guns and no huddles and run and shoots. And you really need almost a 4 cornerback situation in your backfield. Your safeties have to run and cover. We saw how Buffalo was exploited all year with that, with the slow safeties. And Pickens, if he did move inside, you would be ideal. You'd have McKyer and Sanders at the corners, move Pickens inside to handle those coverage responsibilities.
All right, so Bruce Pickens, the first of the 2 first-round selections for the Atlanta Falcons. Next up for the Pickens, the Denver Broncos. They're next on the clock. We'll be back to New York in a moment. Back in New York here at the Marriott Marquis, the Denver Broncos selecting, a little lower than they normally are accustomed to. They're the next ones up here on the draft, the 4th selection. So defense, defense, defense thus far. Joe, are you taking notes?
We'll break in.
Even McKyer, the offer is a 3rd-round pick, as we have mentioned before. That's what's on the table. Apparently, that's not quite done yet. But Timmy McKyer, who they spent a second for last year, Miami, to get him from San Francisco. You know, I'm going to break for a minute here before we discuss Pickens. Miami losing Timmy McKyer, he was a big part of that defense last year. Didn't you think, Tommy?
Yeah, I think he was a big part of that defense, but they ran into problems that were more problems off the field than on the field. I don't think they had a problem with Timmy McKyer and his covering ability. I don't think you could. But I think that sometimes it depends on the kind of guy he's with, and you hear him say some things that are upsetting. I think he upset Dan Marino. That's probably as big a mistake as he made during the course of the year.
No, there's one bigger mistake to make, upsetting Don Shula. That would be about the bigger one. But that's not done yet. Now, so too many, if they do get McKyer, Deion Pickens, too many corners, too much of a jump here, Joe?
Never too many corners. I think in this, the way the game is played today, with the speed that everybody's going for outside, with the spreading out of the defenses, you need at least 3, maybe 4 corners. Mel brought up the most important point. I don't project Pickens as a starter right now, but he'll be utilized in a nickel situation to cover on the inside. But the slot guys right now are wide receivers on the inside. They're not covering tight ends or backs out of the backfield. He fits into that system very well. It's not too much pressure for a young man coming out of college to be a cornerback to have to play inside with a little help on either side. If he's a cornerback, he's got a little bit of moxie about him anyway, so I don't see him getting hurt being a rookie, being able to play in that system at all.
So Bruce Pickens, the pick by Atlanta, the first of their 2. They have more selections than anybody else in this draft, barring any trades now. They have 16 overall selections. The draft goes 12 rounds today. and tomorrow. We won't be on for every one of those picks and every one of those rounds, but we'll be here till 6:30 Eastern time. So relax and talk some pro football with us. Talking pro football now, Robin Roberts and crew.
All right, thanks again, Chris. And Chris Mortensen is back with us. With Bruce Pickens now with the Falcons, will they still go after McKyer?
Absolutely. They were going to do this deal and take Bruce Pickens, and the surprising thing about it is they've got 2 cornerbacks now. What does that mean to Deion Sanders? And the Falcons are genuinely concerned that Deion Sanders has a real Major League Baseball career, and that's why they made that pick, and they'll still make the McKyer trade regardless.
Yeah, because Deion is playing very well with the Braves right now. He loves the Atlanta area, back with them. He's doing very well, so they have really reason to be concerned.
I don't think anybody took Deion's baseball career seriously last year. I think now they are, because he had an excellent spring training. He's playing very well with the big league Braves. And seriously, Bruce Pickens and Tim McKyer would help Jerry Glanville in that defense. They got to have cornerbacks to play that defense.
Okay, now, Fred, you're our man with the Rocket. Can't forget about that huge contract. We keep hearing all kinds of figures. What's the latest you hear on Rocket's contract in Canada?
I talked to somebody out of Bruce McNall's negotiating team, and he laid this scenario out to me, how this deal came about. And it looks like it may be $18 million, and here's how. It was $12 to $13 million yesterday afternoon. The Cowboys came through, and this is the Bruce McNall version of things. The Cowboys came through with a $15 million offer for the Rocket late yesterday afternoon. At that point, Bruce McNall, I am told, said, let's get this done tonight. Worked out the deal at the game, and this is what I'm told the Rocket is getting. A $4 million signing bonus, a $4 to $4.5 million a year average on this, which includes the signing bonus, which brings it up to about 18. Well, how do you get to the 26? That's where the inflated value comes about. Apparently, the Rocket is getting 10% of Bruce McNall's 60% of the Toronto Argonauts. Now, that team was bought for $5 million, maybe $3 million. So if you take the present value of 10% of Bruce McNall's 10%, it's not too much. What they're doing is they're allocating a price on that thing based on what they think it'll be worth maybe 10 years from now, and that's where the big inflated number came from. So it was a pretty good deal, and I think that the Rocket can thank Jerry Jones for helping them get it, because apparently before Jerry Jones stepped in with a $15 million deal, it may not have been more than maybe $13 million card cash on the table.
Thank you a lot, Fred. And we'll be having Rockets live press conference out on the West Coast, out from the West Coast in L.A. He'll be talking with us, or talking with everyone, at 3 o'clock. So you want to stay tuned for that. Let's go back now to Chris and company. Chris.
All right, Robin, thank you. If you're wondering who would be throwing the football to the Rocket up for the Toronto Argonauts, Matt Dunnigan, Ricky Foggy were the quarterbacks last year. Dunnigan from Louisiana Tech, Foggy of Minnesota. They scored a lot of points last year, the second highest in the history of the CFL. Just if you're keeping track of the Rocket, Joe, which I think you are.
I think possibly you might want to throw another name in if they're interested in old people.
You?
I'm available. Just thought I'd throw that out, Bruce. I mean, you know, and like I say, I got .2 last time. Anything's an improvement over that, so what the heck.
All right, well, we'll talk more Rocket all afternoon. Let's talk Denver now, Tommy. You wish you were in this draft, don't you?
Well, I think that the Broncos are looking for an outside linebacker who can put some pressure on the passer and do some things outside that a young Tom Jackson may have been capable of doing. I know that Carl Mecklenburg solidifies things on the inside. They may be looking linebacker help outside, Crow, maybe one of the guys from Colorado, or a big defensive lineman who can help solidify the middle of the football field.
Real quick, Tommy. Denver last year, you know, Super Bowl, all the way down to the 4th pick in the draft. Was that an aberration? Because they are, let's put it this way. In the AFC West, there is no question. Raiders getting better. Well, they were in the title game last year. Chiefs getting better. Chargers getting better. Seattle maybe not, but in other words, this is a tough division to be fallen in. Is that an aberration, or are they in for some tough times?
I think it was an aberration of sorts, but I think there were two things that contributed. One, I think you can't overlook what happened against San Francisco in the Super Bowl. I think that it takes maybe a year to recover from that. But I also think that to a certain extent, the Broncos' entire season hinged on 77 seconds in Buffalo, where it was a game that they had won, they were all ready to go home. 77 seconds later, they were 2-2 instead of 3-1, wondering what was going on, and Buffalo went on to the Super Bowl.
It's pretty heavy, 77 seconds.
Yes, it was.
Down, and I'll tell you what, we have had 3 picks thus far. It's all defense. What the Broncos do, we'll know shortly. We mentioned that with Russell Maryland, the first-round pick, the first selection in this draft, that defensive linemen in the 25 years of the common draft have been picked first 8 times, the last being Bruce Smith. 7 quarterbacks, 6 running backs, the last being Bo, 2 linebackers, 1 wide receiver, 1 offensive lineman.
They're baseball's leading men. The Mets' Vince Coleman, the Expos' Delino DeShields. 2 of the game's top leadoff men square off when the Mets face the Expos live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Back in New York, the Denver Broncos have made their choice. The commissioner is checking his list, making his list and checking it twice, so to speak. There have never been 4 straight defensive picks to open up the draft. Will this be a precedent setter? 1991. The card is up. The phone is hung up. We'll know.
The Denver Broncos select Mike Kroll, linebacker, Nebraska. Next up, the Los Angeles Rams.
Well, there's always a first time, and so for the first time ever, 4 straight defensive players have gone in this draft. Mike Kroll, a guy that at number 4, Denver was talking up to go to number 2, Mel, to make sure that maybe they would get Mike Kroll. They're ecstatic they didn't have to move, and they still get Nebraska. So Nebraska goes 3-4, the Huskers.
I'll tell you, there was a lot of speculation, Chris, about Cleveland at 2, Atlanta at 3, maybe opting for Kroll. Denver was looking at offers to maybe move up. They stayed at 4, they get Kroll. Tim Lucas and Jeff Mills, a bust last year in the 3rd round to San Diego, are penciled in as the linebackers at Denver going into camp. They needed a guy with this kind of ability off the corner that Kroll supplies, and because of that, they had to go that route. We have a 5th defensive player, the best athlete in the draft, still available in Todd Light. So we're talking about 5 straight defensive players at the top of this draft, with Light being the best overall athlete available this year. Still available at 5 for the Rams, who we thought back when I did the report in early March, late February, that he would end up in L.A.
This note, I mean, Nebraska now has Pickens going 3, and they have Kroll going 4, almost as good as in '84 when they had bang and bang, 1 and 2 out of the gates. Irving Fryer picked first by New England. Dean Steinkuhler, offensive lineman, picked second by Houston. So 2 Huskers in the top 4 picks. Yeah, Rams defense, you'd have to think so.
Well, you're going to a Fisher scheme, a Buddy Ryan scheme, which puts a lot of pressure on the cornerbacks. And all they had there is Jerry Gray, a veteran who was a safety, moved the corner, and he's going to be there, and he'll do well. Opposite Gray, they have nobody at that other cornerback spot. They had a lot of hopes for Darrell Henley from UCLA, former 2nd-round pick. He didn't pan out. Todd Light fits in very well there. Just a point about Mike Kroll. In a normal year, like a last year when we had a strong linebacking class, he's there at 15-20. Since we don't have those super blue chippers at the dominant positions, Denver has to take a 4th pick and pay him that kind of money. So I've talked about value. You're getting value from the 10th pick on down. You're overpaying in the top 10.
Tommy, did you change the spelling of your name to C-R-O-E-L?
No, but he's an outstanding ball player. Even those highlights and watching him, you could see the exceptional quickness that he has, the close to the football, very aggressive player as he chases down backs from behind. That's something that Dan Reeves will like an awful lot. And as you watch these first 4 or 5 picks of the draft, it's obvious that people were focusing in on how that Super Bowl was won last year, and it is defense, defense, defense.
Well, only Cleveland and New England in the AFC gave up more points than the Broncos, and let's face it, you can't be surprised at Kroll being there and going to Denver, Joe.
Not at all, and I'll tell you why. They experimented with Carl Mecklenburg last year. They tried to move him to the outside linebacker position that would be the primary pass rush position. What they did is they made him a one-position player. That's bad for Carl Mecklenburg. When you put him one place, that means they can assign a tackle or a back to block him, and it puts a lot of pressure on everybody else. As long as Carl can move around, the Denver Bronco defense has versatility. With the addition of Mike Kroll now, he can be that designated pass rusher and move Carl back inside. Give him the flexibility to bring that defense back to the level it was when they were playing in the Super Bowls.
All right, so defense, 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 defense thus far. The Atlanta Falcons, what's up with the McKyer trade? Speaking of defense, let's go back down and join Gary Danielson in Suwanee. Gary?
All right, thanks, because we don't have anything on the McKyer trade yet, but what's the NFL without this guy? I mean, you got to have Jerry Glanville. It's like doing a rock concert without Madonna. You got to have Jerry Glanville. All right, Todd Light was on the board. Pickens is on the board. You chose Pickens. Why?
We really took the guy that we thought as an organization was the best bump and run man-to-man with the most speed. We thought after the 40 yards, after the long haul, we needed the fastest guy because everybody knows how we like to play. So we really went for it. We think Light's a good football player, has excellent ability, but we wanted the most speed in the long haul.
All right, what about McKyer now? The word is you offered a third and a 12th, and now up until you sign him with that, up till you take that third-round pick, is the trade still alive?
Well, he has to be signed for the trade to go down. The way the trade's set up, he has to be inked. Everything has to be on the contract, and then he, too, would be one of us. If that doesn't take place, then there is no trade.
All right, now how about this? We got two guys from Detroit. We both worked in the factories. Now
Absolutely.
We're in the NFL. We got the whole country watching us.
And we were both on the same football field at the
We
same
both were carrying a water bucket at that time.
These people don't realize that I coached you, and that's one reason you never got to start.
All right, what's our cut? Now, do you get a cut every time something like this comes on TV? Your Harley, like a shoe contract, you get a Harley-Davidson contract, too?
I'm just trying to get Harley-Davidson to give me a tank of gas so we can keep racing.
All right, what happens the rest of the first round now? What would you like to fill it out with?
Well, really, we can't spell, we're not going to say anything we're going to do there, but I think we'll just stay at 13. We've tried to move that 13 up. We tried to move it down, and it just didn't work out. So we'll stay where we're at, and then we have a plan that we're going to be a good football team.
All right, we'll hope to see you again this
Thank you,
afternoon.
bud.
All right, back to New York. Chris?
All right, Gary and Jerry will all be singing with a twang pretty soon when Jerry comes back and forth. And if he stays at 13, well, probably will get a quarterback that he likes if that's what he wants to do. Let's go Los Angeles Rams, who are now on the board. Now, I got to think the defense to continue the run. However, these are the Rams. These are the Rams, and we're seeing the first big fallout, Mel, in the rocket now going north. Russell Maryland was going to be their pick. He's not available. There is not an equivalent pass rushing guy at number 5. These being the Rams, and with Jackie Slater and Irv Hanky Panky at the tackles getting up there in years, can they not help themselves and go with Big Davis from Tennessee or Charles McCray? I mean, he's your next guy, isn't he? Do they have to go that, or do they go deep?
Well, they're the two guys right there, Chris. You have Light, the best overall athlete. You have Antone Davis, who's been a favorite all along of John Robinson. You mentioned Panky and Slater's age. They would love to develop a guy like that, and Antone Davis at tackle. But the question is, can they, to compete against the 49ers and now the Falcons with that red gun, can they compete in that division without a cornerback who can cover? We know their pass rush is suspect, and to pass on Todd Light, to take an offensive tackle who will help you down the road, but it's not going to help Robinson this year, I think will be a very, very questionable selection. I think anything other than Light here is a pick that you really have to look very closely at and question, because this is a neat area as well as the best player still there. You have to go Todd Light.
Mel, should we be surprised that if you go 5th overall in the draft, it's not like, oh, my goodness, you're falling. But, Turner, Pickens, 2 DBs have gone ahead of Todd Light. Is this somewhat eyebrow-raising?
Well, people just didn't like Todd Light's speed. He had never really cracked 4 or 5 in workouts. Another factor was the hamstring. He did not perform well this year. He certainly didn't play like a top 5 pick. He did as a junior, as a sophomore, but he was bothered by the hamstring from the get-go. Some people thought he might sit out most of the year because of it. He didn't. He was out there. He got a lot of bad bounces in the end zone, balls that he picked off or were picked off by a teammate, were not. They went for touchdowns, and just a lot of bad breaks. The hamstring pull, he didn't support. He wasn't as aggressive as recent years. And like I said, the fact that when people looked at Rod Woodson, 10th pick overall a few years ago with his 4.25 speed and his great all-around ability, they look at Todd Light, who might be the 2nd, 3rd, 4th player taken. They paled in comparison, and because of that, people got off of Todd Light a little bit.
And you know who's very interested in this is the man with the next pick, Joe Bugle, because if the Rams do go Light, then he'll have his pick of offensive tackles, Antone Davis. We think that's where they want to go. Todd Light didn't have the year that he could have, but again, I mean, who are we to judge a hamstring? I mean, you don't know, right?
I was never fast enough to pull a hamstring, so I don't worry about judging hamstrings. I really believe that they have to go corner. It's something that defense is needed so bad. When you take a look at the depth chart, Jerry Gray plays the corner, Darrell Henley plays the corner, Michael Stewart's there, and Anthony Newman. So the addition of Todd Light gives them an opportunity to be able to put somebody out on the corner and feel a lot more comfortable with their secondary coverage. The division has got speed in it. The game has gone to passing. The game has gone to speed at the wide receiver position. You've got to have guys not only that can run on the corner, but Light brings something a little bit different. He brings a little bit of height at 6'1".
All right, of course, Gray coming off the injury, too. So the Rams you got to cover, but this division is not what it once was. So maybe well, we'll continue to shed some light on the Los Angeles Rams pick in a moment when we return.
We have 4 picks that have been selected for the first time ever, all defensive players. Russell Maryland going first, the Cowboys, followed by Eric Turner, the defensive back out of UCLA, going to the Browns, Bruce Pickens, the cornerback, going to the Falcons, and Mike Kroll, the linebacker out of Nebraska, going to the Broncos. The Rams are on the clock. They have just over 3 minutes to make that selection. They thought they were going to have Russell Maryland, Freddie, but of course he's gone to the Cowboys. What's the latest news with the Rams?
Well, Robin, I was told all week that the Rams were going to take Russell Maryland if he was there, and if he wasn't there, that it would be likely that they would make a trade with the Philadelphia Eagles for Jerome Brown, who new defensive coordinator Jeff Fisher coached with the Eagles. I know they're also talking to Detroit about Jerry Ball. Well, now Russell Maryland isn't there, so does that mean Jerome Brown goes to the Rams? One thing that is really complicating this situation is that Todd Light is there, and they never thought that Todd Light would be there, so I think that's part of their decision-making process. Now, I'm told if the Eagles make this deal, that they will probably take Antonio Davis, maybe Charles McCray, one of the 2 big Tennessee tackles.
Thank you, Freddie. Now, Todd Light continues to fall. Chris, what do you hear about what the Rams will do?
I'd be stunned if Jerome Brown went to the Rams in a trade. If John Robinson had this pick, and he doesn't necessarily have it, it would be Anton Davis, the Tennessee offensive tackle. Todd Light's mixed things up a little bit, but Anton Davis is the guy that John Robinson would like to take here.
For more on the situation, let's go to Chris Myers in Irving, Texas. He's at the headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys. Chris.
Thanks very much, Robin. We spoke to the Eagles this morning. They have no interest in trading Jerome Brown, so that deal with the Rams is dead as of this moment. The Rams wanted to go defense all along, moving to their 4-3 defense that Jeff Fisher, of course, will operate coming from the Eagles. Linebacker Kevin Green will move to an end. They wanted Maryland for some inside help. He's not on the picture. They need defense, so Todd Light would be the pick to help that tight coverage. John Robinson, of course, has a little more control this year than in previous Ram drafts with John Shaw, so there may be some debate thinking about replacing offensive tackle Jackie Slater in just a few years. Jackie Slater will wrap. Antoine Davis is their top lineman, followed by McCray and then Harlow, but the Rams got to be thinking defense, and we'll find out who they pick in just a moment. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Chris, the pick is up. The commissioner has the card, the Los Angeles Rams. Do they become the first team to draft offense, or do they become 5 in a row for D? We'll know.
The Los Angeles Rams select Todd Light, defensive back, Notre Dame. The 5th consecutive defensive player selected in this draft. Next up, the Phoenix Cardinals.
And there is Todd here in New York. Congratulations, young man. He's going up to the podium, and so they couldn't get one Notre Dame guy here in New York, and guess what? We got the next best available Irishman. Sorry, Joe.
It's a lot.
And so Todd Light, chosen by the Los Angeles Rams, hugging his mom and dad, young man from Maryland. Class all the way. That's his agent, Bob Wolf. And in that scheme of agents, that's as class as you get to. So Todd Light becomes the 5th straight player chosen on defense, becomes the 3rd defensive back of the top 5, and so there's no smoke screen with Todd Light. He is now chosen by the Los Angeles Rams, and so Rams, I mean, I got to think now that they don't go offensive line here. You can mark them down for the first 5 or 6 selections they have in this draft as defense all the way. And here's Todd Light meeting the commissioner and the Rams cap. What a proud moment this is. You worked so hard to get to this point, your first-round selection in the NFL draft. His dreams of getting to this point now, move them over again. #1 pick of the Rams. And the Rams hope he is the guy that can help them become #1. Certainly in their division, he's going to have some pretty good guys to cover when they play the 49ers twice every year, that's for sure. But Todd Light has covered the best in college football, not to equate them with Jerry Rice and John Taylor right now, but not to mention Rison and the guys at Atlanta, but he plays and he's not afraid.
The thing about Todd Light is you see his stickability, but the fact is here's a kid who played well in the All-Star games. The important thing about him is he's played in a big football games. He understands what it's all about. He has the ability to cover one-on-one. And it's not going to be a system that is just going to throw it on his shoulders. They'll work him in. What they'll do with all these cornerbacks that are drafted in the first round is they'll do what the Buffalo did with Jamie Williams last year. They'll let him play in the nickel. They'll let him get comfortable. He'll work his way in 2 or 3 years. But John Robinson figures one way to stop the dam that's been broken out there in Los Angeles is to put somebody in the secondary so they can at least stop people if they can't outscore them at times.
Mel?
Say, here's the guy, Chris, when you look at Todd Light, that when he was recruited by Notre Dame, they thought he could be another Timmy Brown, Jerry Rice-type wide receiver at the college level. A great wide-out, great athletic ability. You saw his hands with the interception, the way he maneuvers in the open field after the catch. And as a defensive back in the Rams system, he's ideal with that one-on-one coverage ability to work opposite Jerry Gray and hopefully be able to match up against a team like the 49ers in that same division.
So the Los Angeles Rams, who a couple years ago were in the title game, but last year found themselves on the downside looking up. Hope to look up with Todd Light. We'll be back.
Introducing Michigan City Chrysler Plymouth Jeep Eagle. Leading off, the 91 LeBaron convertible with cashback or 4.9 financing. Batting second is the Plymouth Acclaim, also with cashback or low financing. Third, the 91 Jeep with cashback or great financing. And batting cleanup, the Chrysler Imperial with cashback or 4.9 financing. That's the heavy hitters from Michigan City Chrysler Plymouth Jeep Eagle.
Another good morning.
We are back at the Marriott Marquis in New York. Live coverage, 6.5 hours here of the NFL Draft. And so we've gone 5 defensive players. The Phoenix Cardinals are the next team up. And one of the most intriguing stories in this or any other year is the young man, 300-pound-plus defensive lineman, 20 years of age, Eric Swan, who never played college football, played for a team in a league that's now defunct, minor league football, the Bay State Titans. Does he go in the first round? Well, I'll tell you what. We know he's on the phone with the Phoenix Cardinals. Very interesting. No Witch himself in Salem, Massachusetts is our Jimmy Roberts. James?
Well, just returned from the phone. It's raining terribly up here. Real bad weather for most people, but it might be good weather for a Swan on this day. Eric Swan, young man from North Carolina, living in Massachusetts for quite some time now. Just got off the phone with Larry Wilson. It's entirely possible that you may be selected. What can you tell us?
I'm very anxious. It's a very anxious moment for me, and I really thank God for being in this situation. A couple of years ago, a year ago, I was about raking leads in North Carolina and hoping and dreaming where I'm going to be at this point in time, but now it's pretty solidified that I'm going to be here, and I'm very anxious. And I thank God for my family, mom, my girlfriends, and all, and all my fans for my support. And I'm just really ready to get down to business and play football.
Even though it was an aberration, the 6th pick in last year's draft made $3.6 million.
Yeah, that's
Can you give us some kind of an indication as to how that compares to $5 an hour raking leaves?
There's no comparison at all, Jimmy. Really, $6 an hour is not a lot of money at all. Most people think so, but, working in the lower level of working type thing. But up here, this type of money is really great, and I tend to do some very exciting things with the money, send myself to school, for instance, and
I'm going to have my
take care of my family, take care of myself and my future family.
Hold on.
All right, there are a lot of people asking questions about, you've not played college football, you've not competed at this level. What makes you think that you can compete?
Well, I'm 6'4", 311 pounds, running 40 and 4.89, and how many 300-pound defensive linemen can do that? Not any, I don't think. But really, basically, I can really see nothing about it at all. Just prove it to you. That's all I can do.
All right, Eric Swan. So we'll wait and take a look. But right now, we'll go back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, Jimmy and Eric, thank you very much. Really, Mel, of all the years in covering the draft, this has got to be the most intriguing, because how can you go from the Bay State Titans to perhaps be the 6th pick of the draft, or at least go in the first round? You and I both felt for sure he would go in the first round. Is it just because there aren't any great pass rushers? Tell me about the 313 pounds, but he runs like the wind. You've just contradicted yourself.
Runs better than most linebackers, Chris. You're talking about a guy that is an aberration. He's not your normal 20-year-old Bay State Titan football player. He's 6'4" 5/8". He's 313 pounds. And normally, I don't care if it's a #1 pick from USC, you don't see a kid on the defensive line that big. Just look at the #1 pick in this draft Russell Maryland, 6'1.5", 6'3", 270. This kid's bigger, he's faster, only 20 years of age, I think is to his benefit. When you see what he can do with coaching and you see the attitudes, a great young man, only 20 years of age, and you put that all together and you look at the history of the draft with all the Sean Knights and Ted Gregory's that busted out completely, that played at the major universities and did nothing to substantiate that at the pro level. I've always said, what is the risk? At worst, this kid's going to be a great run stopper. At best, the best case scenario, a Bruce Smith type. And like I said earlier, Chris, if you're talking about a guy that played 3 or 4 years at NC State where he originally signed a letter of intent, there's no doubt in my mind he'd have torn it up the ACC and probably been the #1 pick overall.
Now, he's not going to Phoenix yet, who, of course, I would think they're debating between him and Anton Davis, a tackle from Tennessee. But if there is a gamble to be made, you either need more than 1 first-round pick, have a team with a little moxie, so to speak, or have a team of an interesting drafting history, and we found one with the Phoenix Cardinals. Eric Swan, can a guy who's 20 years old make it in the National Football League, Tommy?
Well, I think he has such great natural gifts. I watched him on film, and I haven't seen a big guy like that, 313 pounds, who can accelerate the way he can. I mean, it is scary. It's going to take a coach with some patience. I think you have to teach him technique. But once you can teach this kid technique, I don't think there's any stopping him. And I don't really see a risk to this kid. He's 20 years old. He's got the time to learn. If you've got the time to teach him, there's no stopping him.
And Phoenix, a team that improved a lot last year, first year under Joe Bugle, or whoever takes him. Is this as big a reach as some think, Joe?
I don't think it's as big a reach as people think. Number one, what are you doing when you take a first-round pick out of college? It's like being a freshman again anyway. You got to teach him to play with the big boys. So he's mature enough to be able to compete. This kid played for nothing. His attitude is sensational. He wants to be a football player. He's elated. He's thrilled just to be considered for it. If he goes someplace, the team that gets him is going to be very lucky. The only thing that's going on in Phoenix is you got Joe Bugle, who's a builder of offensive linemen, one of the best in the business. He might be able to influence Larry Wilson a little bit and say, geez, let's try for the offensive lineman. Maybe Swan will be there later. I think they should take Swan now. Also, when you look at defenses today, you don't see full-time tackles. You don't see full-time ends. The best you get is a guy that goes in for a few plays, comes back out. So there's really not that much of a risk to teach him to learn how to play if he's going to take 30 snaps a game. I think it's a terrific opportunity, not only for Swan, but for the Cardinals.
So the Cards have 5 minutes in which to use their selection. Another note about Eric Swan. He sent letters, his agent Dick Bell, to every team saying, you don't have to pay me necessarily what the number 5, number 6 pick in this case of the draft might normally command. That's got to raise some eyebrows too. So you save and you get maybe a little bit of a project. That's what's going on in the Cardinals' heads right now. We'll be back.
Well, welcome back to New York City, site of the NFL draft. The Cardinals are on the clock. They have just over 2 minutes to go before making their selection, the 6th selection of this year's draft. And back with me is college football analyst Mike Gottfried. At Pittsburgh and other places where you coached, you had high school students come in and make the transition from high school ball to collegiate ball. Eric Swan hasn't played a lick of collegiate football. How is he going to make the transition to the NFL?
Well, it's going to be a very difficult transition for him. It's just like if you took it back to college and you recruited in college. When I was at Kansas, we had to study a lot of 8-man football teams. Well, John Riggins or Nolan Cromwell, one of those 2 players came out of an 8-man program, and you know what he did in the pros. But if you had to compare somebody taking somebody on an 8-man football program or somebody who's a top draft or a top recruit out of Los Angeles or Florida, you'd take the top recruit. I think the toughest thing for pro personnel on Eric Swan is really they don't have film on him. They don't have anything to evaluate against him. So I think it's a very tough pick, and the person who makes the pick better be an established person, because if it doesn't work, then somebody's going to be questioned for the rest of time. But if he is an established guy, he could take a risk here. Who knows how to work out? But I've had people tell me that Eric Swan would be an offensive guard in pro football. So it'll be interesting. It's a tough transition.
I bet it is. And he has talked with the Phoenix Cardinals, so he could be the selection. And that is coming up. They have about 1.5 minutes to make that selection. Back to Chris and company.
All right, Robin, thank you. So all we've talked about thus far is defense in the draft. And you know, Eric Swan, you're wondering, well, did he get some decent coaching last year at the Bay State Titans? Who the heck could have coached him? Ray Sugar Bear Hamilton, very good nose tackle for a lot of years with the New England Patriots, now hired on Williamson's staff now with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That was his coach at the Bay State Titans. Under a minute for the Cardinals to make this pick in the 1st round. Whether Eric Swan goes here or not, Well, wait a minute. We will continue that discussion in a minute, Mel, or we'll conjecture. The conjecture may be over for the Cards, because the Cards have the card, and it's on its way to the podium.
Well, we had heard offensive tackle. They went to see Davis. They went to see McCray. And they also, by the way, went up to Lynn, Massachusetts to talk to Eric Swan. So we know it's what we talked about, offensive tackle or Eric Swan's a possibility. Wherever he goes, the story will continue with Eric Swan.
And Davis being larger than his teammate McCray, the other bookend tackle of Tennessee, Joe Bugle, if they go offensive line. That's got to be their guy, but will this be Swan's song? We'll see.
The Phoenix Cardinals select Eric Swan, defensive line. Next up, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
There we go. Hey, congratulations.
Okay, hey.
Eric, come here. Eric. Surprised?
Very surprised, very surprised. I'm just like I said before, I'm ready to play football and get a start in life and get to do something I very enjoy much.
What about the people you're going to join, the Phoenix? If you can gather your thoughts here for a minute, the Phoenix Cardinals, there are some people there that you can learn from. Fritz Shermer, defensive coordinator, maybe Dexter Manley, a couple of people who, since you haven't had the tutelage to this point, the formal tutelage, something that you can learn from these people?
That's true. I would say it won't take very long for me to pick up techniques and what is needed to make it in the NFL. I'm on my way to Phoenix as soon as possible and get, basically down-pack the techniques and the learning and get ready for training. And hopefully be on the starting lineup. Who knows?
What are you going to do with your first paycheck?
Go to school.
You are going to go to school. Let's talk about school for a second, because that's been such a big part of the story of you. You took your SAT so many times, you weren't able to complete them successfully for admission. Do you feel like you got screwed by the system?
No, not really. Yeah, I just got caught up in the system. I didn't really get screwed by the system, but I really don't want to quote on that at all. But basically, I'm just really happy right now, and $25,000 will be set aside for my educational fund, and basically, I'm happy, point blank.
A lot of people have asked me this week, why didn't this guy go Proposition 48? You had the choice. You could have done that.
Well, I thought I was a better student than that until let the SAT beat me, and I had pretty good grades coming out of high school, and I decided to sit out and retake the test, but obviously not. I didn't pass it, so time went on. So I met the Titans, and the Titans to the NFL.
All right, Eric Swan, the 6th pick in the draft, 6 picks, 6 defensive picks. He'll be going to Phoenix, and not long after, he'll go back to school and study sports medicine. Let's go back to New York and Chris Berman.
So much for speculation on Eric Swan. It took 6 picks. None of us have to work for Fred Edelstein. Isn't that a relief? We said he would go in the first round, and by gum, we meant it. Phoenix Cardinals, yes, they are a team that, as we mentioned beforehand, Mel, that would do something a little bit unorthodox. Certainly have, and they've picked this high seemingly half of the years that we've done the draft in the top 10 picks. But this one, unlike other years, this one you like, right, Mel?
I'll tell you, working for Edelstein, a fate worse than death. Thanks, Phil Bidwell, Larry Wilson and company. But you'll talk about a guy, a minor league player, but you see the closing speed. Here he is, middle of the line, separate. Watch him chase down this quarterback from behind. That's the closing speed the teams covet. This kid's 6'5", 313. You see him over here. He's going to cover a lot of ground. He's always pursuing. He never took a down off, even at a minor league level. So that's the reason he was such a special player and a special athlete in this draft.
So Eric Swan now we can have an asterisk here, because in some ways he's the first underclassman to go in this draft. Remember, 5 of the first 7 picks last year were underclassmen, but
okay, don't worry.
Since he's not at school, I don't know if we count him as an underclassman. Right, he's the first non-college senior to go in this draft. Let's put it that way. You say that he will blossom into a heck of a player. That kind of speed at that position you can't teach.
I think that so seldom do you run into a defensive lineman who has the physical capabilities of this kid. It's just you almost had to take a chance on him. You know, almost any team, and I don't really think you're taking that much of a chance. This kid has qualities that you won't find in your average 313-pounder. What we didn't see in those highlights, I watched some film of this kid where he picked up a fumble, and you watch him dodge 3 or 4 people going down the sideline. It's something you don't see from a guy 6'4", 6'5", who weighs 313 pounds.
Well, in the NFC East, they do play power football. Phoenix has made a power draft choice. They've made the reach. Will they be geniuses? Eric Swan, drafted by the Cardinals. We'll be back. Tampa Bay Buccaneers have the 7th overall selection in the draft, and they're next on the clock. You saw the clock right there. And I'll tell you what, they didn't waste much time. You got a quick thought?
Well, the big offensive tackles are still there, as is a Bobby Wilson from Michigan State, who they liked all along. They're switching to the 4-3. You know, Floyd Peters down there taking over.
Yes.
So with Floyd, you have to think that with Turner gone, who was their #1 guy, a Bobby Wilson, certainly offensive line, offensive tackle with Davis and McCray, probably a surprise to them that they're still there. I'd go Bobby Wilson.
Let me float a name. Huey Richardson, too high for Tampa? Well, Miami wants him, but does he go across state?
He's going to have to play, in their scheme, a defensive end spot, and he's going to have to put on some weight.
Tampa Bay selects Charles McRae, tackle, University of Tennessee. The 8th selecting team in this year's draft is the New York Jets. They exercised their choice in the supplemental draft last year and selected Rob Moore from Syracuse. Rob? Green Bay Packers are up next in today's draft.
So that's why the Jets don't pick. They already got a year of play out of Rob Moore. So Charles McRae, the first offensive player to go in the draft, goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, he will not be playing for Floyd Peters on defense, but no. Charles McRae, probably the most polished of the offensive linemen as we speak today coming out of college. Is that correct?
Well, former defensive tackle, you see the size, 6'6.5", 291, even has the frame to add a little weight to that. And you're talking about a guy that's going to get better and better, and what they like was the left tackle spot. Antone was on the right. Here's Charles McRae on the left side, and you see him neutralizing the defensive end. Here's Lamar Rogers, defensive end from Auburn. You see him just driving him off the ball, opening up a hole for the running back to run through. That left tackle ability to keep that blind side pressure off the quarterback is, I think, what allowed teams in the top 10 to jump at a Charles McRae.
All right, he won't play left tackle because they have Gruber up there. So they have, if McRae pans out, that's an outstanding pair of tackles.
They know he can pass block. He proved it at the college level, and I think that ability is what really pushed him, maybe in their mind, ahead of an Antone Davis.
So the first offensive player to go goes in the 7th round. We've had no skilled players at all, quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers. Now, let's just say something here.
No skill players.
Here they come, huh? Here they come, because the wide receivers are probably the deepest of any position, certainly first-round ability. I still think we'll have 3 or maybe 4, 3 quarterbacks in the first round. So now we squeeze them all into the bottom 3/4 of the first round. Tampa Bay, there's a team that continues to draft that high. But in a pair of tackles, there's your power football.
I think they needed the tackles. There's no question about it. Williamson has the job for now. How long he keeps it, that's obviously up in the air. But right now, he's their coach. It's a selection. It's a foundation. Although they have Gruber at the left tackle, I think it's a situation they can always use some offensive linemen down there. They've not had a lot of good ones in the last couple of years, other than Gruber playing well now. This kid's going to give him a little bit of an opportunity to improve as a run blocker. But in this league, the first thing you have to do is be able to block for passing. Vinny Testaverde's got to be sitting there smiling. Anytime you get a big offensive tackle as a #1 pick, it certainly makes a quarterback feel a lot better.
You know, this little note on McRae, 5 block kicks in his career. So because he began as a defensive player, that's just a thought. And now the draft shifts, because I think Green Bay can go one of about 3 or 4 or maybe 5 directions. We'll discuss that, because the Packers are next up with the 8th overall selection when we return in a moment.
Why do women always know when you're not telling them the whole story?
Except for the last pick, Charles McRae, 1 tackle of Tennessee. With the Packers up next, do they go the other tackle? We all remember just a couple of years ago when the Michelin Man, Tony Mandarich, was chosen by the Green Bay Packers, tackle. They're thinking of making him into a guard. So do they come back and use a pick this high for a tackle? We have Mel and Joe and Tommy, the Packers, going about 1 of 4 or 5 different directions, and the team right below them, San Diego, is awfully interested because I would have to think there's Stanley Richard there. The Packers could do this. They could go Anton Davis, tackle from Tennessee. They could go a receiver.
I got to look.
What do you think?
I look at the defensive side. And outside of Tim Harris, who's been nicked up, and they feature him, but they have nobody to complement and take some of that pressure off. And when you look at a Bobby Wilson still there from Michigan State, you look at a Kelvin Pritchett from Mississippi, guys that can play on the defensive line and contribute right away and upgrade this defensive unit, which really lacks a lot of quality right now, at least as far as dominating players in the front seven. So we see immediate starter on the defensive line, one of their key need areas, big wide receiver, tight end, blocking fullback, but an offensive tackle, Anton Davis, of course, being here is a surprise. But when you look at defensive line, the Packers hope to compete. They have to give Harris somebody to work with, in my mind.
So you're talking defensive. Tommy, you're going to break from ranks. You go the other side.
Well, I think they still need to solidify that left tackle spot, the one that they drafted Tony Mandridge for. They've now moved him to the right tackle, now going to, maybe try him at the guard spot. And what they need is the proven pass blocker, and they have it, and they can get it in Davis. And I think that's the way I think they're going to go.
No, I agree with Mel. I think they have to go, and I really believe that they've got to give a compliment to Tim Harris. Tim Harris has been the Green Bay defense for the last 2 years. They cannot allow him to just be the only man putting pressure on an offensive football team. I really believe they've got to go to the defensive side. They've got to get some help up there, at least to give them 2 guys to take a little bit of pressure off of Harris. He is a real phenom. The fact is, you're going to have to get somebody who's young and be able to play over there. You're going to have help on the defense.
All right. Well, you have the Packers next. The Chargers are after that. We think that, I don't know, 2 names that I'm going to float. Let's match them up whichever way they come out. Davis, Stanley Richard. Of which order, we'll see. Chris Myers is in Dallas. He has some thoughts on the next couple of picks. Chris?
Well, we are also looking, Chris, at the draft room live where the Cowboys Brain Trust is huddling for their picks. And moments ago when Charles McCray was selected, there was a fist pounding on the desk there. That was the Cowboys' favorite selection in terms of offensive linemen, and that's what they hope to get on their next pick coming up on the 12th selection. So we'll be watching this on draft. Chris Berman gave you helmet cam. We have draft room cam that we'll be keeping an eye on here in Texas. As far as the Packers are concerned, there is a connection. Hank Bulla, their defensive coordinator, is closely tied to George Perlis, of course, at Michigan State, and that means a Bobby Wilson pick is very likely here. Green Bay could also choose Nick Bell going for the inside power runner, but look for Bobby Wilson and that Michigan State connection with Hank Bulla and George Perlis. We understand, too, that the 49ers are trying to trade up, trying to get a defensive back. San Diego wanted Bruce Pickens. They choose after Green Bay. The Chargers will select Stanley Richard, nicknamed the Sheriff, the 4'5" speedster out of Texas, who can also play corner. The Chargers wanted Pickens originally, best cover guy in the draft, in their opinion. Of course, he went in a hurry, so the Chargers will go with Stanley Richard. If Green Bay does not choose him, it looks again like Green Bay could go Nick Bell or Bobby Wilson. And one other thought on the Chargers, they lost Vince Glenn through a plan B. Gil Bird, who is at a corner, could move to safety. If Richard, who is listed as a safety, moves to corner with his speed, the Chargers think he can do that, but that's the guy that they are looking at. That's it for right now. We'll keep an eye, too, on the Cowboys selections with one of their offensive linemen out of the picture. They'll be looking to pick up a tackle somewhere along the line. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Chris, so we will keep track of draft room cam as the first round continues to roll along here from New York. Let's check in with Team Steinberg. Has the merriment dropped just a little bit so we can concentrate on the next couple of picks at Newport Beach? Let's check in with Mark Schwartz. Mark?
Well, you know, Chris, it would have been tough to get the Triple Crown, which would have been Maryland, Turner, and then Dan McGuire, the San Diego State quarterback, who is the 3rd client of Lee Steinberg, who is here today. Now, Dan did not expect to be the 3rd pick. However, there is reason to believe that he will be as high as the 10th pick. Now, Detroit has the 10th pick right now. However, Lee Steinberg is intimating that there could be a trade involving the Seattle Seahawks. Now, the Seattle Seahawks pick, of course, number 16 in the first round. But, Lee, what do you think? Is it possible that Dan will go number 10 to Seattle in a trade?
Well, you don't know, and of course that's the team's business, and we really don't get involved in that. But we know they like Dan. It would be a logical pick. We've been thinking Seattle or New England.
Now, New England picks 11th, so does Seattle want to avoid the possibility of New England grabbing McGuire at 11? How real is that possibility?
Well, you know, I'm sort of sitting here like you are, trying to to focus on this, but the Sam Jankovic met with Dan and I several weeks ago. There was a real click and a fit there. He wasn't sure what they were going to do. We have a lot of affection for the people in Seattle. There seemed to be a click there. But we're biting nails just like everyone.
Well, one factor for Dan is that he would be very comfortable in Seattle. He says they use 4 receivers just as he did at San Diego State on 3rd down. His family is from Seattle.
Yes, I like a quarterback to go somewhere with a good offensive line where the team has stability, where he might not be immediately thrown into the breach. Those quarterbacks tend to develop and have much longer careers. I mean, Steve Bartkowski I love, and he got shattered behind Atlanta. Troy Aikman, one of our guys, has been hurt also. So, you know, that either of those situations would be wonderful. Now, Dan McGuire in Boston, that's a nice mix.
That's right. Okay, now, obviously the thinking with Lee Steinberg is in Seattle. McGuire could be groomed behind Dave Craig. Seattle not high on Kelly Stouffer, their backup quarterback, indecisive, lacking mobility. And so McGuire, a real possibility to the Seahawks, possibly as early as pick number 10. Now let's go back to Chris in New York.
All right, Mark, thank you. We said there were some teams interested in going up and down. It really hasn't happened yet. A lot of times you wait till that pick comes exactly out, and then if your player is left, then you make the move. Mel, let's go back to your board here. We've erased really everyone in your top 5 except for Antone Davis. And then in your next 5.
We see Harlow, of course, the offensive tackle, basically equal with McCray all along. Alvin Harper, we have that wide receiver group of Moore, Harper, Hill, Graham, Pritchard, Barrett, and Carroll. All those wide receivers are going to go at some point from now on through the early to mid-second. See Nick Bell, the #1 running back. Herman Moore, we talked about. Danny McGuire, the #1 quarterback, along with Brett Favre. Brett Favre also carrying a very high grade into this draft. And, of course, Reggie Barrett, who carried a very high grade, a top 3 type grade going into the postseason action. Leonard Russell, one of the fast risers up the charts, a junior. Bobby Wilson, we talked about, almost equal to Russell Maryland in this draft. Gerard Bunch, a real good fullback. Fullbacks aren't a need area for a lot of teams, so he could be a great second-round pick. And we see the hybrid, the Charles Haley type. Huey Richardson there is the 20th best player.
2 minutes to go for the Packers selection, and the word is we could be having a trade. We'll find out within the next 2 minutes. We know that much. And Philadelphia is the team that the Green Bay Packers are talking to. So what would Philly be looking for up here?
They have the 2 need areas, are offensive tackle and safety with Stanley Richards. So those are the guys that they know San Diego is also interested in. So that's why the move and the trade-up is a possibility here.
Let's go back to the Pack. Don Mikowski, his situation, Joe, obviously for insurance, they plan B with Tom Zach, but it really is the magic man and how healthy he is. We saw when he wasn't healthy, they were a different team.
Well, they are a different football team without the magic man. I believe he'll be healthy. He'll be sound. Unfortunately, it took him almost 2 months to really diagnose the problem with his shoulder. The operation has been a success. I ran into one of the scouts as I've traveled around the country. He said he's throwing around a Nerf ball. Doesn't seem to be any problems. He should start to throw around the big, heavy football fairly soon. I think Mikowski will be just fine. And really, Tom Zach, although Mike's been knocked on a number of occasions, hasn't been able to take the job away or wasn't able to take the job away from Harbaugh.
To have a skill position, running back, quarterback, wide receiver, I got to believe it's Herman Moore. Here it is.
The Detroit Lions select Herman Moore, wide receiver, Virginia.
Okay, Herman.
The next choice is New England from Minnesota through Dallas on a trade.
So the well-traveled New England pick is coming up next, but Herman Moore, the draft pick from Virginia. And one thing about Herman Moore, Mel, is that he scores. He's one of those rare players that smells the end zone even from 60 yards away.
Has the great size. You see the tall, angular, 6'4" frame, and he has that separation ability. And you alley-oop the ball to him in the end zone, touchdown. You see him get deep here, can stretch out, pull the ball in, and go in for outrace a defensive back for a touchdown. And that size and big play ability, coming across the middle, catching in traffic, and then going the distance is what made him the Lions pick here. And interesting, when you look back a few years ago, you remember the great wide receiver year we had when a Toon, a Brown, and a Rice all went after 10. Interesting, that year the 10th player taken was Al Toon. And here's a guy very similar in Herman Moore, and he fits a neat area for the Lions. this was a pretty obvious pick all along, and the Lions didn't disappoint and go a different direction. They went with the strength of the draft, took to one of the top receivers, and I think it's a fine choice for a team that really has never made up their mind what direction they want to go. So hopefully now they'll commit to something, spend 3, 4, 5 years developing it, and show some continuity within the coaching staff and with the system, or they're never going to win. They're always going to go a step forward and 3 steps backward. So a crucial year in the development of this program.
So here's some continuity for Detroit. 3rd straight year, they've taken a highly publicized skill player, underclassman, with their first pick. Barry Sanders, he turned out all right. Andre Ware, well, certainly the jury is still out on him. But I think in Herman Moore, they've got a bona fide blue-chip receiver. They got great value getting him at number 10.
They really did. And the thing that sets Herman Moore apart, I think, is his size absolutely makes him different than any of the receivers they have. But he's not a guy who has trouble handling his feet inside. You can look for him to play the inside slot, gives the quarterback, Rodney Peete or Andre Ware, a big target to go inside. He can bounce around inside with the linebackers, and he'd be real easy to find. He also, after he catches the football, can accelerate, get away from people. I think that's very important, not only in the run and shoot, but for somebody who's going to work inside where linebackers are, they have to be able to get in and get out of routes. This kid has all the tools.
You say accelerate, 20 touchdowns of over 40 yards in his college career. Let's go to Robin Roberts.
And thank you, Chris. And Coach, the draft is deep with wide receivers. Why did the Lions go with Herman Moore?
I think the strength of a Herman Moore for the Detroit Lions is the red zone, the plus 40-yard in. He's a big play receiver, but now you get in a lot of man coverage in the plus 40-yard area. You get him on one-on-one. He's 6'4". He's got a lot of moves. He'll be the type of person who'll be the big play player for them in the red zone. He's a one-on-one type player. We had him in the Georgia Tech game. We had him in several games, but he is excellent in that area of the field.
He helps at quarterback look good, like Sean Moore.
He really does. Rodney Peete will work just great with this player. He's a great receiver.
And talking about Rodney Peete and also Andre Ware, the other quarterback, for the 3rd straight year in a row, the Lions have gone with an underclassman. First it was Barry Sanders, the Heisman Trophy winner, then Andre Ware, another Heisman Trophy winner, and now Herman Moore. And we'll be back with a lot more live from New York City right after this break. We'll be right back.
Shapes and forms here in New York. Like we said at the beginning of the show, New York. Just like I pictured it. That's right. The Saints always have somebody interesting up there. Remember we had, I can remember through the years, some very interesting folks dressed in New Orleans Saints attire. But that fellow won't be working for a while because the Saints, one of the teams that do not have a first-round selection. The New England Patriots have 2 first-round selections. The next one, the 11th overall pick in the draft, as a result of their trade with Dallas Friday. And the 17th, well, that was the Dallas trade. They swapped the spots, pick up a 2 midway in the 2nd round, and undisclosed considerations we believe to be from a list of players, believed to be Lockhart, Francis, etc. And of course, Dallas also has, New England also has the 17th pick overall, so that's 6 down from now. So they have 2 picks coming up in a hurry. There's a battle going on right now. Dan McGuire, quarterback, that's who the CEO, Sam Jankovic, wants. I think the coaching staff, with one of the 3 big stud tackles, Harlow, that's who they would prefer, and they'll live with Hodgson, Millen, etc. What do you think?
I don't think they live with it at all. I think right now, Dan McGuire, Lee, get your pen ready. You got another one coming in the 1st round. I really believe that McGuire's got to be the choice here. He's a big kid. He's a strong kid. It's a system that fits him. Jankovic wants him. He's going to get him. Now is an opportunity for him to make a statement in the National Football League and say, I'm controlling this. This is our football team. I really believe that Dan, this is a good place for him, too. I think he can really help it. McGuire is really interesting. He doesn't play like a kid 6'8". He plays like a kid more at 6'5". I've read the reports on him. They say his feet isn't that good. He's not that mobile. I don't buy it at all. What I saw on film is a real, true, blue-chip pro prospect.
Quarterback, Tom, New England?
I think so. You know, when I reflect back on a team building from ground zero, which I don't think anybody's been closer to that than New England. You look back to the Pittsburgh Steelers in the late '60s. You know, Chuck came in there, and it was Terry Bradshaw and Joe Green. And I think that you go for the quarterback. I think you have to begin at the spot that's the most important spot on the field.
All right. Well, New England is the next pick. Now, we've had bubble guys. If you've watched our draft coverage in the past. Will they go in the 1st? Will they go in the 2nd? Thurman Thomas was our 1st one. Robert Massey, Mark Spindler. Dan McGuire is officially anointed our 1991 bubble man. And this could be a first, Dan, because no bubble man has ever gone in the first round until what we think will be you this year in the first round. Will he go with the next pick? Let's head up to Foxborough and join our Ron Franklin. Ron?
Chris, I think he's going to stay on the bubble for a while longer because on my sheet of paper here I have Pat Harlow listed, and that's the indication that we have gotten from the New England Patriots staff. Now, it is true, Sam Jankovich does like Mr. McGuire. He likes his abilities. He likes him as an individual. But in talking yesterday with Joe Mendes, the player personnel director, and with head coach Dick McPherson, I think offensive line is the order of the day right now. This football team gave up 58 sacks last year. Armstrong gives them already stability on one side, and they are about to make the pick, we understand. So let's go back to New York, and we will settle the mystery.
All right, we're back. I think it's Harlow.
I'll tell you, when you look at Harlow, I'll tell you, one team holding their collective breaths is the Dallas Cowboys. They lost out on McCray. They were obviously disappointed. They wanted Harlow at 12 or 14, so they're obviously hoping for McGuire here, because if not, they'll lose their big offensive tackle that they want.
The one thing that kept them away from the Rocket was money. It could be the same situation here, a first-round pick keeping them away from McGuire.
The New England Patriots select Pat Harlow, tackle from Southern California. Next up, the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, now let me just float something else out to you here. Is that at 17, McGuire may still be sitting for them. Very, very possible.
That's right.
Okay?
I think that's a real strong possibility. I don't agree with it, and maybe they were afraid Harlow wouldn't be there. I think McGuire is the guy. I really believe there's going to be 3 going in the first round somewhere. I think McGuire is going to be the logical choice, unless, of course, Seattle takes. Now, Seattle enters into the picture. We heard him say that he's got family up there, likes the area, people like him. You know, don't get restless, Dan. Don't move. Don't go anywhere. Your turn's coming soon.
See, I heard as soon as I mentioned the word bubble, that was it.
Gone.
The bubble had not burst yet. Let's go to Ron Franklin now for a reaction now that Harlow is officially their tab.
Well, we're waiting right now. Sam Jankovich is going to come out and visit with us momentarily. But one other point about the 17th pick, guys. Coach Mack also told me down in his office yesterday that just last week, Stanley Richard from the University of Texas was up and he visited with him. He really likes the youngster as a human being and also as a football player. He is gone. They were hoping, quite frankly, that they could get Richard in that number 17 pick. So, Sam Jankovich also mentioned that they might go dealing for the number 17 spot, but I think Joe's point is well taken also. If McGuire is still there, that might be the option. As soon as we get Sam in here, we'll get him to elaborate on it just a little bit. Chris, back to you.
However, I will give you, Ron, another scenario that if it's 17, if the fastest receiver, shall I say Randall Hill, if he's sitting there, that might be New England's pick at 17. Dallas has 12 and 14, 2 of the next 3 picks. Pat Harlow, offensive tackle, USC. Have there been some decent tackles from USC to make it to the pros? We begin with Ron Yeri and move on down the list.
Anthony Munoz, the list continues. Has a great tradition at USC for building offensive linemen, first-round draft choices. I believe it's 16 over the last 20 years. And you see Harlow, a tenacious run blocker, just moves people off the ball, opens up some running room for the backs, has the quickness and mobility to move out and get downfield. And he's 290 pounds. He had a back problem early in his career. That's over with. He worked out for some teams last month and a half, and did an outstanding job. And in some clubs' mind, Chris, moved ahead of Davis and McCray. Now, I'll tell you, the Dallas Cowboys were the team that they feared. They had 12, they had 14. Harlow's the guy that Jimmy Johnson really wanted. They knew they had to get him here. They could not wait to 17 to get Pat Harlow.
And let's say something about New England. This is the pick. That 11, they did not want to surrender to Dallas. We all thought New England, they looked like rubes when they made that deal on Thursday. Guess what? They don't get stuck with a non-Rocket. And guess what? They keep 11. Here's some trade details.
Involved this round of the draft. Miami has signed cornerback Tim McKyer and trades him to Atlanta for the Falcons' 3rd-round selection in this draft, the 5th pick in the round, and Miami's 12th round selection in this draft, the 25th pick in the round, which Atlanta had acquired in a previous trade. I'll repeat it. Miami Dolphins signed cornerback Tim McKyer and traded him to Atlanta for the Falcons' 3rd round selection in this draft and Miami's 12th round selection in this draft, which Atlanta had acquired in the trade.
All right, so that's what we had before, that McKyer, if and when that did get done, would go to Atlanta for a number 3 and a number 12. So Sam Jankovich used to be Jimmy Johnson's boss at Miami. They made the deal with Dallas concerning the Rocket, kind of knowing what would happen, it seems. And by keeping 11, but by getting 11, rather, from Dallas, they're able to make the Harlow trade. Let's go to Ron Franklin back up in Foxborough.
Okay, Chris, Sam Jankovich has joined us here. They've just made that first choice. Pat Harlow, offensive tackle from Southern California. And I knew that yesterday this is the guy that you thought that you probably would have a shot at, but you had to be getting a little nervous there when all of a sudden McCray and Antone Davis went bam, bam.
We sure were getting a little nervous because a lot of things changed that we did not anticipate. But all along, we said when we arrived that we definitely wanted an outstanding offensive lineman. 6'7", 300 pounds, intelligent and competitive, our type of person. I think he will make the difference in the offensive line.
Sam, let's close the book on the Rocket situation. This time 48 hours ago, you had made a deal with Dallas. Some people were saying it was not a good deal, that you only got a second-round pick, the number 41 choice overall in the draft. This morning, I saw you on the steps coming in. You had a smile. I think it was self-explanatory. You kind of felt like a genius at that point, didn't you?
Well, not necessarily. I thought it was the right thing to do at the time, and I really cannot bother myself with what other people think. We felt, as far as the Patriot organization was concerned, that was the thing to do at that particular time. And what we're going to do is everything we possibly can to improve this football team, and this is a major step in the right direction.
As a new CEO of the National Football League, the economics of the Rocket deal has to not only surprise you, but maybe upset you a little bit when we're talking about $26 million, over 18 guaranteed. What is your comment to it?
Well, you know, it is really hard to believe, and anytime anybody's throwing around $26 million, that's way out of proportion. I think we made our statement when we said this is what we're going to pay, we're not going to pay any more, and now we're going to go on with our own business.
Okay, the number 17 spot. You had mentioned to me yesterday that McGuire, you liked him a great deal, but I think the coaches said we need the offensive lineman more. You also mentioned something about dealing. If McGuire's there, will you take him, number 17?
I don't think at this particular time we will take McGuire, but we definitely have some thoughts about what we want to do offensively with this pick at this particular time or on the defensive side. I think it's going to be very interesting. If somebody's there we really want, we're going to keep it, but if he leaves, then we're going to see what we can do with it and get some more picks, as we have said all along.
Okay, Sam Jankovich, let's go back to New York.
All right, Ron, thank you. So the New England Patriots, they'll be up. We'll be hearing from Sam and company very soon. Dallas comes out. Remember, they didn't get the Rocket. Let's Mel and I float out Alvin Harper as maybe the next choice. We'll be back.
Hey, Mr.
You're looking live at the Dallas Cowboys War Room Cam as the Cowboys, with the next pick here in the first round, word of a three-way deal. The NFC Axis, Cowboys, Bears, Skins, maybe making a three-way trade. We'll see what that's going on. Washington even thinking moving up in the first round. That just contradicts itself, certainly in the George Allen Bobby era.
Washington dealing with the Cowboys?
Yes,
I mean, the city's going to be in an uproar. There are probably rumblings going on right now. That's unheard of in itself.
Well, we shall see. The Cowboys have 12 and 14 with Atlanta sandwiched in between right there. And, you know, we need to get Roger Clemens as lip reader here, because if we could read the lips on that camera. I mean, you know, read the lips of everybody in the room. Then, you know, there's no audio, obviously, because Jimmy Johnson and the Cowboys were nice enough to let us go in. We've never been live inside a room when a pick is being made before. They just didn't want us to hear. And I guess we can understand that.
I'll tell you, Chris, we have the big running backs still available. You know, we're talking about the top three backs, Leonard Russell from Arizona State, Harvey Williams from LSU, and Nick Bell from Iowa. When have we had three top running backs still on the board almost midway through the first round? So Washington with Biner and Settle, Biner, you know, getting near the end of the trail, you're talking about a running back need area there, and they know they probably won't get their guy with their selection later in the first round. You see the blue chip running backs. I expect the top four there to be gone by the, say, early second round area. So they're going to start falling. The wide receivers are going to start falling. There was speculation all along that Dallas was going to trade down with one of these picks. I think Dallas will look at a wide receiver like Harper, but move down, pick up an extra choice. Of course, they have no second-round pick right now, so they are trying to recoup that. And like I said, I really believe Washington all along has been eyeing up a guy like Russell, Bell, or Williams. They need that blue-chip running back.
Well, for now, we say Washington making a trade in the first round. That's unheard of, but the Dallas Cowboys making a trade at all. Since Johnson, Jones, and company have taken over with the Cowboys, they have made 26 trades. including one for owner, one for coach, one for GM, and everything else. So the fact that they're even talking moving and shaking and moving again, it certainly is not surprising. And with the pick 2 later, they're going to get who they want anyway, right?
Yeah, Jimmy made a commitment. When he went there, he made the commitment to make things happen. I mean, he said he was going to improve the speed of the football team. Little did we know he was going to improve the speed of moving draft choices around as well. This man made an absolute commitment to this franchise. I said it 2 years ago. I thought Jimmy Johnson did a great job with his football team. Last year, he made a great deal for Herschel Walker. So far, Jimmy Johnson looks like he owns this draft as well. He's moving in that football team's moving 2-3 years ahead of, I think, any anticipated schedule that we thought they'd be at.
Well, economics, Joe. You're talking about a team that had the first pick with Russell Maryland, a lot of money there. You're talking about the 12th and 14th. To move down, they are saving a little bit. So I think economics plays a large part in the Cowboys' philosophy, particularly with Pat Harlow off the board right now.
All right, the Cowboys with 2 of the next 3 first-round picks. Live coverage of the drafts continue on ESPN in a moment. 1.5 continuous hours of live coverage of the NFL draft. The 56th NFL draft, or NFL selection meeting, all right? That's what they say in the dictionary. The McKyer trade, which you heard the commissioner clarify a couple moments ago. Let's put that up there. Tim McKyer, new contract, now a member of the Atlanta Falcons. In exchange, the Dolphins get a Falcon 3rd-round pick this year. Now, they didn't have a 2, 3, or 4 this year, so now they get to select in the 3rd round. And they also get a number 12 pick from the Atlanta Falcons. So McKyer, Dion, Bruce Pickens, who the Falcons used with their first of 2 first-round selections this year. They went DB in a hurry. Now the Dallas Cowboys. It's coming right to the wire here. It's about 41 seconds left on their pick. We'll find out if it's a 3-way deal, whatever. I think Harlow, we said they really had their mindset on, and one little thought on New England. If indeed Jankovic was big on McGuire, but you heard him say, no, I don't think we're going to do that. He's yielding to his football people, and I think that's a very interesting message he's sending throughout the New England organization, and I think if you're a fan of the Patriots, you like the way he handled it.
Finally. There finally is it looks like there's finally going to be some stability at the top of that organization, which has been in turmoil for the last 3 or 4 years. And what's very important is they at least allow their coaches to do the calling.
Here's Dallas's choice. And on the left, Greg Mello spent many a year employed by the Cowboys, so he's looking at the card interestingly.
The Dallas Cowboys select Alvin Harper, wide receiver, Tennessee. The next choice is Atlanta on a trade from Indianapolis.
We're on a roll, Mel. We're on a roll, Mel. Alvin Harper, that makes sense. They have Michael Irvin. Now they go Alvin Harper. There's Jimmy clapping his hands. There's Syke. There they are in Dallas. There's Jerry Jones right to the right of your screen. There's Chris Myers right to the middle of your screen. And I tell you what, we're flashing left and right here in Irving, Texas. So the Cowboys, you know, they're not going to relax for very long because Atlanta's next, then Dallas with the 14th overall selection. So now they have their wide receiver. The next choice for the Dallas Cowboys, Mel. Now they go maybe a guard, Moton.
This is the trade down, I think, at 14.
Okay.
This is where they moved down. The Raiders were always the team that everybody talked about moving up. Harvey Williams still there. Steve Berline is a guy that they've been flipping to the Cowboys. The Cowboys need that veteran backup. Berline's a possibility. So I think a trade possibility down with Dallas at 14. There's Atlanta sitting there at 13, and there's Randall Hill sitting there for Atlanta. You see Alvin Harper. Big receiver, great high jumper, had a tremendous Senior Bowl, was the MVP of that particular game. Here's footage from the Senior Bowl where he beats the defensive back, Joe Johnson from NC State, for the touchdown, and with Carl Pickens, who's going to be a #1 wideout next year out of the same program. Here he beats Jerome Henderson from Clemson, who will probably be a second-round draft pick. So a fine talent that I don't think the Cowboys expected to be there. I know that Norv Turner's happy. We were aware that Norv Turner, who's the offensive coordinator now, was Ernie Zampese disciple, wanted Harper in the worst way. They were concerned that it might be all defense and an offensive tackle. With Harlow gone, they adjusted their thinking. Now Richardson's not as much of a possibility. So I really believe with 14 now, you move down, save some money, still get a good player, and maybe a guy like Berline if the Raiders feel like dealing in that direction.
Plus, this is a position they might not have drafted had they got the Rocket. So now, everything below with the wide receivers. Any team that might be thinking wide receiver, the Pittsburgh Steelers, you can write them in. Maybe the Seattle Seahawks. Maybe on farther down the line, the New York Giants. Now, there'll be one less player on the wide receiver board than they had hoped. So this is farther down the line where the Rocket not going to Canada rather than to Dallas has changed things. So Dallas, they're staying the course.
They really are. They're staying. They've made a decision that they're going to go with the speed. Here's another guy who can just flat run, a big receiver. Last year, Troy Aikman was the key. He's the man that could make it happen. Now they're starting to put the pieces together. I mean, 2 years ago. Then comes Emmitt Smith. Now they get the running back. Now they've got the wide receiving core. They make the move on defense. It's just really fitting. I mean, this team is moving along a whole lot faster than I think any of us ever suspected it would. And the addition of the wide receivers gives them flexibility in a trade at that position. They not only now have the number one they can trade, they've got a little bit of an excess at the wide receiver position. So they're adding flexibility to their program.
The thing is that you watch this team, what you comment on how quickly this team is being built. Now, I probably will trade this next choice, but if somewhere along the line they get a good offensive lineman, this team's intact. It's ready to play.
Well, they went from 1 win to 7 wins, admittedly with a 5th-place schedule. The move from 7 to 10 wins is a different story, but they're moving in the right direction. We'll be moving back with the Falcons picking them up.
Before they could walk, they wanted to dance. Before they could talk, they wanted to sing. But they needed a lot of heart and desire before they could get to Broadway and make it on a chorus line. Now this Broadway legend is back and on tour. But if you want tickets, get to the box office early and get out your Visa card. Because this show won't be in town long, and it won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Subway's Cold Cut Combo. It starts with a foundation of the freshest bread anywhere. Baked every 4 hours in every Subway store. Then cheese, 3 kinds of meat, and whichever of our 9 tasty fixins you choose. Total construction cost, $1.69. It's time to eat. Subway 6-inch Cold Cut Combo. For $1.69, we can build one for you.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1991 draft, is brought to you by Diet Pepsi. You got the right one, baby. Uh-huh. By Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world. And by Prudential. Come to the companies of the Prudential and build your future on the rock.
Back at the NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons up next with their second first-round selection, and the Dallas Cowboys come back. Float 2 names out there, maybe quarterback Brett Favre, maybe Mike Pritchard, wide receiver, Colorado. Well, let's go back to Dallas. Beano Cook, the inimitable one, is up with the gallery gods and a couple of Cowboy fans. Beano?
Welcome to the balcony where you have the real football fans. In New York, there are 2 things impossible to find. Something that isn't taxed and Dallas Cowboy fans, and we have 2 of them here. First, you have a lot of nerve wearing those, and also, what did you think of losing the Rocket?
Well, I was pretty upset about it. I was hoping they would get him because they...
How upset?
Very upset.
Suicide?
No, not that bad.
Okay.
But they could use a good return man and a good wide receiver that they got in Harper. But I was hoping they would get the Rocket. Unfortunately, they missed out on it.
You on the Rocket. I'm not upset in the least. I think we drafted the party that we need, and that was Russell Maryland defensively. And I'm happy with our selection so far. I really am. The only thing I could say is watch out, Giants. Here comes the Cowboys.
How are you? You both are from New Jersey, which is another place where you get taxed and everything. How are you Cowboy fans?
I've been a Cowboy fan since I can remember, since I've been 5 or 6, so.
You know, last year up here, there were no Cowboy fans with shirts, 1 in 15. Now, all at once, are a lot of Cowboy fans. I mean, why weren't you here last year with a shirt?
Well, this is my first year coming here. I don't know. It's my first time coming. I thought it would be a good idea.
Okay, that's it up here. We're going to be back later. Now back to the Boomer.
All right, the Boomer gets it from the Beanster up in the gallery. Gods, it's always a pleasure to see Bino here on draft day. The Falcons are next, but let's go down to Irving and see if Chris Myers, see what he's seeing on War Room Camp. Chris?
Yeah, War Room Camp. Well, the Cowboys thought they'd get an offensive lineman, either McCray, Davis, or Harlow with that 12th pick, so they were disappointed when that didn't happen. However, Alvin Harper, after the Rocket, was their highest-rated wide receiver, so they were happy to pick up the speedster from Tennessee. And in the draft room now, the Cowboys were working the phones, and we understand that they were trying to trade down their 14th pick, and with their next pick will possibly go defense. Huey Richardson out of Florida, a linebacker defensive end who will help improve things after going Russell Maryland, and then offense with Harper. They can later come back with an offensive lineman. As far as trading down goes, the Atlanta Falcons are also talking about a possible trade, and that's where we're going to go now, to Gary Danielson in Atlanta. Gary?
All right, thanks, Chris. The word here is right now Atlanta obviously entertaining offers for the pick. If they can't make a trade, they're looking at three possibilities. Mike Pritchard from Colorado, a receiver they really like for the run and shoot, or two possible quarterbacks, Brett Favre or Browning Nagel. Favre is the guy, and Mel, you're going to verify, this is the guy I like. We did the All-American Bowl, the East-West Shrine. I was down on the field. You know, you see a guy on film, and he's impressive, but on the field, you could hear him throw the ball. He's kind of a cross between Jim Kelly and Terry Bradshaw, a real NFL player.
It's a moving offense.
All right, Gary, thank you. Boy, you know, does Gary get the feeling there's somebody looking over his shoulder there with, with Jerry Glanville then over his shoulder? We mentioned Favre. I think that's the quarterback that Atlanta likes. Now, you say, why would they pick a quarterback? They have a young quarterback, although he was hurt last year at the end of the season, and Chris Miller. A young quarterback that's going to be there for a while who had a heck of a season last year. A young quarterback who they're not trying to move out. Pay first-round money to a guy that you think is going to sit for a while. Does that make sense?
Makes sense, Chris. The battle here takes place. I know Jerry is probably pulling out some hair down there because he's a guy that likes speed at wide receiver. He was interested in the Rocket. Randall Hill's one of the fastest players in this draft. You have Pritchard, who's ideal for their type of offense. Then you have the instability at quarterback, or the insecurity at quarterback, because after Chris Miller, you have Gilbert Renfro and nobody else. They're a very fragile organization without a guy like Favre or Nagel as a backup, and that's where the battle takes place. I think it's a debate going on. Do we want to go for immediate help at wide receiver with big play home run hitters like Pritchard or Hill, or do we want to go for the security at quarterback with a Favre or a Nagel? So that's a debate that I'm sure Herrock and Glanville are battling it out with right now.
Well, let me just say, and Joe, I don't think they're going back and forth as in their opposite sides of the track. I just think they're battling out in their minds to say, you know, which way do we go? I don't think it's two different ends of the pole.
I don't think so. You got one at 13, then you got another one at 33. We've talked about how many wide receivers are available in this draft. I think they can take their time on a wide receiver. If they wait to 33 to try and get Nagel or McGuire or Favre, it's not going to be there. I think it's going to be Favre. They like him. And you just got to like a kid with a lot of guts. I mean, he's a gutsy, got good feet, good quickness, throws the ball deep very well, which helps the speed factor down there in Atlanta.
One point, too, Joe, when I was talking to Atlanta and Jerry, he said, you know, that's something he knew he needed, but it would be tough to pull the trigger because he knew next year if Miller stays healthy, all Brett or Nagel are going to be as a backup. So with Favre and Nagel strictly looking at as a backup, he knows he's not going to get impacted another position. And that's where Jerry said it's going to be tough to use 13, but we may have to go in that direction. But with Pritchard and Hill there, like I say, Chris, it's not a debate between Herrick and Glenn. It's just a debate in their own minds as to what direction do we go.
The Falcons they're on the clock. They've got about 4 minutes to go with their second first-round pick of the day. Give you their decision in a moment.
You know when it's right. You know when you feel it, baby. You hold it, you hear it, you taste it, it's right. You got the right one, baby. Unsurpassably quotable and intimately soulful. You got the right one, baby.
So I said, lease? You're telling me that I should lease the Mercedes?
He loved the car, but he was completely in the dark about leasing.
Cheaper car, cheaper payment?
Well...
Expensive car, expensive payment.
So I told him our first law of leasing. Since two things that determine monthly payments are interest rate and resale value...
She was starting to make sense.
And since Mercedes has had the highest resale history in America, it can cost a lot less to lease a Mercedes.
Leasing? These days, it does make a lot of sense.
They're baseball's leading men. The Mets' Vince Coleman, the Expos' Delino DeShields. Two of the game's top leadoff men square off when the Mets face the Expos live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
I was kind of angry, you know, and wondering, you know, what was going on, you know. But I was told that the draft was funny, you know, it could go any kind of way. And unfortunately, it went any kind of way. But I'm happy where I'm at now.
Andre Rison, a bad moon rising when you tried to cover him last year, that's for sure. He was disappointed on draft day a couple years ago when he was chosen by the Colts a lot lower than folks thought that he would go in a wide receiver role. But then he went in the big trade last year along with Chris Hinton, in which the Falcons got rid of, didn't get rid of, they traded the #1 pick overall, the Indianapolis Colts, Jeff George. Now he goes to, he's a lot happier now playing with the Falcons, and maybe, just maybe, he'll have either Chris Miller or Brett Favre as their selection, as the quarterback with Atlanta. But they can go a couple of ways. Pritchard they like. A lot of people think, Mel, that maybe Pickens picking #3 was a little higher than he should go. Did they make it another P pick, Pritchard?
Well, they forced them up, Chris, as far as Pickens because of need. And, of course, like we said, the debate continues. The backup quarterback position is vital in the National Football League. We see Dallas now trying to make a move. When Aikman went down, their playoff hopes were dashed. They had no chance. And you see the backup situation in San Francisco. That's why Steve Young will never be traded. He's so valuable. He's probably one of the 2 or 3 most valuable players on the 49er roster. And with all the injuries at quarterback, Glanville and Herrock realize how valuable a quarterback is. And Brett Favre and Browning Nagel both carry high grades.
Tommy, real quick.
Well, I just think that you're right, but I also think that you have to depend on a little luck to get in those playoffs, to have success in this league. And one of these years, Atlanta has to depend on Chris Miller to stay healthy. One great receiver does not make a team. 2 do.
All right, quick thought. Let's go over to Robin Roberts. Chris Mortensen might have some thoughts on Atlanta.
That's right. He has a home there in Atlanta, and he's covered the Falcons for some time. And, Chris, you don't really believe there's a feud going on between Herrock and Glanville. What do you think is going on with this pick, though?
Well, not a bit. I think they're talking trade with a couple of clubs that want to move up. The 49ers want to move up. The Redskins want to move up. And if not, then I think they'll take their wide receiver or quarterback. I think they want to move down in the bottom half of the first round to take their quarterback, or go and take the quarterback in the second round. It could be Scott Zolak in the second round, that type of thing. I think
we're about to find, excuse me, Chris, we're about to find out what's going to happen. Let's go to the podium and the commissioner, as the Falcons have made their pick, and we'll find out shortly.
The Atlanta Falcons, with a choice obtained from Indianapolis, select Mike Pritchard, wide receiver, Colorado. The next choice is Dallas on a trade from New Orleans.
Hey, the Swami had a good year last year.
Hey, that was the thing. I know it came down to Favre, Nagel, Hill, Pritchard, and that was the 4 guys that they were bantering back and forth. And they went with the guy that can have the immediate impact. And that's, you know, Jerry Glanville looking to now, next year, and knows that opposite Rison, you got Pritchard, who's the evade guy, the home run hitter that Glanville covets. That's what he wants. He didn't want the Harpers, the Moores, the Barretts. He only had 3 receivers he liked, the Rocket, Pritchard, and Hill, and he went for Pritchard and stayed away from the quarterback. Now thinking along the lines that he might get a quarterback in round 2. Here's Mike Pritchard in the hole of ball, going the distance. You can see him, he went reverses, going deep. Obviously, Colorado didn't feature him as much as a receiver as he should have been, but a guy with outstanding hands, very acrobatic little guy, and really a poor man's Rocket. Not quite as fast as the Rocket, but similar kind of player. And like I said earlier, Chris, Atlanta, you know, still picking 33rd, may feel that, hey, we can get a quarterback at that point. Maybe a Favre or a Nagel, McGuire. There's 3 top quarterbacks have not gone yet. And with that in mind, they might figure, hey, let's take a shot. And knowing Jerry the way I do, he pushed for that wide receiver all the way.
Well, you know what? You say he's a poor man's Rocket, Pritchard. Take a look at some numbers last year. He's not that poor, okay? You see rushing, receiving yardage. You add it all up. If you didn't know any difference, you do the addition. And there's Mike Pritchard with a little bit better numbers. Plus, toughness, knowing Jerry like you do, and knowing Kenny, let's not put this Herrock against Glanville. They're right there. Let's throw that out the window right now. I'm sick and tired of reading that and hearing that on certain shows. Oh, is it ours? That's just wrong, okay? But, and it wasn't for me and sources, other sources. At any rate, Mike Pritchard, to show how tough he is, that opening game that they play, college football plays games in August, which, by the way, they shouldn't do, but that's another thought. That game they had out in Anaheim with Tennessee, right? Bieniemy hurt. Pritchard ran for over 200 yards as a tailback that one game.
That's the versatility that he brings you. As a kickoff returner, his junior year, he averaged 31 yards per kickoff return. You see him on reverses. You saw the ability he had in the backfield against Tennessee, like Chris said, and a guy that has all the ability. When I said poor man's Rocket, statistically he was ahead, Chris, but the difference there and the reason Pritchard wasn't, you say, well, why wasn't he the #1 pick? Speed. Yeah, he's 4.45, which is outstanding. The Rocket 4.2, 4.25. So the difference with those two is the world-class speed, but as far as ability is concerned, they're very, very equal in ability.
There's another difference between those two. One of them's playing in the NFL. The other one's going to Canada. In case you tune in late, Rocket is Toronto Argonaut bound, in case you hadn't heard that. So everything has been adjusted recordedly. And the Rocket will have live a press conference at noon Pacific. That's 3 o'clock Eastern, so that's about a half an hour from now. And, you know, we'll bring that to you here on our continuous coverage of the NFL Draft. For more, Mike Pritchard, a very interesting selection by the Atlanta Falcons. Let's go over to Robin Roberts.
Interesting as indeed. And, Coach, you have been very high on Mike Pritchard. I'm not going to say you like him better than the Rocket, but as much as the Rocket?
Robin, I recruited him out of high school. I think he's every bit as good. And I know that's a strong statement, but I think he's an upcoming player. Mel's talking about the University of Colorado didn't feature him, but you only have one football. They had Eric Bieniemy, and they did win the national championship. This guy can play. He's a big player. He can play running back. He can play wide receiver. He has all the same tools that Rocket Ishmael does, and I think they've got themselves a great football player here.
Very, very versatile. Is Chris Miller happy about this, Chris?
Of course he is. Andre Rice and Mike Pritchard, and I think the thing about the Falcons, they're drafting speed. They're going into the Georgia Dome next year, artificial turf. The other interesting thing is they've had two cornerbacks today, Pickens and McCarr they picked up. Now they pick up a kick returner. These are all Deion Sanders' role. I got to be wondering if they're thinking, really, is Deion Sanders going to be a Falcon for how long and how committed is he?
Is anybody a little bit lower down upset about Pritchard being taken by the Falcons?
I think Mike would agree. The Pittsburgh Steelers absolutely are heartbroken right here, and I would be surprised if they did not trade out of that spot in 2 spots.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. And Dallas is on the clock. They've got 10 minutes to make their choice, so we'll take a break and come right back with more continuous coverage live at New York City of the NFL.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish my old partner was here tonight, because this used to be our song. I have everything.
All my dreams come true. In my arms, cotton bomb, and a hope for two.
In the movies, happy endings are easy, but in the real world, they take solid planning. So for peace of mind, investment advice, even buying or selling your home, come to the companies of the Prudential and build your future on the rock.
It's a good car. Got some miles on it, but it's paid for. I'm not trading it in. Not now. No way.
Foreign or domestic car? If you're keeping it, Midas is the place to take it.
Making my car safe and reliable is smarter than buying a new one.
We specialize in making cars sound and feel like they used to. You get great values on shocks for safe handling, brakes you can depend on, and mufflers to quiet the ride. So if you're keeping it...
I know where to take it.
Nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
Recently, DuPont announced that its energy unit would pioneer the use of new double-hulled oil tankers in order to safeguard the environment. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. DuPont, better things for better living.
Who guarantees overnight air delivery on Saturday to more people coast to coast? Morning. UPS on Saturday? Who did you think? Thank you.
You've heard about putting your heart on your sleeve. How about your football helmet on your lapel? The Dallas Cowboys, with the third of their selections In the first round, they picked the Russell Maryland defensive tackle from Miami with the first overall selection, now that they knew the Rocket had flown north to Toronto. A couple moments ago, they chose wide receiver Alvin Harper. Now, what do they do with their third first-round selection? We'll get to that in a moment. But we know Atlanta has just gone Mike Pritchard. We know Gary Danielson's in Atlanta. You make the addition. 1 + 1 = 2. Hi, Gary.
All right, Chris, let me amplify the Mike Pritchard pick again. Mel was exactly right. Ken Herrock told us yesterday that if all three quarterbacks were on the board with his second pick, he would consider passing and gambling a little bit that one of them might be there in the second round with the 33rd pick. Mike Pritchard is a guy that can light up the lights. The only question was whether it was going to be Randall Hill or Mike Pritchard. Pritchard was the guy they chose. The other thing, the other factor is Bob Galliano from Detroit. June Jones is here running the offense. He liked him. They tried to sign him off Plan B. He went to San Diego. Maybe they get him back. After training camp, he could step right in. Also in all their offseason programs, Renfro has been throwing the ball very well. So they're happy with a little bit of their backup quarterback problems. Miller's healthy, but they might be able to solve them down the line. Let's go to Irving, Texas now, and Chris Myers. Chris?
All right, well, thanks very much, Gary. The Cowboys, of course, coming up with their selection and trying to decide what to do. Huey Richardson, the linebacker out of Florida who could play defensive end for them, is a consideration, someone who they like very much. Alfred Williams, the outside linebacker from Colorado, was also someone they had considered, but apparently there were some signability problems, or at least that was a question, and that's something the Cowboys want to avoid. Jerry Jones said beforehand that money was not going to be a concern in terms of signing or spending to secure the right types of first-round players. And at this position in the draft, it's a little bit high for the Cowboys to be selecting an offensive lineman, at least based on the talent that is out there. So they have been trying to trade down. That 14th pick, they've been trying to move it all day, according to some other NFL teams. And if we take a look at the draft room, our draft cam, you see that Jerry Jones taking a little sip there, and Jimmy Johnson right behind him. Now, the phone lines they have that automatic speed dial to every team in the league, and as you can see, they are not on the lines right now. They were just a couple of moments ago. Where Jimmy Johnson is standing, there is the Cowboys' best position player board, and then on the other side is the position breakdown on that board where Jimmy is standing. That is the best overall talent board. And just a couple of moments ago, Jimmy was standing there, and it looked like he was pointing to some of the other people in the room. Right behind Jerry Jones is Mike McCoy, the vice president of the Cowboys. He's the financial wizard. He seals the deals on contracts. Stephen Jones, his son, around the table. Dick Mansberger moving. Bob Ackles in the corner, the personnel director. In the back, John Wooten, the pro personnel director, up on the telephone, and he's calling, looks like Jimmy Johnson is talking to John Wooten, so they could either be discussing that pick being moved down or the player that they would like to sign. We, of course, are not allowed to transfer any audio to the audience, but you are getting a look live at the Cowboys drafting headquarters. This is the room where it all happens. And as we await the Cowboys pick or the dealing of that pick, we'll bring it to you. Right now, let's go back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, Chris, thank you. Getting to do play-by-play from War Room Cam. I mean, it's an opportunity that very few of us ever have in this business. The Cowboys have 5 minutes left to go with their third first-round pick. Believe it or not, maybe they just miss each other too much. We have word that maybe the Cowboys are talking to trade with New England. I mean, they haven't talked to each other for a couple days, Sam and Jimmy. So
I still got to believe, I really got to believe they want to trade that position, Chris. I just really feel like 3 number ones for them. Economically, I don't care who you're picking. It's still going to cost you a little bit of money. They got Weingrad off of Plan B from Green Bay. Yep. Here's a guy who Mandrich couldn't unseat as an offensive tackle. So he's a good football player. He helps an immediate need in the offensive line. If they can pick up an additional player, maybe a draft pick in the second round, it makes a lot of sense for him to trade out of this particular spot.
Now, the Cowboys are sitting here right now. This is New Orleans selection, so this is the Steve Walsh pick involving that trade to the Saints. But, of course, the Herschel Walker trade is the one that put them in all of this position to make other moves, like Steve Walsh trade last year to get other picks. In case you were forgotten, this is what the Cowboys received in the Herschel Walker deal, now a little bit removed with the Minnesota Vikings. So this is directly and indirectly what they have all added up to. You add up Emmitt Smith, you add up a 1 and a 2 this year, you add up a 1 and 2 and 3 next year, you add Daniel Stubbs coming over from the 49ers. They're able to use one of those picks they got from Minnesota to get him, along with Flagler, Isaac Holt. So that was the original Minnesota player. So this is their windfall for Herschel Walker. This pick they're now sitting in now, though, is a deal they made last year with Steve Walsh involving the New Orleans Saints. Could the Cowboys go offensive lineman here? Next one would be either Thomas or Moten, the guard. What do you think, Mel?
There's some guys, Chris Thome's names come up, John Flannery, but they're inside guys, centers. They're fine there with Stepnoski. The guys that they still like that I had heard were Huey Richardson, who they would use as a defensive end, but they have Maryland. Bobby Wilson, an inside guy, and they have Maryland, obviously, that knocks him out. And Kelvin Pritchett, the same thing. They do not like Alfred Williams, the linebacker from Colorado, so they won't go in that direction. It's too early for a Dixon Edwards or a Roman Pfeiffer. Dixon Edwards from Michigan State, Roman Pfeiffer from UCLA. They were more second-round type choices. So I really believe trading down is the best way to go at this point, both in ability as the player who's there, team need, and also the signability and economics of the whole thing. So move down, Chris, is the best way.
Yeah, but if they trade down, what's the player that somebody wants right here?
I got to believe it's a running back. Harvey Williams, a Nick Bell, a Leonard Russell. The three marquee names at running back are the guys that I think would interest clubs in moving up. The other guy, a speed receiver like Randall Hill. Even though we talk about him, you know, his best friend being the sidelines, he's still a 4-2-2 guy, and he's still going to get some interest from certain clubs. So I would think the running backs are the teams that are on the phone right now. Teams trying to upgrade their running game with a guy like particularly Harvey Williams.
It's hard to imagine that we've gone 13 picks and we haven't seen a running back go yet. Let's go right now over to Robin Roberts.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. Now, last year, Mark Carrier made a lot of news when the Chicago Bears signed him before he was actually selected, a pre-draft selection, and he was down. He was not the #1 pick. Then the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, ruled that you can start signing a player once you are on the clock. You cannot do what the Chicago Bears did last year with Mark Carrier in signing him before they make the selection, but once you are on the clock, you can start dealing with the players. And you have some new news on this, don't you, Freddie?
Well, Robin, you know, going into this draft, it was obvious that the Dallas Cowboys were doing more of this than anybody else. Talking money, trying to negotiate contracts before the even draft started. They just took Alvin Harper, and I talked to Jimmy Sexton, his agent, and I asked him, did you make a deal with them before they actually made the pick? And what he told me was that they got it down to very, very close numbers, a range of figures. So technically they're not in violation of that rule, but they got it down within those numbers. They just about made a deal with them. Now, it all boiled down to the fact that Dallas put it up to them that either they will take Mike Pritchard and leave Alvin Harper for Pittsburgh, or they will take Alvin Harper and let Mike Pritchard go to Pittsburgh. Since Jimmy Sexton and Alvin Harper did not want to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, they took the money that was on the table and they went with the Dallas Cowboys. But I don't think there's any question that the spirit of what Paul Tagliabue was trying to do here was violated.
A very, very fine line, and the Cowboys have less than a minute, actually.
All right, so we're into the second round. Denver, the Rams, and Phoenix are your next few picks, Buck, with the 27 picks completed in the first round. If you're wondering how they sort out by position, defense 14, offense 13, and here they are individually by position, with defensive backs the most, 6 of them.
Have you heard? There's a delicious addition to McDonald's menu. New McLean Deluxe. Of course you did. It's written all over your face. But did you know McLean Deluxe has all the great taste of a big, juicy burger, but with a lot less fat. It's made with a 91% fat-free beef patty, which might lead one to ask, with a taste this terrific, who needs fat? Well, sorry, rhetorical question. New McLean Deluxe. After billions and billions, another first at McDonald's today.
If you order a suit designed around the way you're built, you have to wait about 2 months. If you want a house designed around the way you live, the wait is 2 years. But if what you desire is a car designed around the way you drive, you don't have to wait another day. The 1991 Acura Legend Coupe.
against termites, nobody packs more power than the exterminator, the Orkin Man. And now his termite control arsenal includes the exclusive Orkin Flow Meter for the most precise treatment available. Other methods may give too much or too little protection, but Orkin's precision treatment stops termites cold, guaranteed. The Orkin Man. One call destroys them all.
All right, back here at the NFL Draft, the Broncos have made their selection in the second round, and it's Reggie Johnson, tight end, Florida State. In some schools of thought, this is a little high for any tight end in the draft, but obviously, Tommy, this is certainly a position that the Broncos need to know.
I think so. I thought that they might go for a wide receiver, but you know, I can understand the fact that Dan is always looking for that good tight end.
The clock.
He's always, Clarence Case certainly has had a problem holding on to the football, and Orson Mobley has had some inconsistency problems on the field. So I think that he looked at the pick from that vantage point, just filling that need at tight end.
All right, we may have a couple of quarterbacks going soon, but right now, earlier we had the Cleveland pick Ed King, offensive lineman guard from Auburn, win their second-round selection. Let's go down to Gary Danielson and get his thoughts from Sewanee. Gary?
All right, thanks, Chris. I know a couple guys up in Cleveland, and I got big smiles on their face. My friend Bernie Kosar, who I backed up for another year, has been crying for offensive linemen. He's been right. This team was playing and challenging for the Super Bowl just a couple years ago, and they've just gone downhill because they haven't been able to address the need on that offensive line. And Eric Metcalf, a guy the Browns are not willing to trade. He'd like to have some holes to run in and show some of that broken field running that he showed so well at Texas when the Browns drafted him. Now, that sets it up for Atlanta coming up for the quarterback they've wanted all along, Brett Favre. I mean, he's sitting there. I thought maybe even Denver might take him with Kubiak's back, but Atlanta would love. They gambled a little bit earlier, thinking that he might be there in the second round, and it looks like that gamble might pay off. Favre might be available for them in the second round. Chris?
So left. He started looking.
All right, Gary, thank you. Favre for Atlanta, maybe Nagel for the Jets. That's both available here early in the second round, as only a pair of quarterbacks went in the first round. McGuire to Seattle, Marinovich to the Raiders. Let's head over to Robin Roberts and Coach Godfrey.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. And let's talk a little bit about the Broncos selection. Reggie Johnson, a tight end. People think that maybe a little too high for a tight end. Could the Broncos be thinking of moving him to a different position?
I'll tell you what, Reggie Johnson was a fullback in high school, blocked for Emmett Smith in high school. I believe he would have been a great pick for the Detroit Lions because of the system that they're going to right now. But Denver could use him. You're going to see him here on the film here a little bit. But he is a guy who can block and could be a fullback, could be a tight end. The question on him, of course, is hands. But he's played in a great system. Bobby Bowden's pass system. You see him right here blocking. You see that type? He's blocking the defensive outside linebacker. He's strong. There he comes back again. Good block on the linebacker. Keeps his feet. See, that's the ability of a guy who played fullback in high school, blocked, and did a great job. If they could use him a couple different ways, I think Denver made an excellent choice.
All right, Coach, thanks a lot. And the Rams are on the clock as the Broncos took Reggie Johnson. And the Rams are on the clock. We're in the second round, the fourth pick of the second round. And we'll be back in just a moment to let you know who the Rams will go with. Back with more in a moment.
Power Stick antiperspirant. It gives a man what he needs to excel. Power. Control. Power Stick. Stroke for stroke, 50% more power. 50% more odor and wetness fighters. 24-hour control that ordinary deodorant sticks just can't beat. All day, all night. Power Stick for 24-hour control.
For 70 years, they've given form and substance to an automotive vision. Now, 4 generations of BMW engineers present their life's work. The 12-cylinder 850i. If a car company can have a soul, this is ours.
Los Angeles Rams now on the board, waiting for their second-round selection. They had wanted to pick Russell Maryland, but with their first-round pick, the 5th overall, but no, the Dallas Cowboys, when Rocket flew the coop and went north to Toronto, He became, Russell Maryland did, the first overall pick in the 1991 draft going to the Cowboys. Russell Maryland, an intriguing story. He was barely offered a scholarship, but once he got in and started playing football, he showed the heart to become the first overall selection.
The 1990 Outland Award for the best interior lineman in college football goes to Russell Maryland of the University of Miami.
He's a kid that you predicted absolutely there was no chance for him to succeed. He came in, he was about 340 pounds. You said, hey, there's no chance that this guy will fit in the mold of the Jerome Browns, the Kevin Fagans, the perennial all-pro players that Miami had played with.
Me and this scale was not friends. You know, I tried to stay away from the scale as much as possible. But now when I get on the scale, you know, it's no problem, you know. What about 276, something like that? 276.
5 years ago, Russell Maryland was best known for his exploits in the kitchen and his exploits in the classroom, but definitely not on the gridiron. The road to becoming college football's top defensive lineman was both improbable and unexpected, but his is a story of determination, commitment, and how far you can go with unwavering support.
If we watch him play on TV, we're all sitting there glued to the television, and we're all playing with him. I know I am. Every hit, I'm hitting him too.
A lot of what he has accomplished, he has made himself go forth and accomplish it. And I told him at one point that Miami is getting a lot out of you, Russell, on that football field. I want you to get something out of Miami. And by that, I meant go forth and get your degree.
When you got people like Dr. Price here and Rose behind you, you can achieve this. Book busting.
Correct. You can get that hat on your head, too. That's called a mortarboard, by the way.
Russell's number one objective was to go and academically get his degree. And that was also one of my proudest moments.
Russell was the leader of our football team. He does it every place. He does it on the field. He does it in the classroom. He does it off the field. He's just a great person. I don't know that I've ever been around a guy that does things in all areas of his life like Russell Maryland.
Russell has used every resource available in becoming a bona fide success. Family and faculty have prepared him for life, while tradition-rich Miami helped pave his way to the National Football League.
Being a defensive lineman in this system really prepares you for professional football. But even more than that, you get and develop the work ethics of the guys that have been here before.
When I came here in '86, Jerome Brown was, you know, all everything, and you know, I kind of looked up to him. I always wanted to, you know, I guess get my picture up on the wall. You got Danny Stubbs, Bill Hawkins, you got Greg Mark, and we could probably take this Coach Erickson down and put yours truly up there.
People talked negatively about the athletes, especially about the football players. And of course, I'm sure somewhere within Russell wanted to make a positive impact on changing that image.
So this is where I started, you know, at the front, you know, real attentive to what's going on, what the coach has to say. And then as the years as years go by, you know, I guess you move back. You know, I guess this is a sophomore year, you know, junior year, and then you end up all the way back in the back of the room ultimately, because you know you're the senior and you know everything that's going on. So I guess this is my seat. Nobody sits past here, so this is pretty much just sit back and chill out back here.
Russell Maryland chilling out as the overall #1 selection of the NFL draft, going to the Dallas Cowboys. And if you missed it earlier, Tommy, I mean, there's some question, should he be that high? For a while it was, would he be in the top 10 or 12? But you learned a little bit about the man's heart and the man's mind right there.
Well, and that's the thing. You have to measure the intangibles. I mean, the things that are impressive are the fact that he is as quick as he is. You watch the swim move that he used in that highlight package. I mean, that's something that you see from a guy who has extreme quickness. But I love his aggressiveness to the football, reminiscent to me of a guy like Lionel Alzado, very tenacious football player. He's going to bring something extra to the table every game.
All right, so the Rams have made their selection in the second round, and they're going to go defense right throughout the first 6, 7 picks. Roman Pfeiffer, very good outside linebacker from UCLA. So now they have Todd Light. Now they have Roman Pfeiffer. Here's a guy that could have been a first-round pick, a very solid player, don't you agree?
I really thought if Dallas would have moved down a little further, Dixon Edwards or Roman Pfeiffer would have been a good pick. The guy was outstanding all year. Racine Keaton entered the year as the #1 UCLA linebacker. He got hurt. Pfeiffer took over the lead on defense and really played well. He has outstanding quickness and speed. He's a little undersized. He's only 225, but a very good coverage guy, very mobile, very athletic. And I thought if he got into the mid to second round, late second round, it'd be a great pick early in round 2. You can't really argue with it for a team that's going to go to a 4-man front. Their outside linebackers are going to be asked to be more mobile than they were in recent years, and because of that, a speed guy like Pfeiffer made sense.
Well, the other thing is, too, with Jeff Fisher taking over, now Kevin Green becomes a down line. He becomes that Chris Dolman. So what happens there is they're going to need somebody to fill in the linebacker position. Size is not necessarily that important. When you think of Wilbur Marshall, you think of Otis Wilson, you think of Mike Singletary, the 3 Bear linebackers, they weren't all very big, particularly when they came out, but they were all quick and could run. Another area that you're seeing the mold starting to take shape of what Jeff Fisher wants to get for his defense.
Well, so far he's gotten Todd Light and Roman Pfeiffer. When we return, the second-round picks of the Cardinals, the Falcons, and the Jets. First time we'll hear from them today here in New York.
The wind is the only thing that is either for you or against you.
We're going to go the 76, eggshell across, bar double wing, hum short.
Let's go!
Don't give them time to make an adjustment defensively. That'll be your job.
Anticipation is probably the most important part of the game.
We got the 2-minute warning. Officials are here.
For your free NFL ProLine catalog, call 1-800-USA-4-NFL.
It's John Carlson on the phone from Los Angeles again.
Carlson? He's from Apple Computers ad agency. They want to do a commercial about us.
Would we get to be in the commercial?
No, because we can't do it.
Why not?
Over the past 15 months, we've doubled our productivity. We've cut development time by 1/3.
That's what I mean.
Why would we go on national TV and tell our competition exactly how we did it?
It's a good point.
Red Lobster.
Tonight, 30 shrimp, just $8.99.
Red Lobster for the seafood.
Scampi and oh, golden fried.
Red Lobster for the seafood lover.
Grilled and lemon pepper. 30 shrimp on one plate, just $8.99.
Red Lobster for the seafood lover.
Kids get a shrimp dinner for just $1.99 and a free hidden treasure pack.
Visa and American Express both provide things like emergency card replacement and medical referral in their gold cards. But Visa thinks the best reason to have a gold card is being able to use it when you travel back to Cabo San Lucas. And the hotel where you fell in love doesn't take American Express. And that's what really matters. Visa Gold, accepted worldwide at 5 million more places than American Express. Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Back in New York, here's the Cardinal selection in the second round. Let's pick it up.
Phoenix selects Mike Jones, defensive lineman, North Carolina State.
So the Cardinals, after having picked Eric Swan in the first round, defensive tackle, have gone defensive lineman Mike Jones of NC State. Gee, I guess I think they need to rush the passer a little better, huh, Mel?
Talking about a 3-4 team now. They're going to that defense. They have, of course, they added Eric Swan, and now bring in Mike Jones, defensive lineman from NC State. Would have been at the same school that Eric Swan was all set to attend. And here you look at the cornerback need. I'd have gone Dexter Davis, but Jones did play well this year, showed some quickness, worked out during individual sessions a lot better than he did at the combine workout, which really saved him in round 2, where he would have slid probably all the way into the 3rd. Going to that 3-man front, Waller has some question marks with injuries, and a guy like Jones who can play inside or out, as he did at NC State, gives them the versatility and the numbers on the defensive front that they do need. And, of course, adding Swan, who can play both defensive tackle and end, as well as Jones, working in conjunction with Dexter Manley and Jim Waller, moving Freddie Joe Nunn, 2 outside linebacker in their 4-man linebacking core, gives them the front 7, along with Ken Harvey to really compete against those physical football teams, and that's what they're trying to do right now, match up size against the teams in their division, most notably the Giants.
And they held their college recruiting program for the Plan B guys coming out. They signed Coleman out of Tampa Bay, Faulkner out of Indianapolis, and Stowe out of Pittsburgh. Both the linebackers, Coleman and Stowe, are 258, so that fills an immediate need on the inside linebacker position. Faulkner's 305 pounds, who can play over the tackle. Their offense was very comfortable. Two good backs, comfortable in the offensive line. I think they'll start to head towards the offensive line picks now to shore it up. Tim Rosenball really came on as a quarterback late in the year. They're comfortable on the offensive side. Joe Bugel slowly moving along, building the program he wants. But again, as TJ said, you win with defense like the G-men do it. And that's what the Cardinals want to do.
And you mentioned Rosenball, one of the best kept secrets last year. 3,000-yard passing, Tim Rosenball. Next up, the Falcons.
Hello, this is Dennis Hirsch from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury. We're having a hail of a sale. On March 27th, we had severe thunder and hailstorms. During those storms, almost 100 of our cars and trucks were damaged by hail. Our body shop can't fix that many cars in a reasonable time, so we're having a hail of a sale to clear them out. We will have the estimates taped to the window and discount the cars and trucks.
NBA season comes to a close, and with it, a Midwest... Back in New York at the NFL draft, Atlanta, then the Jets up in the second round. Could be quarterback, Favre or Nagel. But first, joining us now on the phone from Phoenix. Wait a minute, let's get Atlanta's pick first, and let's see what happens, and then we'll get to Larry Wilson, the GM of the Phoenix Cardinals.
Atlanta has selected Brett Favre, quarterback, Southern Mississippi.
So Atlanta gets a favor by selecting Brett Favre from Southern Mississippi. Quarterback, as we had suggested, that they gambled. They said maybe we can get him in the second round, and that's exactly what they did. A 4-year starter at Southern Miss. The Jets are up next. They could pick Browning Nagel, quarterback Louisville. We'll wait and see. But right now, Larry Wilson is on the phone with us, GM the Phoenix Cardinals. You've just gone big defensive line help both times, Larry, but really, a lot of folks are saying, my goodness, what a gamble that is for Eric Swan. Obviously, you don't feel it's very much of a gamble, even though he's never played college ball. He's only 20 years of age. Tell me about your thinking here on selecting Swan. You don't feel it's a gamble at all? It's not a project?
Well, Chris, basically, I think all the players are a gamble or a project. Yes. when you're looking at them. What we've got in Eric Swan is we've got a player with great size, great speed, great athletic ability, and a real great motor. He goes all the time. Certainly he has some flaws, and it's things that our coaching staff felt like that's what that they could correct those. What we like is in our division, we've got to play against the Giants and the Redskins and the Eagles, and we got to stop that running game, and certainly big defensive lineman is a very important factor in that. Our two choices that we've made, we felt very good about, and we feel that we're on our way to standing in there with some of these folks.
Do you think Eric Swan could step in and be a starter or play a majority of downs for you next year?
Well, Chris, I think certainly you don't want to put pressure on a young lad like that. I think that the plan that our defensive coaches have is basically to get him into the scheme so he knows what he's doing, and basically work him into it. It's going to take some time, as it does for any rookie, to come in and play. It may take a little bit more time for Eric, but we don't want to put pressure on him by saying, hey, you're the starter right now. We're going to work him into it. You know, you only get an opportunity just very few times in this business to come up with a great, outstanding lineman, a defensive lineman, and we feel that we've got that in Eric.
Do you have an agreement? Have you even talked about it this afternoon? Do you think that'll be any sort of a problem, a deal with Eric?
We had a representative of the club back east, and we've done some talking. And basically, we have a letter of agreement that our fellow worked out, and we'll put those into contracts sometime this coming week.
All right, Larry, we appreciate your time. And I think it's one of the most intriguing stories in our years of covering the draft. There'll be a lot of people rooting for Eric Swan to be a big impact player for you in a hurry with the Phoenix Cardinals. Thanks very much, and continued luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chris.
We'll be back in a moment.
I remember that already signed, so it, all the excitement and everything was pretty much over. All I had to do is walk out there and shake Pete Rozell's hand and them announce it.
Bruce Smith, a young man we've gotten to know a little bit the last couple of years. #1 pick overall in '85. And the next defensive lineman, who is the #1 pick overall the next time that happened, was today. Russell Maryland going to the Dallas Cowboys. And we were talking during the break that, boy, is this a big man's division or what? The Cowboys going with Maryland. Yeah, they also go with a wide receiver. But now you look at what the Eagles did, traded up to go with the huge tackle, Anton Davis from Tennessee. You look at what Washington did, they get a big defensive tackle in Bobby Wilson. You look at what the Cardinals have done, 2 big defensive linemen. And of course, we just talked to Eric, we just saw Eric Swan talking to Larry Wilson there, and also Mike Jones. And the Giants with a huge fullback in Jared Bunch. So big is in, this just in the NFC East. If you're not large, you won't be competitors.
Well, that's basically the way it's been in the NFC East. They want big people. The theory is weather plays in up here because you get into December and November. You don't need those little scatty guys running around, slipping and falling like the Houston Oilers receivers do all the time on wet turf. You need these guys who can just pound it away, play good, tough defense, count on your kicking game to win the games. Kickers are very, very important in this division as well. You got to have the guy who can kick it deep. You have to have a punter who can get you out of trouble. So big is definitely in the NFC East.
Yeah, and whatever's successful in this league becomes contagious. I think, you know, anything that works, you see other teams adopt it, and it just so happens that people are seeing the Giants play a very simple style of football and win football games. You want to compete against them, you better be strong up front.
All right, the Jets, I believe the Jets selection is up. We're going to go to Robin Roberts here in a moment. All right, let's shift over to Robin. The Jets, first time they'll be selecting here today.
New York Jets select Browning Nagel, quarterback, Louisville.
Well, we had a feeling it would be QB right here. And that's exactly what we have. Brett Favre going to Atlanta, and Browning Nagel, the young quarterback from
Louisville,
going to the New York Jets. Their second round selection. The reason they didn't have a first round is because they used a supplemental pick last year to pick Rob Moore. So Browning Nagel to sit behind O'Brien. Eason still, of course, the injury question mark. And he'll love the fact that he's got Al Toon and Rob Moore to throw the ball to when he has a chance to move into the game. Of course, they had Taylor last year, a later pick from California. So Nagel certainly has competition. Dick Steinberg liked him all along. They love his release. They say his arm is no longer a problem. He had a big workout a couple of weeks ago, and he sold everybody on Nagel, and now you're seeing the result. Let's go upstairs to Beano Cook.
No, this is not the new offensive line for the New York Jets, but obviously New York Jet fans. First, you gave up a #1 pick this year to get Rob Moore. Was it worth it?
Absolutely. Rob Moore is great. He's got 1 year experience, and I think he's better than any Rocket who might be out in Canada someplace.
You are prejudiced. Okay, now the Giants have won 2 Super Bowls in the last couple of years. How has it been?
Rough living in New York, but who needs the Giants? I mean, the Giants should, like, you know, burn, but the good part about it is that it's been a subdued effort with the Giants because, you know, the war was on, so nobody really...
They gave it to you a couple of years ago?
Oh, 5 years ago, Christ. You couldn't walk down the street.
Okay. Now back to Chris.
Bean has his blockers up there in the gallery. We've had a couple of quarterbacks picked, and we'll discuss Favre and Nagel in just a moment. But through the first round, Tennessee had 3 selections in the first 12. That's only the 5th time that's happened since the common draft. So that's pretty impressive. A lot of other schools have a pair. Miami with Russell Maryland and Randall Hill going in the first round. Nebraska going 3 and 4 with Pickens and Kroll. Then Texas with a pair of selections in Richard and Thomas.
A nose tackle out of Oregon State,
And prior to that, we had back-to-back quarterback selections, which we expected. Brett Favre goes from being a Golden Eagle at Southern Mississippi to a Falcon with Atlanta, and then the Jets with the next selection took Browning Nagel. And Chris, I think Brett Favre was very happy to be staying in the South with the Falcons, but the Jets really had their eye on him.
Brett Favre almost went northeast. The New York Jets were on the phone with the New York Giants, desperately trying to trade up into the Giants spot to get Brett Favre. I'm sure they're happy with Nagel. In fact, I like Nagel a lot. But the Jets really wanted to move up and take Brett Favre, knowing the Falcons were going to take him in that spot.
But Nagel really did improve toward the latter part of the week.
Hey, Nagel had Howard Schnellenberger for a coach. That's going to help him in the NFL.
And that offensive pro set. All right, let's go back to Chris and company. The other Chris Furman.
I tell you what, all of a sudden the other Chris, how quickly they forget. All right, so let's get San Diego's pick first, and then we're going to talk the quarterbacks that just went, because we may not have another one for a while. Chargers, second-round pick. The Lightning Bolts. Pick defensive back Stanley Richard in the first round.
San Diego selects George Thornton, defensive tackle, Alabama.
Defensive tackle to the Chargers. They're pretty good up there, although the injury to Phillips at nose last year off the field.
Phillips signed Saturday. He's signed. He's very healthy. They're really pleased with the way he's looked. So this is an insurance policy. Joe Phillips, they feel like this is only going to be his second training camp. He had trouble knowing what to do last year because he'd never been to a training camp. But they're real happy. They feel like he's recovered completely. He signed a contract. He's going to be in camp, and they're thrilled about it. This is an insurance policy pick.
And they did lose Les Miller to Plan B. I thought that the Chargers might go receiver because you still got a pretty good one here, and they need some help from Anthony Miller, but
still got him on the table.
That's right.
Still got that speed on the table.
Yes, they certainly do. Let's go quarterback, shall we?
Okay.
The Falcons and the Jets back-to-back doing quarterbacks. Brett Favre, 4-year starter for the Golden Eagles at Southern Miss. A man that had an off-season car accident. They figured he wouldn't even come back till halfway through the season. He was there second game of the season. If that doesn't show you a little bit about heart, what does?
Well, if that doesn't tell you enough, consider the fact he had 30 inches of his small intestines removed in like August, but only missed one football game. The kid's a tough guy. There's absolutely no question about it. Got nice feet, loads the ball really quick, and by that I mean once he makes a decision to let it go, he lets it go without hesitation. I like the way this kid throws the football.
Now, here's another guy that throws the ball very, very well, Browning Nagel from Louisville. If you watch him in this game, the Fiesta Bowl against Alabama, you know he can.
This is the gun in the bunch. This kid here has got an absolute rocket for an arm. This is one of the strongest arms I've seen come out of college football in a long time. He doesn't take long to load again. He gets it up and down in a hurry. Does real nice footwork. That's a hard thing to do, to pump and reload and put a touch on a ball like that with that kind of precision. Both these young men have got great futures, and the nice thing about being drafted in the second round and going to football teams that have already starters is that you can have your development be comfortable. Take a year, maybe two, and then when you get a chance to play, if the other guy gets nicked, maybe he never gets his job back. Both of them, I think, are not in the blue chip category, but have little sparkles around the outside of him.
What we started to say about Nagel was he had the deep, deep bruise in his arm, but his workout a couple of weeks ago, he was firing him 65 and 70 yards. Now, 4 of your 5 quarterbacks are gone, and really the 4 that we thought that could, if things broke a certain way, Mel, go all in the first round. It should be a little, well, Zolak would be next, but this is about where we thought they would go by this point in the draft.
It really is, Chris. At one point, about a month ago, I didn't think there would be a quarterback selected in the first round, or at least it may not be. Of course, McGuire went. Then we had second-round quarterbacks back-to-back, and this is about where Boomer Esiason went in 1984. A good spot to go. The pressure's not there of being a first-round pick. You come in. Of course, they have Troy Taylor there as a younger quarterback. It's not the pressure on Nagel, not any pressure on Favre, having Chris Miller there to be the quarterback. And both these guys, I think, will outshine Todd Marinovich, who went to the Raiders in the first round.
All right, so 4 quarterbacks gone. The Dallas Cowboys are up. That's a result of one of their many deals that they made today. This originally was Detroit's pick. The Cowboys look at War Room Cam in a moment. A look inside the Dallas Cowboys War Room, if you will, as their second-round selection is about to come around the corner here, and they have a few minutes to go to make that selection. Now, very rarely do you get inside, and we want to thank the Cowboys for letting us in there, at least see what's going on. Last year, NFL Films got a seat inside the Kansas City Chiefs war room. Here's an excerpt of what they saw and heard in the frantic 15 minutes leading up to the Chiefs' first-round selection a year ago.
Kansas City Chiefs are now up.
My leaning is to Percy Snow because I feel like he can come in and do it right away. And when I say do it right away, come in and be a starter right away, I think he's going to be a damn good player, brings toughness to your defense, and all those different things that we've already seen.
Where do you think he would start? Fourth, fifth game?
I would think that would be the latest.
I talk all day, man.
We should know in a couple of minutes. There's about 2 minutes left.
You got 12 again. Pittsburgh.
Bill, listen, Marty. We're getting ready to go on this thing. What is your thought about the third?
No, we don't want to give up the third.
Would you be interested in flipping second-round picks? You've got the 36. We have the 40th. Note that you don't have a fifth round, and we've got 2.
I mean, if we got 2 5s, throw him a 6.
The best we could do is the 7th.
The problem is you lose the 7th.
We don't have an 8th.
Well, I want to sweeten it with a 9th.
Throw him a 5th?
No. Okay. We tried to move down, we tried to move up. Nobody wants to do anything, so we're holding. We have a pat hand, as you say.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
No.
That better. So defensive lineman. Seem to give it Jimmy Johnson anything like that.
He's the Giants. He wants to sweeten it some with another pick. If we switch, okay. In other words, if we go with the 21st, to give him the 13th, and then we get the 26th, so we get the 21st and the 26th.
Right. That means we get 2 number-1 draft choices. All right. We're going to flop 1s with Dallas. We're going to get flop 2s with Dallas. The problem is you lose the 7th. I frankly prefer the other deal, where we're going to get one of those 5 guys and get a 4th.
Jim, I think we got a better deal on the other phone. All right? Thank you very much. Okay. Right up.
See if you get me Tom Brotz on the phone. I got no problem with that trace right there at all.
Neither do I.
I mean, I'm in 6.
The numbers, that to me is always, that's your safety net, is to always go back and look at the board. Hey.
I get Tom Brett now.
Do you? Okay.
No, none whatsoever.
Tom?
Hi, Carl.
See anybody you like there on our pick?
Not worth moving up for at this point.
Not worth moving up.
What are you interested in?
Well, we want another, second pick. We're gonna.
We wouldn't do it for 2. We might do it for 4.
How about a third? We don't have a third.
I think the only deal worthwhile is a 4th, and if Whitey doesn't feel good about it, let's take the guy that we had ranked 4th on the board and go do it. The hell with it.
Why do you don't feel good about the 4th?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'll tell you, we're gonna go ahead and pick our guy. We just, if you can go with a third, we'd do it. We really need a third.
Yeah.
All right, good. Okay. Thanks.
Percy Snow, Michigan State. That's our guy.
I got that one right on that sheet.
Percy Snow, inside linebacker for Michigan State.
The Kansas City Chiefs select Percy Snow, linebacker, Michigan State.
It's a good pick.
I got no problem, Whitey.
I agree.
Hey, I got no problem. We did well.
Last year,
Look at the board.
You know the board.
Yeah.
Yes, Bill Baker of the Chiefs again. Hey, congratulations. Hold on. This is Carl Peterson, our president. Thank you.
First, you remember me. We worked you out. How you doing? Good. Congratulations. I'm going to put on Coach Schottenheimer in a minute, but we're very excited about having you part of our football team. You know you're coming into a great defense, and but we think you can help us and help us right away. You're gonna be ready, right?
He was ready. That's fascinating look. And there are still some pretty good people at drafting, and Carl Peterson and Marty Schottenheimer right in there. You know, Carl, and talking to Carl this week, he said, boy, I remember our first pick that we had, Marty and I, and we had the 4th overall selection. It was Derek Thomas. Before we even made the pick, I looked Marty in the eye and he said, if we ever pick this high again, we won't be around to see how well our pick does.
Right.
And they are not picking very high anymore. This year, they went with Harvey Williams, running back from LSU, number 21. Dallas did make their selection. They chose a smaller linebacker, Dixon Edwards, linebacker, Michigan State. And that's the relieved Dallas war room. A man, I'm sure we'll get back and talk about this, a man that in reading Mel's book, and you can thank Carl and Marty for that plug there in the piece, Mel. You describe Dixon Edwards as a guy that reminds you of young Tom Jackson. We'll be back.
What channels play my favorite programs? Find it in the U.S. Cable Guide.
Hey, what time's the big game on?
Find it in the U.S. Cable Guide.
Where do I find movie descriptions and ratings before I watch the movie?
Find it in the U.S. Cable Guide, the most comprehensive source for information on cable programming. For only 95 cents each month, the Cable Guide offers you information on program times, channels, and movie descriptions. To order the monthly Cable Guide, call 1-800-322-US-TV. U.S. Cable Guide, the Cable Guide.
If you're looking for the world's best lawn tractor, the world's most comfortable lawn tractor, the lawn tractor with a 30-day full money-back guarantee, just stay home. Yamaha will bring one over so you can test it for free. To arrange for your free Yamaha lawn tractor home demonstration.
Out if Miracle Ear can help you.
Live, top-ranked boxing on ESPN. The place where fighters have stepped into the ring as unknown, made the right connection, and emerged as champions.
You gotta knock him off to win this, all right?
See the two-fisted excitement when Olympian Todd Foster battles Oscar Lopez, plus undefeated star...
Has selected Darrell Lewis, defensive back, Arizona. San Diego is up on a choice from Tampa Bay.
Okay, that is the selection made by Houston. Darrell Lewis, defensive back from Arizona. This is the selection made by the owners a couple of years ago. Commissioner to succeed Pete Rozelle, Paul Tagliabue, and Commissioner, thanks for joining us. You handle that podium with aplomb. But the long first round, I mean, you're going to look at what? No demonstrations after the pick? What can we do about that?
I don't think we'll do anything. I think it's important for the clubs to pick the right players, so we'll keep it the way it is.
Okay. Rocket going to Canada. When you heard about it last night, your reaction or your thought about it today, does it?
Well, as you know, players have gone to Canada from time to time, including a number of outstanding players, and he is an outstanding player, and we hope he has a great career up there and takes advantage of the financial opportunity he has.
Were you surprised to see and hear figures like that? And then I guess Dallas was in for a while. I mean, that might have changed a lot of things in the first round. What are your thoughts about that going on all week?
Well, I wasn't surprised because I had seen what Toronto's thinking was in trying to sign him, so I thought that they would have to offer very, very big numbers in order to get him.
Speaking of numbers, last year, Mark Carrier, selected by the Bears, turned out to be a great player, interception leader, Pro Bowler, but the Bears essentially came to a deal with him before they made the pick. If you agree to this deal, you will be your draft pick. You said, well, you can't discuss that, you can discuss areas. How do you know that the clubs are complying with this? What was the reaction to this in March when you let that know?
Well, I think most of the clubs will operate in good faith in this area. They have an obligation to do that under the bargaining agreement, and I think they will. And if they don't, then we'll have to do some enforcing, but I suspect they will.
You mentioned bargaining agreement. I know that when you took over for Pete, that was priority number one. I assume it still is. Theoretically, in another year, after 1992, if there's no new bargaining agreement, there theoretically might be no draft. Could that ever happen? Could it ever go on another year?
Well, it might. It's gone on for 4 years, as you know, but in the next year, we're going to make a major effort to keep the lines of communications open and to try and get an agreement and settle some of these court cases. And hopefully when we're sitting here next year, that'll be something we've accomplished.
You have a good gut feeling for these things, though, Commissioner. There's some progress been made. I mean, you always want to feel optimistic, I know, but do you feel there's been some progress made, or almost with the question of the NFLPA, et cetera, is it almost going backwards?
No, I think we've made progress. Between our league meeting a year ago and now, we've put in place a very good working group of club personnel people working on new ideas that I think will work for the 90s. We have a new management council executive committee. We have a new vice president in the labor area. So I think the pieces are in place for progress to be made, and we're going to work on that intensively in the coming months.
Two more for you. Plan B. Is that working? Will we see that again?
I don't think so. I think that Plan B had its time and place. I think better systems could be developed. I think that it's created some problems with the players that the clubs are tending to regard as expendable, or players they could release are out there negotiating it as free agents, and other players are not. So I think there'll be some revisions in that area.
The New World League. First month, you've gotten some pretty good crowds over in Europe. Is that the most encouraging sign? How would you rate, if you put a yardstick on how it's done coming out of the gates, would you say it's a success? You're concerned about it?
No, I think it's a success. We've been pleasantly surprised. In Europe, the crowds have been very strong. We're encouraged by the quality of the play of some of the teams. We knew that it would be hard to get teams up and running quickly, but the London team and some of the other teams are beginning to play high-quality football, and we think that bodes well for this season and next year.
All right, we appreciate you letting us into your home here at the draft, and we look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue presiding over the first round with aplomb at the podium. Let's go over now to Robin Roberts.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. And while you two were discussing matters, Eric Bieniemy, the running back out of Colorado, he's headed further west, going to San Diego. San Diego picked him the 39th overall, 12th of the second round. And we'll hear from the Colts. We haven't heard from them all afternoon long, and the Colts will pick next. They're on the clock, and we'll have more of our continuing coverage.
Here is certainly Jimmy Johnson of the Dallas Cowboys. He's with Chris Myers right now, and he's been the busiest, the hardest working man in show business. I just told you a couple moments ago the Chargers with their second round selection. Eric sleeping with Bieniemy, going from Colorado, the Buffs, to the Lightning Bolts of San Diego. Monty Hall this year is certainly Jimmy Johnson of the Dallas Cowboys. He's with Chris Myers right now, and he's been the busiest, the hardest working man in show business today, hasn't he, Chris?
Yeah, that's right. He has been busy. He's got Carol Merrill standing behind the box, maybe to pull off 29 trades. We figured out with the deals today. Let's first talk about the #1 pick, and a guy you know well. You recruited him out of high school when he was overweight. Not a lot of people gave him a shot. What stood out about Russell Merrill? And I heard you talk about character and about how he makes players around him better.
Well, he does. He's got outstanding character. You know, I think he's an outstanding athlete. He's got great quickness, great strength. You know, you look at him, you say, well, you know, a guy like that can't be that quick, can't be that strong, but he is. He's a performer. He's a lot like Emmitt Smith a year ago. You know, reservation speed, reservation size about particular players, but you always go back to the bottom line. Can they play?
And he was a guy you wanted all along. Would you have chosen him over the Rocket if let's say, the Rocket didn't go to Canada, but the finances were different?
Well, when we were sitting there with our 11th pick, we said, how can we get up to get Russell Merrill? We had made some strategy plans to go ahead and work with each team to try to move up to get Russell. And then when we saw the opportunity to move in the first pick, we said, well, I know we can get him that way. And so we still thought about possibly moving down to get Russell, but we said, hey, let's be safe. Let's get Russell Merrill.
On your overall talent board, your top guy, was Russell the guy or was Rocket the guy?
Russell was the top guy for us. You know, Rocket's, you know, a tremendous player, but for us, we needed Russell Merrill.
All right, on the second pick, Alvin Harper, but Huey Richardson, I think you thought he was going to be there. The Steelers surprised some people, took him. I think you even think that they were going to go wide receiver.
Well, you know, we looked at our guy, you know, and Alvin Harper is a player that can come in and make great plays and had a tremendous college career. We tried to recruit him out of high school, and he chose Tennessee instead, but an outstanding individual, big play individual.
But Huey disappointed that you didn't get Richardson?
Well, we really, you know, we felt like Huey was a good football player. We really hadn't pinpointed him as one of the guys that we were going to take.
All right, Dixon Edwards, a linebacker who you did take on the third pick. And we have some tape of the draft room. We've been keeping an eye on the Cowboys draft war room. And here is, if you want to voice over this, Jimmy, this is when you're making the decision and we see a little high five. What's the thinking going on here right before the pick?
Well, you know, we had been working all starting from the 14th pick, you know, for Dixon Edwards. We felt like we identified him as possibly a guy that would go in the second round, but, you know, is a guy that we really wanted. And so we wanted to keep trading down until we got to that point where we could get Dixon Edwards. Another player that we liked was Roman Pfeiffer. When Roman Pfeiffer went, Then we started to try to trade up to get Dixon Edwards, and had him on the phone. We talked to him and decided to make the pick with him. Got great speed, and he'll fit into our defense.
So still got a guy you wanted, picked up some additional picks, and that you still got to do something, I guess, with the offensive line down the road here, right?
Well, now that we've gotten some of the players we've pinpointed, we'll pretty well let the picks fall where they may and take the players. We've got, still 3 3s and 4 4s, and so we really won't be doing that much trading from now on.
Will you take a flyer with 11 choices left? And so would you take a flyer on a rocket anyway for when he comes up? Because the Cowboys did this with Herschel Walker and the kid from the Air Force. Are you still on the rights to it?
Well, obviously, it's something that you consider.
Okay, good enough. All right, thanks for your help. All right,
Sure.
Enjoyed it. Jimmy Johnson, happy with what he's done so far. D-Day for the Cowboys. They've been doing it in the draft. They're continuing to lay the foundation. They have 11 more selections, and they like what they have so far. That's it from Dallas. Let's go to New York now at Chris Berman.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. The San Diego, well, let's just give you the Colts' first pick of the day. They didn't have a number 1. They've just selected with their first pick of the day, their second-round choice, Shane Curry, defensive end of Miami. The Patriots up next, and then the Saints up. They have yet to choose today. We won't hear from Minnesota today. They don't pick until the 3rd round. Eric Bieniemy, a guy that if you follow, you don't even have to follow college football very closely. You've heard his name. I mean, Colorado plays the first game of the year, and they play the last game of the year, so you certainly know about him. And now he goes to the Chargers, a team which features Marion Butts, but their smaller backs were ex-Buffalo Bill Ronnie Harmon, not a lot else. Now, this you didn't think running back would be necessarily a position San Diego would go with, but this gives them a new dimension. Mel, do you like the pick?
It's a good choice at that point, Chris, although when you look at the depth at that spot, now after Butts, you have Ronnie Harmon, who had a heck of a year, led him an average with a 5.5-yard average per carry, had a great job coming out of the backfield. Bieniemy would have been a first-round draft pick had it not been for the fact that he just fumbled his way really out of the early portion of round 1. He not only fumbled the ball when he was hit, he fumbled the ball when he was running in the open 30 yards down the field, and I think that was the reason he was still available for San Diego and Bobby Beathard in the middle of round 2, and that's why they probably had to go by, at that point, the best player available on the board at that time theory, rather than just trying to fill a need area.
Well, San Diego has survived fumblers before. Chuck Muncie used to run the ball there. Joe?
I really think, I think they're posturing themselves for a deal. I still think they need some speed at the wide receiver position. I mean, it's...
No question.
That's the ultimate. I mean, that's going to balance that attack for them a little bit. The quarterback situation settled now with Galliano coming in. Billy Joe Tolliver's lost 15 pounds, working out, looking very good, and getting better and better. When you pick up a running back like this, and you've got guys like Butts and Bernstein and Harmon, makes you wonder, you only got one football, and they do play a one-back offense. Is there room for dealing somewhere along there for Bobby? Now, Bobby's always been the Monty Hall of these drafts, so the possibility still exists.
All right, when we return, we have New England, then New Orleans, as draft coverage rolls on from New York and points beyond. Their second-round selection, number 41 overall, New Orleans, their first pick of the day. They didn't have a first. They'll be up next. Speaking with us now on the phone, on the car phone, from one of the L.A. freeways is Todd Marinovich, first-round selection of the Los Angeles Raiders, quarterback from USC. And Todd, congratulations. Something tells me that you know, here you are commuting already to short drive to the team that drafted you. And also something tells me you know the way to this team. Did you know that the Raiders, I mean, how long ago did you know that the Raiders were really seriously considering you with that number 1 pick overall? You had to know, come on.
I didn't know till about an hour ago, Chris, seriously.
You had no feel that it was the Raiders, huh?
I was hoping for it, to tell you the truth, but I'm just really fortunate and really happy about the whole thing. And personally, I'd like to thank Mr. Davis and Mr. Ortmeyer and the whole staff for their belief in me. And I definitely intend
the last 3 months, the last 3 or 4 months, Todd, has not been an easy time for you. I'm sure a lot of soul-searching. The drug possession charge in January, is that all a thing of the past? Obviously, the Raiders believed in you.
Right, in my mind it is. I put it behind me, and I'm glad the Raiders feel the same way. And that is in the past, and I'm moving on. I'm focused on what I need to do, and I know that won't happen again.
Have the Raiders expressed to you what they expect out of you yet, Todd?
Not yet. I'm on my way over there now, and I'm willing to do whatever they want from me. I'll return punts if they need it.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I started that way. Let me make a quick suggestion to you. Think of something else to do besides returning punts to the starter. Do you feel like there's a part of your game? Yeah, I mean, you're young. You've only played a couple of years in school. What's the most important thing for you to have to concentrate on right now, to work on for yourself?
I can't wait to get involved with their whole system and learn from Coach White. That's the thing, getting in the film room and studying. It's going to be a challenge.
Listen, we wish you a lot of luck. I hope your problems are behind you. I think you've got a chance, and it's up to you now.
That's all I wanted was a chance.
You got it.
All right, thanks.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Todd. Happy motoring, safe driving.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Happy motoring.
All right, Todd Marinovich driving to work, just like everybody else in America, on their way to work. Todd going from USC over across town to the Los Angeles Raiders. He was the second quarterback selected. Dan McGuire went in the first round to the Seattle Seahawks, and he's one of 5 underclassmen, a lot less than last year when 5 of the first 7 picks were, 5 of the first 7 selections overall were underclassmen. Only 5 thus far have gone today through 41 picks. Obviously, the Raiders feel that Todd Marinovich offers something that the other quarterbacks did not, offers a little more mobility. He's a lefty, which means he offers something totally different. But if the Raiders pick him 1, they've obviously got big-time plans for him. And again, like the other guys, he goes in behind an established starter, not pressure.
That's the biggest thing, I think, and that's the most important thing. I think Todd Marinovich has to spend this year getting himself and his life together. We talked about the last 3 months and some of the problems that he's been faced with and some of the more difficult things off the field. It's a great situation for him because there's not as much pressure as there would be to have to come in, save a franchise, have a city focusing on you, although he will be under the microscope a lot because he's still in the Los Angeles area, and obviously his following is going to be very strong out there. The kid can play. He's got the physical talent. Now it's a question of letting the mind catch up to the body, and lefties don't scare me anymore. I mean, Boomer Esiason has disproven that theory, of course. You know, it seems like the Raiders are the home of the lefties when you talk about the snake out there.
Yes, they've coached a lefty quarterback who had decent success before with the Raiders. We mentioned the underclassmen. This is who have gone, the non-seniors that have gone in the draft. Herman Moore to the Lions. Leonard Russell, big running back, Arizona State, to the Patriots. Todd Marinovich, who we just spoke to the Raiders. Ed King to the Cleveland Browns. Now, you don't see Eric Swan on there because he wasn't a junior. He would qualify as a non-senior, if you will, but technically he was not a junior. And then there have been a couple other selections in the second round. But that experiment, obviously not as intriguing as last year's experiment in drafting underclassmen. We'll be back. This plummeted the farthest. Nick Bell, the big running back. What's happened, Mel?
Well, really, when you went into this draft, none of the running backs figured super high. We all thought that Russell and Harvey Williams and Bell would go about the same general area. And, of course, Bell sliding all the way into the second, the shock of the draft so far. A kid, 255 pounds, that can run in the 4.5 range and had a very productive end of his career at Iowa, catching the football and running inside and out, showing power and a lot of versatility. And to still be there is a major surprise, considering the fact he didn't even have any injuries during his career of any substantial injury to really hurt his credibility as far as a first-round draft pick.
All right, here's the Saints pick. Let's see if we pick that up.
I think it's Jeff Graham. They need the complement as a wide receiver.
I like Flannery. So
well,
we'll see. He's a good
I think they're both
there.
neat
So is Graham.
positions. Right.
New Orleans select Wesley Carroll, wide receiver, Miami.
Well, right position.
Seattle
wide
is
receiver.
Up,
Is
followed
he
by
fast enough?
Houston.
You know, that's the thing. In the New Orleans Saints scheme of offense, you can't get somebody too fast because I don't think either Bobby Hebert or Steve Walsh can get him the football down the field.
Plus, Steve Walsh knows who this is.
Oh, yeah, he's played with them a little bit. But I don't think that has much to do with it. Bobby Hebert, hopefully they're going to have Bobby Hebert signed in the not-too-distant future. He feels very comfortable. Sort of the past is behind him, and he just wants to get on with playing football again. It gives them their 2 quarterbacks. The New Orleans Saints are going to win with their defense, a controlled passing game, and running the football. That's the way they're going to win football games, and they're going to be a lot better this year.
Walsh and Carroll really never did hook up. I want to correct that, but it's fitting that there could be a hurricane passing combination in New Orleans where there are many hurricanes on Bourbon Street. If you've ever been there, you know from which I mean. Wesley Carroll, the other receiver from Miami, along with Randall Hill, not as fast, but really was their go-to guy, wasn't he, Mel?
Very polished, Chris. When you look at him and you watch how he runs his routes, the discipline that he shows, he can catch the football across the middle, has the great hands, concentration, and can do some damage in the open field, as he shows here. He's not just a 4-5-5, 4-6 guy who can't move it out and be a big play threat on offense. He's proven that throughout his career. Jerry Rice only came into the league running 4.6s, and he still has shown the ability to pull away. We see him catching the football in traffic, taking a hard hit, still coming down with the reception, and that was the thing that he gave you over a Randall Hill. You sacrifice speed, but you gain consistency, and you gain a guy who has a clear understanding of what's expected from a pro receiver, which means the Saints can probably figure him to have an impact next year, where some of the other guys need a year or two to develop and learn how to be a pro-style receiver.
All right, the Seahawks, the Oilers, the Bengals, that's the next 3 picks. Our coverage is winding down, although we will keep you updated throughout the evening here on ESPN. We'll be back in New York in a moment. The 1991 NFL Draft, and coming up shortly here on ESPN Sports Center at 6:30 Eastern Time with Tommy Mees. Kind of get a handle on the day. We're about almost 2/3 of the way through the second round. Let's go over to Robin Robert.
Gee, I can't believe it's already almost 6:30, Chris Berman. Appreciate it very much. The thing that stands out in my mind the most is the Rocket going to the Canadian Football League with Toronto. I think it's great. It's $26+ million. We don't know the exact terms of the contract, but the Rocket said all along he wanted to make sure his family would be financially secure. Yes, he could have done that also in the NFL, but not that kind of money. He can come back in 4 years after his contract with Bruce McNall expires, his personal services contract, and play in the NFL. He's a small guy. He probably won't get as banged up playing in the Canadian Football League. They have 12 people, an extra blocker for him. He has a little extra sideline. Plus, the backs and the receivers can be in motion in Canada, so he's really going to have a jump on the defense. But I think he made a wise decision, and I know that's going to be debated for some time to come. But yes, I'm selfish. I would have loved to have seen him in the NFL, but I think he's going to be just fine north of the border. So let's get the final thoughts of you two guys. First of all, you, Chris, what comes to mind about today?
Well, there are 3 thoughts. One, Jimmy Johnson saying that Russell Maryland was his #1 pick all along, which I don't believe, because a year ago he was saying Jimmy Jones, his 3rd-round pick, was a better player than Russell Maryland. The San Diego Chargers sprinting to the podium with an index card with Anton Davis's name on it, Tennessee tackle, the clock almost running out, and then Green Bay and Philadelphia making the trade at the last second, and Philadelphia taking Anton Davis away from the Chargers, and the Jets desperately trying to trade up to get Brett Favre, the Southern Mississippi quarterback, only to watch the Atlanta Falcons take him 1 spot in front of them. It's been an interesting day, but it's kind of a sad day, too, that the Rocket is not coming to the NFL.
That is a sad time. How about you, Freddie?
Well, Robin, I think about how fragile things are. Yesterday morning, the Rocket was the #1 pick. Todd Light was the #2 pick. A month ago, Eric Turner was maybe the 30th pick in the draft. Here we are today. Russell Maryland, who was #5 yesterday, is #1. Eric Turner is #2. Todd Light is #5. Nick Bell hasn't been taken yet. And I think that you can say anything you want about the Rocket. I haven't changed my mind. And I think the sad thing is that this is the last day that Rocket Ismail will ever be a major story in professional football, maybe for the rest of his life. He peaked on this day, and we will probably never hear from him again, other than some blips and highlight films of some things that go on in Canada. He could have had a great career here, but he decided to walk away.
He walked away a very rich man.
He would have been rich here, too.
That he would have been. Rich is rich. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Enjoyed spending the Sunday afternoon with you.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it very much. Chris Berman and company will have their final thoughts in just a moment.
Back in New York at the NFL Draft, Nick Bell just got selected. The Seahawks had the pick, but they made a trade to the Raiders. Raiders trading up to get Nick Bell, the big running back from Iowa. So we talked about, well, why didn't the Raiders get him with the first pick, Marinovich? Hey, they got him with the next pick. Just like why didn't Atlanta take Favre up where they did? They still got him later on. So they gave a couple teams that gambled and who won getting their player a little bit later on. My goodness, is it time to close out our show yet? Of course, the draft does go 12 rounds, half today, half tomorrow. But, Joe, your impressions today?
I really believe that the football team that again shined in this particular draft were the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson proved football team. They made no bones about it. Economically, I think it was very good for them because the Rocket made it easy. He wasn't around to give a lot of money away. Therefore, they made some deals. They still got 7 picks coming up between the 3rd and the 4th round. I like what the Dallas Cowboys did in this draft. They're really in the right direction.
Tommy?
I like what Atlanta did today. I look at Pickens, McKyer, Pritchard. You get the quarterback down in the 2nd round. They were a team that I was high on last year. I am not actually sure exactly what happened to them, but I think that still Jerry Glanville is molding a big-time winner down in Atlanta.
Well, they've got players that will force the issue. That is for sure. Mel, your thoughts?
I like what Phoenix did. I have to, because they saved me from a year with Freddie Eddy, and nothing could be worse than that.
I agree with that.
I have to like what Phoenix did. They took Eric Swan. It was a gamble, but they have a lot of confidence in their coaching staff to develop his talent. Came back with Mike Jones, knowing they have to compete in that tough NFC East. And, of course, you look down the line, and you were talking about a Nick Bell, and we still have Reggie Barrett there. And the point I wanted to make, Chris, is your NFL career isn't doomed because we haven't been talked about yet. There are a lot of great players that are going to go in the rest of the draft that are going to be Pro Bowlers and quality NFL starters. So, I just think that you can't overreact to where a kid goes. And, of course, a lot of good players still on the board.
Well, I think we had a nice story with Eric Swan, a team, quote, gambling on them. When we heard from Larry Wilson, the Phoenix Cardinals, I think we're all rooting for Eric Swan to do big-time things with the Phoenix Cardinals. And the Rocket, the NFL is going to miss you. You did, obviously, that kind of numbers, those sort of offers, it's something that would turn any human being's head. We hope we haven't turned your heads, but you've enjoyed listening to Pro Football with us. For Mel, for Tommy, for Joe, for all of us here at ESPN, I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching the draft.
Under 30 seconds to make their third selection, so let's go to the podium. And Commissioner Paul Tagliabue, as we wait to see the Cowboys' first-round selection, the 14th selection overall in the draft.
We have a trade. Dallas traded its pick to New England, so New England is now selecting the New Orleans, exercising the New Orleans pick on a trade through Dallas.
Now, we assume that Dallas will move down to 17, and what else we'll come up with here very shortly. I think that's on the card right there. So this is the 14th overall pick. New England would be picking 17.
The New England Patriots have selected Leonard Russell, running back from Arizona State.
Very good, Mel. They needed, the New England Patriots needed, big lineman, big back, fast receiver. They get Harlow, they get a big back in Leonard Russell, although a guy that hasn't played that much in college football. But you know what? 3 days ago, we all thought New England that they were idiots. They're getting exactly what they want.
Well, Leonard Russell's a guy that really, after all was said and done, really came out as the #1 running back available. There were durability problems with Harvey Williams, weight problem questionable with Nick Bell, although he's still a fine running back. Leonard Russell was a junior. People didn't really study him under the microscope, so after the season was over, you see the size, you see the big playability, the combination of raw power and breakaway speed that he brings your offense. Also an outstanding receiver, caught 13 passes in one game this year, so a guy that played behind a very poor offensive line, played at Arizona State this year in relative obscurity since they were a below 500 type football team, but still a big, strong back that I said in the report that if he would have gone back to Arizona State, probably would have been a Heisman Trophy candidate and maybe the #1, #2 pick next year. Here you're getting him at the middle of the first round, and for a team needing a guy like this to combine with Stevens, a good choice for the New England Patriots. That's pretty obvious that when you move up, you got to go up to get a skill guy, either a wide receiver or a running back, and they did just that.
So the New England Patriots, that's right. I mean, we told you that Jimmy and Sam, that they can't stand not talking to each other, right? The Patriots and the Dallas Cowboys are the NFL's bedfellows, I think, from here on out. We could see a trend coming right here. I mean, they traded almost every pick in the first round.
With good reason. They're starting from nowhere. Tommy mentioned no team has started any lower. They started minus. We've seen the stability in the top of the organization, which is, I think, the first place you have to start. Jankovic allowing his football people to make decisions. What do we need? Let's go get them. This, the Cowboys in New England, everybody talked about, oh, well, what kind of football team is it? Oh, my goodness, look at the disarray there. All of a sudden, you're starting to see some very sound, solid decisions, some very good deals being made. You wouldn't know these two guys have been together for a long time, would you?
No, not at all. Pittsburgh Steelers are the next one up. Wide receiver, Hill, Reggie Barrett. So Leonard Russell in the deal with the pick goes to the Patriots. Here's the trade.
Let me give you the details. Obviously, New England received the New Orleans pick, which they just exercised in selecting Leonard Russell. Dallas received 2 picks from New England in today's draft. First, they received the Houston Oilers' #1 pick today, which is the 17th choice in the first round.
Dallas.
And Dallas received Buffalo's 4th round pick in today's draft, which New England had previously obtained from Buffalo.
So
I'll repeat it again.
And clear it again.
New England received the New Orleans pick, which they just exercised in selecting Leonard Russell. Dallas received 2 picks in today's draft from New England. The first is the Houston Oilers' #1 pick today, which is the 17th choice in the first round. And secondly, Dallas received Buffalo's 4th round pick today, which New England had previously received from Buffalo.
So for shifting 3 spots downward from 14 to 17, the Cowboys pick up a 4th round pick. That's really the way that one looks.
I don't think they're done yet. I think, the Cowboys aren't done dealing. They're still in the first round. And like I said, I really believe that economically, you're just not going to see teams staying in the picks, first round picks of 3 of them. I don't believe it's going to happen.
Thing too, Joe, as you look at the 49ers, they were built by trading down twice. The year that they did that, they ended up with Larry Roberts in the second down, traded down twice, completely out of the first round into the late second, ended up with Rathman, Fagan, and Don Griffin in doing that. So, trading down is the way to go for developing teams like the Cowboys.
Well, the New England Patriots moved up a little bit, got Leonard Russell. Let's go up to Foxborough and join Ron Franklin.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was sitting here talking with Coach Mack, and he's telling me secrets about what's happening in the draft. We thought it was going to be about an hour before you would pick again in that number 17 spot, but we find out that Leonard Russell from Arizona State, you moved up. Mack, why did you want to change places? Who was after Leonard Russell that you had to get ahead of?
Well, I really can't say, but we felt that somebody was after him, so we had to move up to get him. So we went back to Jimmy. We had to give him a late 4th round draft choice to move up. He's got our 17th. We went to 14th. And Bobby Greer has been screaming he's our backfield coach, has been screaming for another big back that he can play with. And I think he now has the guy. And Leonard Russell was here last week. I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. Well, I usually like to talk to a player. But now he also is coming here. He wants to move right in the area. I know he's excited, even though I haven't talked to him because I talked to him last week. I think he is a great back. And here we go.
So you're taking care of some business on the offensive side of the football. Exactly 2 areas that you said you needed to mend quickly.
That's right. And I think that the offensive coaches and Dick Corey, the offensive coordinator, are happy. Joe Collier's giving me dirty looks as I walk by, but it's a lot of fun as we keep going here.
Okay, keep the smile. Okay. We'll be back. Let's go back to New York. Chris.
All right, Ron, thank you. The Pittsburgh Steelers are up. Best available wide receiver. Who would you pick, Mel? Would it be Reggie Barrett, UTEP? Would it be Randall Hill? Not exactly a Chuck Knoll type of guy.
He's a speed guy, but the toughness question, Reggie Barrett, I think, is the best player on the board right now.
That's what I think. The pick is up. The commissioner has the card. We're over halfway through the first round in the 1991 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks are up next, and they're very interested in what the Pittsburgh Steelers are doing because they're also interested in wide receivers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select Huey Richardson, defensive end, Florida. Next up is the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, there's a surprise. Not that he goes at this point in the draft, but I think everyone is surprised that it's not wide receiver.
Well, I think it's going to be a situation with Richardson where he's used as a combination Charles Haley type we talked about. Their pass rush has been lacking. They don't get the support from the defensive line as far as getting after the quarterback, and that's what they hope that Richardson brings to their defensive football team. And a guy that can move down as he did this year, not that strong. He only did 11 reps at the combine workout. That's why Dallas started to get off of him late after showing a lot of interest early on. You see Richardson there, his pursuit ability, can get after the quarterback there, getting after Casey Weldon, Florida State's quarterback here. He plays off the the block of the back and gets after the quarterback down the lines. A guy that has a lot of mobility, has played both down and up at Florida, and of course Pittsburgh, the pass rush. That's the one thing we talked about, upgrading the front seven, and Richardson does that. But putting off wide receiver, I think, is still something that can be debated at this point.
And you want to know something else that one of the personnel folks in the league told me about Huey Richardson? It was one of the most refreshing things I've heard. Huey Richardson acts like a college kid. He likes to read books. That was one of the best things that I've heard. Four-time academic, all-SEC. He reads books about how to rush the passer. And now he'll rush the passer for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, when we return, the Seattle Seahawks, wide receiver, quarterback. Could be the first QB going. So when we return here in New York, we'll have the Seahawks up with the 16th overall pick. Stay with us. Continuous coverage of the NFL Draft with Huey Richardson going to the Pittsburgh Steelers 9 straight years. The Gators of Florida have had at least one first-round pick. In some years, Trey, as they did in 1989 with Armstrong, Williams, and Oliver. And right now, Huey Richardson is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we all thought wide receiver. It certainly added up. They've got a nice physical defense. They don't really have that element. But do you think Louis Lips is sitting at home saying, oh, great, another year of double coverage?
Well, I think he's upset, Chris, for two reasons. And I thought that, as we speculated, that it would be a good choice, wide receiver, for them for two reasons. One, take the pressure off Louis Lips, eliminate the double team. And two, you've got a tight end who's possible all-world, and that would help him if you got the other wide receiver also.
The other side of it is Joe Walton really needs a speed receiver to make that offense effective. I mean, he struggled last year. He had to take converted running backs, move them outside to be able to Stone to move them outside to try and get some kind of speed. They have to hope that somebody can flat out run and still be on the board when their pick comes around again.
Well, we understand that down in Dallas, they're very surprised that it wasn't receiver and receiver quarterback. In other words, if they wanted Huey Richardson at 17, they thought he would have him. Change again. Let's go to Chris Myers in Irving.
Thanks very much, Chris. The Cowboys may be working on a theory of trading down that last first-round pick that they have and picking up some additional draft picks along the way, and then still seeking a player of value since they lost out on the offensive lineman early, and then Huey Richardson, who is a player they were eyeing on the pass rush. That may also affect their plans. In the draft room, if we can take a peek now and see what the Cowboys are doing, they were stunned, standing around staring when the news was announced that the Steelers took Huey Richardson. And we'll have more on that a little bit later on. Let's go back to Chris in New York.
All right, so the Steelers pick Chris acted like the stun gun for the Dallas Cowboys. And now the Seattle Seahawks. They had pretty much a dead heat with the three quarterbacks. And what I'm talking about is Brett Favre, Dan McGuire, our bubble man, and also Browning Nagel from Louisville. On cue. See, even in the offseason, he's ready. They had about a dead heat. They weren't going to decide till late this morning. And now they have a decision that they could pick any one of the three quarterbacks. This could be quarterback time. Let's go out to Mark Schwartz and see if our bubble man, if it's his time. Mark?
All right, Chris. Well, our bubble man is a little bit more on the bubble than he was maybe an hour ago. You were pretty relaxed earlier in the round, and now you're getting to 16. You know that this is maybe the moment.
Yeah, maybe. I'm looking forward to it. Just a few more minutes here, so.
What about, Seattle? I mean, do you feel like if you don't get picked by Seattle, then this could drag on and on?
Well, it's not the end of the world. I mean, there's a lot of picks left in the first round, and, I'm not worried at all.
Lee, Seattle, you've mentioned, has the possibility here of maybe trading the pick down, maybe feeling that Dan might be available later in the round.
We're not trying to play general manager here. And excuse my voice, this is non-stop talking. The thing about the way the draft lays out is the teams with the best record, oddly enough, are at the bottom. Also can be excellent teams for a quarterback to go to. We'd love it if Dan went to Seattle. If he doesn't, he'll end up with the great teams at the bottom of the round.
That's right. That's something you pointed out the whole time. But what contact have you had with Seattle that leads you to believe that the Seahawks are pretty interested in your guy?
Oh, the normal contacts that go on when a team is focused on a player, and it just seems like a natural situation.
So he's from that area, has all his family there. When was the last time that you spoke with the Seahawks this afternoon?
This morning.
This morning, how long ago?
it's impossible to calculate what is morning and night anymore. I'm sure every draftee in the country has been up all night, and so have we. So it was sometime in the last day.
Okay, well, one thing I could assure you is the people that are here rooting for Dan McGuire were pleased that New England passed him up. They went crazy when that happened, so they're hoping for Seattle. Chris?
All right, Mark, thank you very much. And those of you, as you know it's noon Pacific, 3 Eastern time. The Rocket press conference, those of you waiting for that press conference, that's been delayed a little bit. You know, the game went into double overtime last night, the hockey game he was at, so obviously everything's backed up a little bit out west. As soon as he comes out, we will go to that live. We're waiting on the Seattle Seahawks pick. Is it McGuire? Is it Favre? Is it Nagel? We'll see. We're live in Los Angeles, waiting for the man on the left, the Rocket, and the man on the right, Bruce McNall, the star player, the owner of the Toronto Argonauts in the Canadian Football League. That move, that signing last night has changed everything. Well, it changed a lot of teams' thoughts, a lot of teams' actions here in the NFL draft. Now, when we do go out live, when Rocket does go up, we, of course, will have the crawl, as we call it, underneath the screen, underneath everyone's chins that you've been enjoying for the last 3 hours. It hides all of our extra chins. That's why we have the crawl there. At any rate, you will not miss any of the first-round selections. And as soon as we get it back, we will analyze all of the picks that will be gone from New York during the Rocket press conference in L.A. So don't worry, you won't miss a thing. The Seattle Seahawks have about 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to make their selection. And the speculation is rampant that it's one of the 3 quarters or Reggie Barrett. Now, let's mention one thing with the Seahawks. When it came to coaching last year, this team to even be in the hunt for a playoff spot in the last game of the season as they were, that was one of the best coaching jobs we've seen in recent years, right, gentlemen? You agree with that?
Exactly, and I think the thing to remember is to remember that for another year, because as we discussed this yesterday at our meeting, you have a team now that's going to get a rougher schedule, and so they may end up not doing as well, and I hope that good coaching job by Coach Knox is remembered.
All right, so we'll be waiting on the Seahawks pick, but right now let's go out to Los Angeles with Roy Firestone. The Rocket has reached the pulpit. Now that's Bruce McNall. Here's Roy.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much for standing by here. We're watching Bruce McNall about to introduce the Rocket. Bruce McNall, of course, one of the co-owners of the Toronto Argonauts football team, in addition to running and owning the Los Angeles Kings. He owns it along with Wayne Gretzky and John Candy, among others.
We're looking forward to it.
Rocket Ismail is about to reach his way to the podium, but Bruce is giving some initial comments. Let's listen and see what we can pick up from Bruce McNall.
Start with the question as early as possible so that Rocket can find a way of catching a point here. Yes.
Question is, what makes this a sound financial decision?
The situation financially for me was this. We bought a franchise. The Canadian Football League has had its ups and downs a bit, but I felt that if Susan running her numbers and so forth, if we can add people in the stands, if we can increase our television coverage, if we can have more exposure in advertising, promotional things and so forth, we feel it's a very, very sound investment. Rocky is not only a great football player, he's a great spokesman, he's a great young man, and he's the kind of person that we'd like to be involved with in more things. And I think from all those standpoints, we have a great opportunity to do very well financially as a result of this.
It is. She's... what? Talking about the size of the deal now, Bruce McNall.
Yes, I will try my best.
All right, we're going to come back to this press conference in just a just a few moments. Bruce McNall about to introduce Rock Ismail, but let's go back to New York and find out what the Seattle Seahawks have done. Chris?
It's a very unique contract.
All right, Roy, thank you. The Seattle Seahawks have sent the card up, and we shall see. We'll be going back to Los Angeles in just a moment, but is this our quarterback? Is this our receiver?
Quarterback. The Seattle Seahawks select Dan McGuire, quarterback, San Diego State. The next choice is Dallas, from Houston through New England.
So there's the scene in Newport Beach as Dan McGuire, our bubble man, is no longer, they're blowing bubbles out there, that's for sure, because Dan McGuire has now been selected by the Seattle Seahawks, and he will back up Dave Craig. Kelly Stoffer never really materialized, that's for sure. And so it looks like McGuire, the direct opposite of Dave Craig, will now go in a non-pressure situation. He's not being expected to go in and play quarterback right away for the Seattle Seahawks. They've got the experienced guy that moves a little bit. This Dan McGuire, San Diego State, tallest quarterback ever to play in the NFL from when he does get in there. And also the meanest-looking quarterback ever to wear a visor.
The thing about him is, here you see the air he puts under the ball. These are hard things to teach. And that's getting the ball up in the air and giving a receiver a chance to run under it. He does the same thing on the run. We saw on the first play, he throws well to his left. He lays back, sets the ball up, and just really a little bit like Doug Williams used to do. Sits back on that back foot. Now look at the strength. If you can't get it with one hand, just lob it out and make it a basketball catch. I mean, he has great ability. His movement for a man at 6'8" is very impressive. I do not agree with what the scouts say, that this guy doesn't move around very well. The professional quarterback today only has to have mobility to avoid a rush. And remember, they changed the rule. They changed the rule that says that the in the grasp no longer exists. If this was professional football, 1990, for example, watch where he'll get tackled. All right, he's up in the air. The whistle would have blown probably right about here. Now they're going to let people play. Look at how strong his arms are. He's got everybody trying to grab at him. Maryland's trying to take the ball away from him. He couldn't do it. And he has a presence of mind to find a receiver. This young man's going to be a big part of Seattle's future. David Craig doesn't have to be worried. He has to feel comfortable that his football team now has a chance, if something happens to him, to continue in a winning way.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that you mentioned, Chris mentioned, the fact that when you think about the history of the Seahawks, you see Jim Zorn, you see Dave Craig. And Dave Craig's a fine quarterback, obviously, but I think that they wanted to go, especially this time. We talked about him getting the biggest, strongest guy that they could get to play quarterback, a guy who can see over the line, a guy who's going to get rid of some passes that normally might be knocked down by a guy who's shorter.
See over the line, he can see over the top of the kingdom. Mel, is this the pick they should have made, or do you think there's a higher-rated player?
Well, I think to see McGuire still there had to be something that surprised the Seattle Seahawks. They were thinking wide receiver. Of course, Blades and Kane they have a fine running game with Fenner's development along with John L. Williams. They spent the first-round pick several years ago on Andy Heck, who's developing it into a blue-chip tackle. So I think the quarterback situation with Craig nearing the end of his career, Stoffer, who was the third-team quarterback last year, didn't even suit up for a lot of games. Kemp, because he held replacements, was the number 2 guy. This was an obvious need area, and to get the number 1 quarterback on the board at this point is a fine pick for the Seahawks. You cannot really argue so far with any pick in this draft, and it's rare, Chris, in the 8 years I've been doing the draft with ESPN, that you've come to this point without a critical statement made about any selection.
So Dan McGuire, the selection of the Seattle Seahawks, 6'8", yes. In case you don't know by now, he is the brother of Mark Eva Destruction McGuire, the Oakland A's. We'll be back.
Sheridan in Los Angeles, about to introduce Rakib Ismail, who just signed. It is confirmed now a 4-year deal. The term is not official, but it is a 4-year contract. Reportedly, and it's a pretty strong report, $26.2 million with an $18.2 million deal guaranteed for those 4 years. The condo, that's up in the air, the 10% ownership upon retirement. We don't know. We have not confirmed that yet. We will hear from Rakib Ismail and Bruce McNall in an interview in just a few moments, but right now let's go back to New York.
All right, Roy, thank you. So the Seattle Seahawks have chosen the first quarterback, Dan McGuire. His brother, Mark McGuire of the A's, interestingly enough, is playing baseball in the Seattle Kingdom, in a very short while. And his brother, his other brother now, younger brother, will be playing quarterback in the Seattle Kingdom starting next fall. Well, it's been a pretty good day for Lee Steinberg. Little did Lee Steinberg know, the agent of the quarterbacks, is that it would take his quarterback forever, quote, to go in the first round. And his first 2 guys, Russell Maryland and Eric Turner, were bang and bang the first 2 picks. But it's a happy Newport Beach, that's for sure. Let's go out to Mark Schwartz.
Well, I'll tell you, Chris, Lee Steinberg called it exactly right. I don't know if that's the most amazing thing that we've seen here today. Steinberg earlier today said to me it was going to be Maryland #1 to Dallas, Eric Turner, number 2 to Cleveland, and Dan McGuire, number 16 to Seattle. Now, we're really hanging on the edges of our seats for this Dan McGuire pick. How did you know that the Seahawks picked him ahead of Brett Favre?
Oh, I just sort of had a feeling. Now we got to get Browning Nagel home, drafted in the first round, and we'll be complete. So.
You know, I heard you say, Danny, that Seattle is the right place for you, the place you really wanted to be. Obviously, there's no franchise right here in this neighborhood, but why Seattle?
It's just an ideal situation. The way their offense is run, they're very balanced. They go to the 4-receiver set. It's just tailor-made for me. Looking forward to it.
The other thing that might be tailor-made for you is the new modified grasp and control rule. I mean, it seems like the Dan McGuire rule for a 6'8" kid with strength.
Yeah, when they passed that rule, that really helped me out a lot, and so I'm looking forward to it.
The thing that we can recall from the 1990 season with Dan is the play with your other client, Russell Maryland, hanging on to him in the Miami game and unable to bring him down, and he completes the touchdown pass.
It was like King Kong on top of the Empire State Building, swatting away the planes. And this arm comes up over the top, like with a skyhook. Amazing. Seattle's got great ownership. It's a wonderful community. It's well run by Tom Flores. Chuck Knox is great. I mean, this is perfect.
You really did have you had some concerns about where he ended up. I mean, you didn't want him to be in a rickety offensive line. Why is Seattle's offensive line to your liking?
It's fine and well coached, great ownership, a wonderful area, and get an umbrella and a raincoat, buddy.
They got a dome.
So Dr. John and Ginger McGuire now have 2 kids in professional sports, different professional sports. Dion and Bo, you can't beat that. Back to you, Chris.
Smiles all around in Newport Beach. Our congratulations to Dan McGuire, our bubble guy who made good. Well, we knew that he would go in the first round. We assumed that, and now he's the first quarterback taken in the 1991 draft. Now, we said, Mel, that perhaps 3. Now, I don't know that it'll be 4, but that 3 could go in the first round. Let's take a look at your quarterback board, and you know, Favre, Nagel, even Marinovich. I mean, they're all pretty close to McGuire, depending on which team was doing the rating. Agree?
Really, the teams in the early second round right now, Chris, know that they're going to probably have a good shot. You're talking about Denver with the 30th pick, Atlanta at 33, and the Jets at 34. There's a good chance with 4 of those guys still there that at least 2 will be there at that point. And, of course, those are the teams, Denver, Atlanta, and the Jets, that really need a quarterback in the early second round. Now you're talking about the Raiders at the end of the first round, maybe Kansas City, although Carl Peterson is going on record to say they will not take a quarterback in the first round this year. So really not a lot of teams at the end of this round outside of the Raiders. Green Bay traded down, but they have defensive needs, although, you know, knowing the situation with McCaskey, that's kind of fragile as well. But the early second is where you find the teams that really need a quarterback.
It goes right back to what really would have been first-round picks. Now the quarterbacks have settled into an area where they can be afforded. McGuire, obviously a need pick in Seattle. Now the other ones, the Clevelands, the Kansas Cities, as we mentioned, the Jets and the Atlantas, now they can comfortably make the quarterback choice that economically doesn't bankrupt them, and they can help their football team. This draft is a helping draft. It's not necessarily one that fills needs immediately. It does for the early teams, but it helps a lot of football teams. It's going to give some football teams some excellent young backup quarterbacks. So I think the first-round quarterback selections are basically over.
Well, we went from 3 or 4 to 1. But you're right. And then that first 10 or 12 chunk in the second round, that may be where they go. The Cowboys are next up. You're looking at what they're thinking about right.
I was very excited, very nervous about what was happening, and didn't really know how to react to it. I was stunned and surprised also. It was a great feeling for me.
That's Emmett Smith on his selection a year ago by the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys have the opportunity to select again. However, there may be a trade in the works with the Redskins. Cowboys and Redskins, what are we coming to here if that's the situation? Let's go up to the podium and get details on the trade. That the Cowboys, instead of exercising their 3rd first-round pick, they give somebody else a shot. How does that trade look?
Yeah, Val's explaining to him a little bit. Says, you know, this one goes here, that one goes there.
We have had a trade. Dallas and Washington swapped positions. Washington will be making the 18th pick in the first round. Dallas will be making the 21st pick, which was Washington's pick. Dallas will get a fifth-round choice. Washington's fifth-round choice in this draft. Washington has selected Bobby Wilson, defensive tackle, Michigan State. I'll repeat the first part of it again. Dallas and Washington basically swapped positions, with Washington getting the 18th pick and Dallas having the 21st pick in the first round. Dallas also gets Washington's fifth-round pick in this draft, and Washington has selected Bobby Wilson, defensive tackle, Michigan State.
So Dallas now essentially has moved down twice. They'll be picking 3 from now. They picked up an extra 4 and a 5. Washington goes with Bobby Wilson, who, among other things, is probably the largest hands in this year's draft. Right, Mel? Let's now go down to Dallas and get Chris Meyer's thoughts on Dallas's moving down again. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Dallas becoming the trading post. 28 trades since Jimmy and Jerry have taken over here, and they may not be done yet. We're getting the impression that the Cowboys don't value enough of the players in that first-round spot to make the selection, and they'll keep sliding their first-round choice downward, picking up additional picks as they just have from Washington and as they did just moments earlier. They were working the telephones feverishly while they were on the clock. And the player they wanted, Huey Richardson, was selected at a surprise by Pittsburgh, so now they may just move down, as we said. There was also talk, and Al Davis and Jimmy Johnson are close. They are confidants. There was talk of a deal with the Raiders in the works as well. But right now, let's go back to New York, where Cincinnati is making their selection.
So the Bengals not wasting much time here, like Isaac Curtis running for the end zone. Let's see.
The Cincinnati Bengals have selected Alfred Williams, linebacker from Colorado. Next up is Green Bay on its trade from Philadelphia.
All right, so the Cincinnati Bengals have taken Alfred Williams, another up-down guy from Colorado. That's the second Colorado player gone here in the first round. Of course, we have 3 from Tennessee, a pair from Nebraska. More on that later. But let's go back first to Bobby Wilson, the player that maybe Green Bay was interested in, and that's why Washington made the leap above the Packers to take the selection. The hands, he can palm not only a basketball, but probably a whole basketball court.
He's a player very similar to Russell Maryland. You see him there, number 97, Maryland 67, a guy that really came on strong as a senior, taking over for Travis Davis in that stunt 4-3 defense. Really played well in the postseason action, Holo Bowl East-West Shrine game here early in the year against Syracuse. He's over Flannery, slides inside, makes the tackle when the running back behind the line of scrimmage, the quarterback there. A guy with a lot of quickness, a guy who's big and strong, a guy that is short, low center of gravity like Maryland, but a little bigger overall. And a guy at this point, I'm sure they felt Green Bay, when Green Bay moved down initially, we talked about the 2 guys we'd watch to see if they were still there. Green Bay wanted either Wilson or Pritchett if they moved down. I'm sure Washington was aware of Wilson's interest in the Packers and the Packers' interest in Wilson, and moved ahead of them to get a guy like Wilson who fits into that 4-3 defense.
You know, in our haste there were 2 first-round picks made. Let's make it clear. Bobby Wilson went to Washington. Alfred Williams just went to Cincinnati. But let's go back to Washington. You know, they still have Charles Mann on the outside, but inside a little weaker.
Gerald Grant's getting a little bit older. They call him World Grant. He's really, he's been a guy who's really worked hard to become an excellent defensive tackle. Richie Pettibone loves the 4-3. They're going to stay with the 4-3. They don't care about the size of the guys inside. They don't mind having a shorter guy inside at tackle. They like the big people outside. They got Millen now inside, a young guy to help Grant out a little bit. It just shores up that defense a little bit more. The Redskins are looking for the youth now. They realize they're going to be in a transition period soon. They want to make sure that they're ready for it when it happens, and they're going to do it starting on defense.
Now, Tommy, the Bengals pick Alfred Williams, Colorado, stand up, stand down type kind of a tweener, big guy, the Butkus Award winner, 6'6", 237 pounds. Cincinnati, certainly, we know they've got offensive weapons. They've been trying to shore up that defense, trying to make it bigger. They got a bigger guy.
Well, bigger, and I think that they hope that they will get the same kind of thing that they got from James Francis, kind of a bookend, a bookend for a James Francis. You look at this club last year, they've had the ability for years to move the football. They do that well. but I think that when you look at their ability or non-ability to rush the passer, only 25 sacks all of last year, they're looking for somebody to help Francis out. He had a third of those sacks last year. He had 8 of them.
And Williams is a pass rusher. There was some question now, Mel. Do you play him up? Do you play him down? He was a tweener. That's why maybe he didn't go higher. What do you think? Is he a bona fide?
He really, Chris, didn't take over a game late in the year. And, of course, at the Combine workout, he ran a 4.86. He's only 230, so he's going to be an up guy. What the Bengals are hoping that, like Tom said, he's a guy that equals what James Francis did, not with a former first-rounder of the Bengals, Emmanuel King, did. So he's a guy that's a risky pick that has to revert back to the form of his junior year, put on a little weight, get stronger, and I think then he can be a fine player. But there are some doubts. There were a lot of doubts around the league as to whether Alfred Williams was a legitimate first-round draft choice.
All right, so we've now moved up to the 19th overall selection in the draft. Packers are next, then Dallas, then the big-time playoff teams. We'll be back.
The Subaru legacy is...
Green Bay Packers moved down to Philadelphia's slot, making an earlier trade when the Eagles moved up to take the 8th overall selection. The Packers have made their choice. And where's the commissioner? Well, this is a serious problem. If he gets lost in the room of the draft here, then there he is. So the Packers have made their selection. We're waiting to see what they do. With the 19th overall pick in the first round. Remember, there are only 27. The Jets
The Green Bay Packers have selected Vincent Clark, defensive back from Ohio State. Next up is Dallas on its trade from Washington.
So Vinnie Clark, defensive back to the Green Bay Packers. He's a guy that moved up, I think, the last few weeks, Mel, on a lot of people's boards.
He was in the top 40, Chris, and a guy that has a lot of speed. He's been running like 4.35, 4.37 in individual workouts. Of course, he came on strong at the end of the year, number 7 there, Vinnie Clark, and had a couple key interceptions in big games and has that kind of recovery speed that teams want and the man-to-man coverage skills that the Packers really need in that secondary. And, of course, you look at the Packers moving down, getting a cornerback who can run that well. You really can't argue with the selection. Kelvin Pritchett was another guy who they had also liked, so, you know, they had some decisions to make as well. Do they go pass rush and defensive line or go for the cover guy? They opted to go DB for the speed guy. Vinnie Clark, who, like I said, elevated his draft position as much the last 2-3 weeks before the draft as really any defensive player in this draft.
So, again, in case you missed it late, the Packers, by moving down and now taking Vinnie Clark, by allowing Philadelphia to move all the way up to the number 8 slot to take Antone Davis, Packers get the Eagles number 1 next year in addition to this pick, Vinnie Clark. So that's what that move meant for Green Bay. The Packers, and we discussed them before, guys, the Packers are a team that, well, they made the great leap a couple of years ago, but then last year with the quarterback injuries, then not scoring enough, put their defense in a lot more of a hole. Which is the real Packers?
It was the quarterback problem all the way. And I mean, in Lindy and Fonnie's system, the quarterback's got to make some decisions. The Magic Man was injured. That's what really pulled the plug on their football team. They're still looking for defensive help. You see it with Clark. I still think they're going to invest another pick. They're picking a little bit later on now. They'll draft 35th here. They'll probably take another defensive player. That's where they really need their help. They've got their quarterback situation set. Offensively, they're comfortable.
Tell you what, Joe, you look at the defensive back when we talked about Clark, they have to upgrade that pass rush. You can have all the coverage people. You're not getting pressure on that quarterback. Everybody's out there naked on the corner. I don't care if you have 4.2 speed. You're not going to be able to match up. And with just Tim Harris, Tommy, I got a question. Why aren't they upgrading the front 7? You can have 4 Pro Bowlers back there. There's going to be touchdowns scored through the airways if you don't have any pressure coming on that quarterback.
Well, maybe that's what they do with their second-round pick, which is very early, 35 overall. We're now at the 20th pick. The Cowboys on the... Is there an echo in here? The Cowboys are now on the clock. We've been saying it all day. We'll be back in a moment. Back at the draft, the well-oiled helmet phone of the Dallas Cowboys. They have 10.5 minutes in which to make maybe their 3rd first-round selection. The Cowboys, of course, have been moving down a couple of times today. They moved up on Friday to get the number 1 pick overall, then found Rocket, flew to Toronto on Saturday night. And by the way, when that press conference is over, we're going to talk one-on-one with the Rocket and with Bruce McNall. We thought that'd be a better way to go, more information for you out there. So that's what we'll do when that press conference ends in Los Angeles. We'll go out to Roy Firestone. Joining us now, new member of our draft team, one of the reporters from the National that we like, Chris Mortensen. I had to. Chris, you're quite familiar with the Dallas situation. They keep making all their moves. How would you assess what they've done thus far?
Well, I'd never sit down at a poker table with those two guys, Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones. I think that Dallas might have over-traded here a little bit. I think they regret this trade with New England. That 11 pick, they could have gotten Pat Harlow, and they had a deal virtually done with Pat Harlow. They didn't need an offensive tackle in this draft, and they didn't get it so far. And Stan Thomas, there are questions about his shoulder, and maybe they're looking at Stan Thomas right now, but he played with a harness at Texas, and he tried to cover it up a little bit during the offseason. So, Dallas, hey, a lot of action there, but I think they really wanted Pat Harlow and didn't get him.
Well, let's review the Dallas trades here. The Cowboys, of course, getting into the swing of things on Friday in their deal to move all the way up. And they didn't surrender that much. Really, at the time, it looked like New England gave away that pick cheaply. So this is what it's translated in thus far. The Patriots, they get the Dallas, the top of the three, not the middle of the three, which was all the difference for Pat Harlow, and the Patriots get a second. The Cowboys converted that into Russell Maryland. Since then now, Dallas has used the second of their top picks, and they have chosen Alvin Harper, wide receiver. In their another trade with the Patriots, they moved down. The Patriots ended up picking Leonard Russell. The Cowboys moved down to 17, picked up a fourth. They moved down from 17 to 20 in the trade just a couple of moments ago with the Washington Redskins. The Redskins ended up picking Bobby Wilson, so the Cowboys moved down. They pick up a 4 and a 5. I think in Alvin Harper, they're okay.
Oh, they didn't hurt themselves with Alvin Harper. They just haven't helped themselves on that offensive line. Hey, listen, the most precious commodity they have is Troy Aikman. They've got to have somebody to block for him, and they don't have that yet. They've got to get tackles.
Well, I think, see, Chris, I disagree with you there. Like I said, plan B, they got Alan Weingrad from Green Bay. Their tackle problem is temporarily solved. You're not going to expect a rookie. I would, if I'm a quarterback, I'm not thrilled about a rookie jumping in that division in particular and playing in the offensive line. I think they're okay in the offensive lines, particularly in the tackle situation. I still don't see it as a big pressing need. I'm going to tell you, they're not going to pick in the first round. This one's going to be gone, too.
Well, we may know in a couple of moments because we're getting set to go down to Chris Myers and see what's brewing in Irving, Texas, as the Cowboys. Do they keep on sliding down the road here, Chris?
Well, they're working on it. As you can see, the room is getting crowded, and Jimmy and Jerry are standing looking at the talent board. That's the best overall talent board that Jerry is motioning to. In the back corner, just picking up the phone, John Wooten, the pro personnel director. He's trying to get the right number. That might indicate that they're talking to another NFL team about making a trade. Now, as we said before, the Cowboys are sliding down, adding picks. There is a linebacker, Dixon Edwards, out of Michigan State, who they have visited, and they like. He's small but fast. He helps address that outside pass rush need. He plays the outside linebacker position or defensive end. That's someone that they have looked at, talked to, and do like. Whether they would go with him on this pick, we don't know, but that would be a reason they could slide down and pick him later. A second option is an offensive lineman, although at this point they are hesitant about Stan Thomas because of the surgery. There's not an offensive lineman they like at this position. And the third option is the trade and trading down. We mentioned before the Raiders. Al Davis and Jimmy Johnson have talked before. They kind of confide in each other even when it doesn't involve their particular clubs. Steve Berline is someone that Jimmy Johnson would like to have as a backup quarterback for Troy Aikman, and he could be involved in the swap with the Raiders as the Cowboys slide down a little. Maybe the Raiders come up. We are hearing the Raiders have an interest in Harvey Williams. The Kansas City Chiefs, who will follow the Cowboys, also have an interest in Harvey Williams, the running back from LSU. As we take a quick look at the draft room, you see Jerry Jones called over to the phone there. That would indicate Jimmy Johnson hanging up the phone. Now Jimmy going to the phone. That's the pro personnel line, so that would indicate another NFL team possibly on the line. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep you informed on the draft room cam. Right now, let's go back to New York and Chris Berman.
Chris Myers, who moonlights for AT&T, knowing exactly which phone goes where in the Dallas war room, if you will. When we come back, the Cowboys, do they select, do they make a deal? And then the big playoff teams all coming up here in New York. And that will end the first round here as we are longer than last year's first round. Looks like we're picking up steam here for a while, but now the wheels start to turn, and they start to turn slowly. Now let's go back to your board. The dreaded best athlete available scenario. Let's see who we have.
The top 5 all gone as of right now. Of course, the rocket up in Canada. Flip through 6 to 10. See everybody gone there off the board. 11 through 15. Nick Bell, one of the top running backs. There's Reggie Barrett, a blue-chip wide receiver, still there. Of course, Russell and Wilson gone. We have one of the top quarterbacks, Brett Favre, the best fullback and an outstanding player, Gerard Bunch. Of course, Huey Richardson gone to Pittsburgh. There's Mike Dumas, I think one of the best pure football players in this draft. Browning Nagel, Jeff Graham, Kelvin Pritchett, Zorch, the top nose tackle. Stan Thomas, who's been pushed down into the early second round. Of course, Timmy Barnett, a very underrated. Ted Washington, we have a story to talk about with him in a little bit. Wesley Carroll, fine wide receiver. Canavius McGee, who really, some thought had moved ahead of Williams in the weeks leading up to the draft. Jake Reed, who's going to move out to wide receiver after being a wingback. Dexter Davis, who figures in the early second round. That's a definite. Harvey Williams will go in the first round. That's a lock. Randall Hill will go in the first round. That's a sure thing. And, of course, Jerome Henderson is an early to mid-second round type choice.
Now, you say Randall Hill is a lock to go in the first round, but Chris Mortensen, you say that maybe he's not because there's some signals being sent out from college. That's a different story.
Well, there's a reason he slid this far already, and it's because his Miami coaches have not given him an endorsement and, in fact, have criticized him to NFL clubs. You know, when it comes to the Miami Dolphins pick, it's going to be interesting because Wesley Carroll, another Miami receiver, it's going to be a coin flip between Hill and Carroll. But the University of Miami coaches did not help Randall Hill in this draft.
I don't think Randall Hill helped himself. I mean, anyone you talk to talks about, here's a guy who's afraid to go inside in skeleton drills. That's when they're not hitting anybody. We saw in the All-Star games, he wants to get out of bounds, run out of bounds 5 yards before anybody hits him. I don't know whether these kids in college realize this, but everybody looks at every step they take. Randall Hill right now is sliding for one simple reason. They're not sure about his heart, and they're not quite positive about his attitude. He's going to have a heck of a sell job no matter who drafts him.
Before we're done here today, in our 6.5 hours of coverage here in the draft, we're hoping to have Randall Hill on. He's at that party that you saw earlier in the show at Joe Robbie Stadium, but he's upset. We understand that he hasn't gone yet and refuses to come out to speak with us right now, but maybe we will see him a little bit later. The cheer has gone up because the card has gone up from the Dallas Cowboys. Remember, we're waiting to speak to the Rocket out in Los Angeles. The Cowboys making their choice here. We're going to talk. We're going to talk about Ted Washington a little bit later here with Mel because there's another big-name guy that's going down. But let's see what the Cowboys do.
Could be Pritchard here, too.
The Dallas Cowboys, with the choice obtained from Washington, select Kelvin Pritchett, defensive tackle, University of Mississippi. Next up, the Kansas City Chiefs.
That was the last guy, Joe, they really liked. They had a list, and it got down to Pritchett. And they had, of course, Maryland, but with Pritchett, that was a good choice.
All right, so Pritchett goes to the Cowboys. The Chiefs are next, but next up here in our draft coverage, let's go out to Los Angeles to check in with the Rocket Man, flying north to the Toronto Argos. He's with Roy Firestone of Los Angeles.
Right, Chris, the Rocket has landed. They played the song Rocket Man, written by Bernie Taupin and Elton John, and the lyrics were, I think it's going to be a long, long time, maybe a long time before we see a contract this big. Reportedly, $26.2 million, 4 years up front, $18.2 guaranteed for 4 years. But you've been very cool about this whole thing. It's been very easy. You don't feel stress at all.
No stress whatsoever. At this point, I am determined to enjoy everything that's happening and to be very relaxed and just do my job and not worry about anything.
Do you feel the pressure, though, to be more than a football player, to be more than even an impact football player? You have to sell seats now in a league that hadn't sold a lot.
Well, it's something I alluded to earlier in the conference. It was like at Notre Dame, it wasn't much pressure to sell seats or whatever, but everybody was looking at you as far as how you acted and how you presented yourself off the field, and I think those things are, they're not something I worry about, but I think they'll be taken care of very easily.
All right, let's discuss the decision process. Reportedly at one point, Rocket, we had heard that you had to be talked out of the NFL. In other words, the NFL was your dream. You wanted to play there even for less money. But then you felt something instinctive once you got a chance to visit Toronto. What was that?
Exactly. When I went to Toronto, I felt for myself that the cultural diversity there first impressed me. But then it was like, when I met people there and people, they didn't even know who I was. When I met people there, it was like they looked beyond this, you know. It was like they looked within your character and your fiber of your being. And that's a feeling that a lot of people, unless you're in my position, you can't relate to. But believe me, it's a real good feeling. And just made me feel very comfortable. And that inside, I mean, in my life, things have happened where people are like, why you do this or why, but, you know, they turn out to be the right decisions, and it's because inside, you know, I did a lot of praying and everything, and talking with my family, it felt right, and I had to do it.
Anybody who's a Rocket fan, anybody really who's a sports fan is behind you. They feel good. But let me throw a little bit of skepticism your way, okay? Johnny Rogers, Anthony Davis, players who have played in the league, never heard from again, really, once they got outside of Canadian. Although we did have Joe Theismann and Jake Scott and Warren Moon. Do you have a concern that down the road they might forget Rocket playing in the Canadian League with no TV contract right now to speak of?
No, I'm not concerned with any of those things. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to make my family very happy. Regardless of how things turn out from here, they're going to be able to live comfortably and not have to worry about anything like that. And that was my main objective, and I'm going to be able to accomplish it.
Let's talk about your relationship with Bruce McNall. Obviously, this is a big undertaking on his part, and it's a huge risk. I think you'll admit, no matter how well you play, can he make the money back? Tell me about your relationship and what developed in the last few weeks.
Well, Mr. McNall, from my first meeting of him, I was very impressed because I've heard so much from everyone speaking of how nice of a man he is and his character and everything, but it kind of solidified in my mind everything that they said, because when I met him, it was like, wow, you know, it's true. And also, it was like very personable, and he, with his track record and what he's done with organizations that he's bought, you know, it's a risk, but, you know, anything that's worth whatever, there's going to be some risk involved, and, you know, he's a businessman, he's going to have to take that risk, so I'm sure he wouldn't get into something if he just felt it wasn't going to be any kind of profit or anything good coming from it.
Sure. At the top of the interview, we talked about the song Rocket Man, written by Elton John. I think it's going to be a long, long time, and maybe a long time before we see a deal this big. There's also another lyric in the song. Later on in the song, I'm not the man I think I am at all. Oh, no, no, no. This is kind of a tough question. Are you the man everybody else thinks you are to warrant this kind of deal? I want you to reach down and tell me the answer to that.
Wait a minute. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not worried about what everybody else thinks, as long as I know within myself that, and I feel within myself that I am doing whatever it is that I'm doing, and I'm doing the right thing. I'm conducting myself the way I was taught to coming up. You know, God-fearing, doesn't matter what anybody else thinks.
That's right. How about the NFL down the road? I mean, is that still on your mind for the future? Do you think the NFL is a possibility someday?
Well, after 4 years, we'll have to wait and see.
At least 4 years, right?
Right.
How about maybe an expansion team out of Toronto? That's the other speculation.
I don't know, man. I'll talk to Mr. McNall about that.
And we will. Bruce McNall will be joining us a little bit later, but right now he is the man of the hour. Took the party a little bit away from the NFL, but it's the CFL's day today as well as at the NFL. Let's go back to Chris Berman. We'll update you, and we'll talk to Bruce McNall a little bit later.
All right, Roy and Rocket, if the Canadian Football League is Mars, then the song goes on and says, Mars ain't the type of place to raise a kid. In fact, it's cold as hell. Doesn't seem that cold for the Rocket, who's going north to play pro football in Canada. We'll be back in a moment.
What people don't remember most is I signed in Canada 6 weeks before the draft. So I pretty much knew I wouldn't get drafted. And if I did, it would be a late round draft pick just for somebody to hold my rights if I decided to come back. So really, draft day, I was hoping not to get drafted. So I would be a free agent if I ever did decide to come back to the NFL.
Warren Moon did it. It worked to his advantage. Certainly did. Will the Rocket Man do that? We shall see. We know he's headed north to Canada for a while. Right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock, but we understand that the Cowboys, we finally got their third pick there, Kelvin Pritchett, but now we have word that maybe they're trading him. Let's go to the podium and find out what's happening. Either the Chiefs or the Cowboys.
I have a trade to announce regarding the Cowboys' selection of Kelvin Pritchett. Dallas has traded the rights to negotiate with Kelvin Pritchett to the Detroit Lions. In return, Dallas receives 3 selections in today's draft. Detroit's second-round pick, Detroit's third-round pick, and Miami's 4th-round pick, which Detroit had previously acquired from Miami. To repeat, Dallas has traded to Detroit the right to negotiate with Kelvin Pritchett, and Dallas has acquired from Detroit's 2nd and 3rd round picks in today's draft, and Miami's 4th round pick in today's draft acquired from Detroit.
So a 2, a 3, a 4, another 4, a 5. It sounds like Lawrence Welk here saying what Dallas has picked up by continually moving down and out, trading the rights to Kelvin Pritchett onto the Detroit Lions. Let's go down to Dallas and get the word from Chris Myers. Chris?
All right, thanks very much, Chris. We're with Jerry Jones. So the Cowboys have picked up 5 additional picks, and they are now out of the 1st round. Jerry, if you could, explain the strategy or the thinking behind this latest maneuver.
Well, basically, when we were at the 14th pick, we had players that we felt could be available for us later. So that what we really wanted to do was come down, and if we possibly could, pick up additional picks. I'd like to emphasize that Detroit had picked Kelvin Pritchett from the word go. We just ran out of time because of the details of the trade as we were working it out. And so we had to go ahead and make the pick, not wait on the paperwork, and then with the understanding we'd trade him for the Detroit picks and the Miami pick.
Now, moving out of the 1st round, you get a 2nd round pick, which is Detroit's, which I think is the 10th pick in the 2nd round. Obviously, not a player there that you think is a 1st round ability or maybe a financial issue.
Well, I wouldn't say that there's not going to be a player there of not a 1st round ability. We just really felt that we could get down there and still had our shot at the players that we wanted. But we're going to be very pleased with the players we get there.
When you think last year, you traded 4 or 5 picks for Stan Smagala, or the right to draft him, unloading some of those back-end selections. Might something like that be in the works here, or are you looking for volume of players?
Not really. We need the picks that we're getting here in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 5th rounds. We need those to potentially be a part of the Dallas Cowboys. And so I don't look for us to be trading out of those picks at all. We're trying to pick players now, and we do need those football players.
Now, right tackle is something that you needed to address, or offensive tackle, and you haven't yet. Do you see other players there that can help you in that area with the picks you have?
Certainly. This has really been a deep draft in the offensive line. Of course, we've had 3 great players picked so far, but we feel like we can get some help in that area here later on in the draft, hopefully.
All right, and even though you lost Rocket, you did get Russell, so you got the right one, baby.
Well,
right?
I want to make it real clear. We really were for Russell Maryland from the very beginning, and Rocket's a great player. The Cowboys really needed help in a lot of other different areas.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. We're going to get the Lions side of this and go to Gary Danielson. He's at the Falcons headquarters with the update on the deal with Detroit. Gary?
All right, thanks, Chris. And the Lions got the guy they wanted. We talked earlier about a little bit of a split. Some people, Ron Hughes, the player personnel director, liked Pritchett, and Wayne Fonts liked the receiver, Herman Moore. So they both got their guy. Kelvin Pritchett, they kind of gambled, would he be there in the 2nd round? And then they pulled the trigger on the big trade. Something the Detroit Lions have been wanting for years is somebody to rush the passer from that end position. They think they've got the guy. This is the guy that can solidify that defense. Chris, back to New York.
All right, Gary, thank you. So the Detroit Lions essentially now, with a pair of 1st round picks, you just heard them described, Herman Moore, Kelvin Pritchett, Dallas Cowboys amassing draft picks. And I think first, Mel, and this is something that was told me by a lot of personnel directors around the league, that, okay, there were the stud tackles very high up there, the Tennessee guys, Harlow. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, they're all about the same. You're going to get some good linemen down there. So Jerry Jones wasn't just blowing smoke. That's been confirmed around the league. Do you agree?
Definitely. Stan Thomas is still there. You have Mark Vanderpool at Colorado. You have a couple guys moving up, Valerio at Penn, Clarence Jones at Maryland. You have Chris Thome at Minnesota, John Flannery at Syracuse. You still have Eric Moten from Michigan State, Gene Williams from Iowa State, Ed King from Auburn. So you still have some very good offensive linemen in that 2nd round area that will be there for the Cowboys.
Chris, you think that for sure that a lot of these, a couple of them at least, will be offensive linemen?
Oh, yeah, I think 2 or 3 of them will be offensive linemen. There's no doubt they need offensive linemen. They can get them, and I think we'll see a big run on them with the Cowboys. I wouldn't rule out Aaron Craver with them either as a fullback conversion. Aaron Craver of Fresno State.
All right, Kansas City has about 2 minutes to make their selection. This is a team that there is no question, Joe, is on the brink. They almost beat Miami in that fabulous playoff game last year. They're a team that everybody, the Bills included in the AFC, feared in playing. They're very close. This is a big pick for them. They run the draft board very well. Carl Peterson, Marty Schottenheimer. Where do you think they're going?
I think defense. I really think they got to be. They have to realize after in the playoffs last year, as close as they got, defense wins championships. They've got Christian Okoye now. You know, Okoye is a guy they say maybe up on the trading block. They're not sure. He's getting a little bit older, as we talked about. He's not. You know, he's 30 years old, so he's moving on. As good as he is, he could be a part of a deal. I think they're going to go defense, though. I think that's where the area of help has to be.
Safety, defensive line, I think. Now, defensive line, is there a guy there?
Well, Joe, Chris, defensive line, as Joe said, the improving and upgrading the front seven and secondary, but you look at the Chiefs, the speed wide receiver. I mean, they talk about DeBerg throwing short. He has to. He has nobody who can get deep. And you look at Reggie Barrett still there, Randall Hill still there. You still have some quality receivers there. And for Peterson and Schottenheimer to pass on wideouts, if you remember, they weren't happy last year when Freddie Barnett went in the third round. In the fourth, they took Freddie Jones. I think it'll be a wide receiver, and Barrett and Hill make a lot of sense.
All right, well, the Kansas City Chiefs, the card is up. We will see what the chefs have cooking.
The Kansas City Chiefs select Harvey Williams, running back, Louisiana State University. Next up is the Chicago Bears.
Well, Joe, Harvey Williams. Now, here's a guy that probably, of all the running backs in the draft, if he reaches the level that if all things go right for him, by far and away would exceed any other back in this draft. There are some questions, so in some ways this is a gamble, Joe, but if everything falls right for him, he could be dynamite.
Is it a gamble? That's the question. I mean, when now you've got yourself a stockpile. They're not done dealing yet. You know, we're talking about the first round selections here. I still think there's some movement defensively. As you know, we talked about this thing earlier. This is not a draft of blue chip first round draft picks. This is a draft that's going to help you down the road. Don't rule out a quarterback later on for Kansas City. There's still some good ones on the board. This is something that a football team, other than Dallas and New England, to fill immediate needs, can take some time, look at who's on the board, pick up a guy here, a running back there, a defensive tackle there. They can play right now with what they have.
The thing, too, Joe, is the one team that was a little disappointed with the Harvey Williams was Miami. Miami was sitting there and really wanted to add Harvey Williams, working with him in tandem with Sammy Smith, and that would have been somewhat of a surprise selection, but Miami really liked Harvey Williams and was intrigued by what he could bring to that offense with Marino. You see his explosiveness. This kid is a true thoroughbred. You look at the problem is durability. He missed a lot of playing time with injuries, and not just durability, missing time, but also missing the practice time with the minor hamstrings and things like that, Joe.
I think he fits in. Again, we've seen the Giants do it. We've seen the Giants with Meggett, 49ers with Carter. We've seen the addition of this little back. Again, one step towards the specialization of the game of football. Poof, instant third down back. Don't worry about the durability. Play 12, 14 downs on third down for me. Pick up 7 first downs. I'm going to be a very happy Steve DeBerg as well as a Marty Schottenheimer.
We know they have their big backs. Now they got, I would call him small, but compared to the Nigerian Nightmare and Barry Ward, he's diminutive. We'll be back.
Hey, Mr. Dalthorpe, your graphites are here.
Who guarantees overnight air delivery on Saturday to more people coast to coast?
Thank you.
Who did you think?
UPS on Saturday?
Call me irresponsible.
Just because the other guy is on the road doesn't mean his mind is. So the superb traction of the Subaru Legacy with four-wheel drive and anti-lock brakes can be quite a comfort. Since the next guy is capable of almost anything, shouldn't the same be true of your next car?
Hurry in for great savings today during the Subaru Spring Value Days.
Pool is like life.
How so?
I don't know. I just remember a guy said that to me once, and I never asked him what he meant.
Why not?
Well, you know, I didn't want to sound stupid.
Saving it up, huh?
Relax. You're among friends. Levi's 100% cotton Dockers.
with this.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1991 Draft, is brought to you by Subaru. We built our reputation by building a better car. By Apple Computer and the new, more affordable line of Macintosh computers. And by UPS, now offering 10:30 a.m. guaranteed overnight air delivery.
Back at the NFL Draft, steamrolling along with the 22nd selection owned by the Chicago Bears. And in case you were wondering, the longest first round in the history of the common draft, the last 25 years, that's really what we go on, 4 hours, 16 minutes, the first year they ever had it, in 1967. Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks to go, and we're about 13 minutes away from setting a new... I'm excited. It could be a new record for the longest first round in the history of the draft. I know you're ecstatic, Joe.
I'm just, I can't contain myself.
I know.
I mean, 13 minutes, 5 picks, it's possible.
It is possible, but
not
improbable.
probable.
Now, speaking of something that's improbable, the Chicago Bears are next up on the board. Now, we know what kind of football player Mike Ditka likes. We know what kind of football player Chris Zorich is, Notre Dame. And the word is, and Chris, you can elaborate on it here, Chris Mortensen, Mike Ditka is in love with Zorich. What, first round?
If Mike Ditka was picking with his heart right now, and if you wanted to see a dream come true today, it'd be Chris Zorich at this spot right here. But it shouldn't happen. They need offensive line. They need defensive linemen. I think at John Flannery, Chris Thome, Jay Hilgenberg's in jeopardy here because of his elbow. He and Ditka fought a little bit last year. There was some tension. You just can't take Zorich here. He might be there in the second or third round for them, I think.
Plus anywhere along the offensive line. The Bears' offensive line, I mean, they're still together really from the Super Bowl back in '85. Jay Bird at the center with more injuries. I mean, you could just write them all down, but he's still a Pro Bowl player every year. Van Horn and Jimbo at the tackles. Mark Bortz and Tom Thayer, the youngster there at guard. So whether it's for help this year or just start amassing the next group that they hope can be, if they can be anywhere close to this group, they'll be fine. But sooner or later, they're all going to end up retiring together, and if they don't do something to replace them, Joe, they're going to be in trouble big time with the power type of ball they like to play.
Absolutely no question. The area of major concern for the Bears is both offensive and defensive line. Hampton's gone. McMichael's going through umpteen thousand knee surgery right now. The offensive line, to me, is a logical place to go. Whether a kid can play right now is not a concern. You still have to be able to have somebody to walk in, a warm body to go in and play. Don't forget, the Chicago Bears are not active at all in the Plan B program. I think they've signed 9 or so in the last 3 years. None this year. The only team that didn't sign a Plan B player. So they're not getting help from anywhere else. They've got to get it out of the draft. And, of course, Moten and King are both there as guards.
Give me, if it is an offensive lineman, give me your top one left, no.
Right now, Stan Thomas will be the best guy. And, of course, the inside people, John Flannery and Thome. Although, Thome, I think, at that point would be a little high. But I'd say Flannery and Thomas are the 2 best offensive linemen there. And a lot of people in the NFL do like Kevin Donnelly. I'm more inclined to move him into the second, but some do like Kevin Donnelly from North Carolina.
All right, so it's the Bears, the Miami Dolphins, the Raiders, the Niners, the Bills, and the Giants. That's what's left here in the first round.
Hey, it's time to rediscover American values with big factory cashback at your Chrysler Plymouth dealers. In spite of all the excitement, I'm staying calm. Acclaim, what a terrific value. It's thousands less than Accord, and it's got an airbag and great mileage. Can you believe a New Yorker starts this low? Save $1,200 here, or get the lowest price car with an airbag. Hey, I'm calm. Really, I'm calm. So I'm telling you, come on in.
Please visit Michigan City Chrysler Plymouth today.
Fax it, announce it, congratulate it, buy it, discuss it, relax it, tell it, sell it, do it long distance and save with Tritel Communications, the long-distance company that saves you every time you do it long distance. 1/10 minute billing means you are billed each 6 seconds you use long-distance service, not every minute like most companies. And with Tritel's fiber optic network, you get the message loud and clear. Subscribe to Tritel Long Distance today.
they're baseball's leading men. The Mets' Vince Coleman, the Expos' Delino DeShields. Two of the game's top leadoff men square off when the Mets face the Expos live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Welcome back to Draft Day. I'm Roy Firestone here in Los Angeles at the Sheraton, and we're talking to the owner of the hour. If the Rocket is the player of the hour, this is certainly the owner of the hour. The owner, along with John Candy and Wayne Gretzky, among others, and the Toronto Argonauts. That's Bruce McDowell. I want to ask you a little bit about the particulars of the deal, and you could, tap dance around it if you want. We hear $26.2 million up front. 18.2 is guaranteed. 10% ownership upon retirement, and the condo both in Toronto and L.A. What's true? What's not true?
No, and no.
It's all not true?
All not true. No, it's basically a deal in which his playing contract, that is his personal service contract with me, is $14 million guaranteed. He then has other guaranteed incentives that relate to promotional things and things like this that could bring it up to the 18-ish kind of level, or maybe even more. Frankly, he could earn a lot more than $26 million in theory if everything went wonderfully. If he did, I'd be doing very well myself.
Let me do my part as the member of the skeptical, if not cynical, press, okay? The league almost folded a few years ago. There's just not that many fannies you can put in the seats in Toronto. There's no television deal as it stands right now. And this kid is injury-prone. There's a lot of big question marks there.
Well, for many of those reasons, the reason we did this deal. I'm somewhat of a risk taker, obviously, but at the same time, we do have a league that needed a little shot in the arm, and John and Wayne and myself, when we bought the team, said we've got to do some things to make it happen, and Cited Rocket is one of those things. Sure, it's a risk, but you can put a lot of bodies in those seats in Toronto. It is a large facility. It's a wonderful place to play, and that's one of the reasons we could probably afford to go a little bit more on the limb than an NFL team could, just for the very reason that we have more available seats.
Bruce, everybody and his brother figures that this is just a foray for you into the NFL. What can you tell us about that?
No, I don't think that's a likelihood at all. Right now, under the regulations of the NFL, you can't have ownership in another team, sports team, if you are an NFL member. And since I own the Kings and I have no intention of selling, that's just not an opportunity for me. I'm really focusing now on the CFL and trying to make that a viable, exciting situation both in Canada, maybe internationally if we can.
From a business standpoint, I believe Sports Channel had the contract for TV last year. I don't know if it applies this year, but as it stands, there's not a multi-year, certainly, for a television network. You've got to get some exposure.
Exactly. That's one of the reasons why I was very actively pursuing this, because, again, we want to have more television exposure, both in Canada and in the United States as well, all around North America we could. And I need to expose this more, get more attention this way, and this is one of the ways of doing it. I think people want to see Rocket play and a lot of other great players up there.
The Dallas Cowboys apparently were considering $3 million a year. You're way, way overspending that. Do you think perhaps you overpaid? You could have gotten them for less.
No, it wasn't really a matter. The way it was structured wasn't really a matter of $3 million a year. Again, it's much more, we're in line with that. What I wanted to make certain was that he wasn't going to take a personal risk at coming to the CFL. That is, he would make about the same, maybe a shade more than what he would have made with an NFL team, and then give him the upside, if there's an upside. Let him, in a sense, gamble along with ourselves to see if, in fact, we could succeed. And if we do succeed, he can do very, very well. And if we don't, then he's at least not lost anything by coming to the CFL.
You know, there are about 24 NFL owners who think he is a dirty word right now. Not because they just lost Rocket for their league, but because you're going to drive the pay scale way through the roof. Have you any thoughts about that?
Well, I think if they analyze it, they realize it's just not the facts. That signing Rocket has a unique opportunity for us in Toronto in the CFL. I would not have expected an NFL team to be able to accommodate them the way that we can on the upside. Simply, again, as you point out, we don't have many of the avenues that the NFL presently does do with television, with marketing, with advertising, with people in the seats. We can afford to take that gamble, I think, more than the NFL could. It does not and should not reflect upon what the future is going to have for other players.
Can we then, finally, to summarize here, pin you down on exactly what this kid's going to be getting?
Well, it'll be, as I say, he'll make somewhere around, in the course of a 4-year period, somewhere from $18 million up to God only knows what, depending upon how well it'll go. Again, $14 million for the contract for 4 years.
So the 18 is guaranteed then, for 4 years?
Well, it isn't. It's actually 14 that's guaranteed for 4 years. And then there is a guarantee of promotional activities and endorsements, and I'm not exactly certain what that number relates to. It's a percentage, a complicated formula, but it's in that vein.
Will he sell baseball cards, too, down the road?
Maybe I'll make one card of his and keep it. You know what I mean? Maybe I can sell that down the road.
Bruce McNall, we wish you the best luck. You may need it down the road with this package, and also the Los Angeles Kings and the Stanley Cups. I know you want to get back to that and enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much, Roy. Appreciate it.
Go back to Bristol, and we'll go back to Chris Berman in New York, too.
All right, Roy, thank you. I'm holding in my hand what is now a very rare issue card. There it is. Rocket Ismail, Dallas Cowboys. We now have got to print a Toronto Argonaut card. Oh, wait a minute, I have something else in here. Here's a Patriots card. Okay. And now here's a Falcons card. Hey, I ain't giving these up. There you go. Falcons card. Now, Jeff George asked for his cards with the other teams last year. Rocket ain't here. I'm keeping him, big guy. All right, now the question is, there's an NFL team today, and we won't do it on our telecast, guys, obviously. In a round, do they choose Rocket Ismail? When you go to Canada, and Bruce Clark comes to mind, right. You keep those rights for 4 years. If this is a 4-year contract, you could draft him and wait 3-4 years, draft him in the 7th, 8th, 9th round, kind of throw a pick out, and never get him. Do you think somebody will take a shot today? Joe?
No, I don't think anybody takes a shot today. The 4-year time limit is very prohibitive. The thing that you have to look at is the Rocket Ismail has played on American fields. Now he's going to go to Canada, and they're going to add 15 yards to the ability to this man to make people miss. He's going to be an unbelievable kick returner. He's going to be an unbelievable man with the football in his hand because he's got a lot more room to run. I wish him all the luck in the world. 20 years later, someone else from the University of Notre Dame goes to Canada. I only hope that he enjoys it. I know the people of Toronto will embrace him tremendously. It's a great place to play football. It's a major league city, and they got a major league kid, and I wish him all the luck in the world.
You know, we're going really back before the USFL, when Canada took players. Bruce Clark went there instead. Well, Vince Ferragamo left the Rams to go up to the Alouette, the Concord. I get mixed up in there when they went.
Lee Allen out of Michigan State, Jim Stillwagon, Outland Trophy winner, Ohio State. Granville Liggins, Oklahoma Outland Trophy winner.
And Moon, of course, we talked about before, but that was a different scenario. I just talking about guys that went up to get a high pick that got more than they thought here in the National Football League. Chris, do you think an NFL team takes a shot?
Well, this league was born until Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones walked into it, as far as I'm concerned. With all these extra picks, keep that card with the Dallas Cowboys, with the Dallas Cowboys on it. He won't be the #1 choice, but all those extra picks, who knows? They might just take a shot at him today. Somebody will pick Rocket before the draft's over tomorrow.
All right, we will have more on the Rocket before we wind up here. We're another 2 hours away. Our continuous coverage of the first round of the NFL. The next pickup is Miami. Mel, a quick thought on the Dolphins.
I like Randall Hill here. I think the fastest senior in the draft still here at this point. Miami needs some compliment to Marino as far as Duper Clayton, work somebody else in, and I think Randall Hill would make sense at this point.
All right. The Dolphins are up next. We, of course, are live at Joe Robbie Stadium, so we'll get the reaction when that pick happens. Now let's go live across the room here to Robin Roberts.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Now, I feel that Rocket made a good decision. I don't remember hearing him say that he wanted to play in the NFL. I remember hearing him say he wanted to take good care of his family, and with this deal with Toronto, he'll be able to do just that. He can come back after the 4 years. He's a small guy, 5'9", there in Canada. Yeah, the field is about 10 yards longer, but it's also wider, so he'll be able to really shine there in the offense there with Toronto. But, Freddie, I like the deal, but all along, you have really been against the Rocket going up to Canada.
Well, Robin, I think it was a mistake. Yes, he got a lot of money from Toronto. He would have gotten a lot of money from the Dallas Cowboys. He would have been able to take care of his family anyway. He's going to go to Canada. People are going to forget about him. I think there's something wrong with the idea where you have to make everything in one day, that a career is based on what Bruce McNall gives you last night. I think that you build a career over a period of years and a period of decades. If he would have played in the NFL, he plays for maybe 10 years, he builds a reputation, he makes a lot of money, he gets a lot of money in endorsements, and people know who he is, and then he graduates into that area like Joe Theismann, like an O.J. Simpson, like some of the great players who have played in the NFL, and makes millions of dollars for the rest of his life. This isn't just a one-shot thing. Now he goes there. Who knows what's going to happen? Bruce McNall is a very credible guy, but, you know, when Steve Young signed his contract with the USFL, everybody thought that Bill Oldenburg, the owner of that team, was a credible guy. Donald Trump, I think it's a mistake.
Well, the debate will continue long after this day and the next day is over with, and we'll be back with more of our live coverage of the NFL Draft. The Dolphins are on the clock. They've got about 5 minutes to make that selection.
In the war against termites, nobody packs more power than the exterminator, the Orkin Man. And now his termite control arsenal includes the exclusive Orkin Flow Meter for the most precise treatment available. Other methods may give too much or too little protection, but Orkin's precision treatment stops termites cold, guaranteed. The Orkin Man. One call destroys them all.
From the Far East to Europe. Across the Caribbean and throughout North America, only one airline covers so much of the world with so much warmth. Who guarantees overnight air delivery on Saturday to more people coast to coast?
Morning. UPS on Saturday?
Who did you think?
Thank you.
Why does a man have to do what a man has to do?
2, 3, 4.
Try Bud Dry. Cold filtered for smooth draft taste. Dry brewed for no aftertaste. Refreshing proof that men still know what they're doing.
The guys with the suntans, yeah, they're the Miami Dolphins folks. They're on the phone. 3.5 minutes to go until the Dolphins' first-round pick. And tell you what, let's go down to Steve Cyphers. You saw the scene at Joe Robbie Stadium. I don't know that it's a packed house, Steve, but it looks like an enthusiastic house.
No, it's a packed house, Chris, to be honest with you. About 5,000 fans here today for the big Dolphins Draft Day party. Now, they cheered right off the top when Russell Maryland was chosen, Miami Hurricane, and they cheered, to be honest, when Tim McKyer was taken. Since that time, when he was traded, that is, since that time, it's been kind of quiet because they're here to see if Randall Hill is taken. A lot of people think Randall Hill should be the receiver taken by the Miami Dolphins. Those who don't think Randall Hill, who has been disappointed to this point, those who don't think he should be taken, think his Miami teammate, Wesley Carroll, should be taken. Should be interesting. You can hear him yelling back and forth, Wesley Randall. We'll have Randall, if it is him, after this. Now let's go to the Miami pick in New York.
All right, Steve, there they are. There's the huddle.
I think they go speed, Chris. Randall Hill, the 4.22, 4.3 guy, as opposed to the short-handed Wesley Carroll.
We'll know.
The Miami Dolphins select Randall Hill, wide receiver from the University of Miami. The Los Angeles Raiders are up next.
High fives at Joe Robbie. Hometown boy stays home. So Randall Hill, Miami, stays with the Miami Dolphins. And when you talk speed, that's what the Dolphins got. And, of course, you got to remember the Marx brothers are getting up there in age, Clayton and Duper. And this is something that makes sense. And by the way, as we look at Randall Hill, we have officially set a record. This is the longest first round in the history of the Common Draft. Mel, back to Randall Hill.
Well, we said he's the fastest senior in the draft. He ran a 4.22 last week for Wayne Font and the Lions. He can go up here in the Senior Bowl and bring down the reception. Fine kickoff returner, as he shows here, busting to the outside, nearly going the distance. Here might be the one where he ducks out of bounds.
Let him go.
Question. Here he comes across, catches a touchdown pass from Erickson another fine leaping catch, keeps his foot in bounds. Touchdown Miami. I think the speed factor is what separated Randall Hill from Wesley Carroll. Wesley Carroll more sure-handed, but Hill brings that speed dimension to the Dolphins, who are showing some age at wide receiver with Mark Duper.
You like the pick, Joe?
I like the pick. You know, the Randall Hill, like we said before, there's been a lot of criticism about the fact he runs out of bounds, he doesn't go over the middle. He's with Don Shula now. Don Shula's going to get everything he can out of this football player. He stays home in Miami. He's in a very solid organization. He's got a chance to contribute right away. They got rid of James Pruitt, so there's an obvious need and a hole right there as a wide receiver. He's going to have a chance now to disprove all the comments that were said about his lack of courage, his want and desire to get out of bounds. Now it's in Randall Hill's hands, and I'll guarantee you, he's got to feel good about the fact somebody took a chance, and I don't think he's going to disappoint him. Mel brought up the biggest factor. In this game today, it's all speed, and this young man's got a lot of it.
And we're looking at the fast man right there. Not I'm talking about Steve Cyphers, but he's going to be talking to Randall Hill, who now knows he's enjoying home cooking for a while. Steve?
Much, Chris. Randall Hill just comes down with the biggest entourage I've seen since I saw Larry Holmes fight here a couple of weeks in Hollywood, Florida. Randall, it was a long wait. Was it worth it?
It was a long wait, but it was worth it, and you know, I'm just glad that I had the fans here to support me. And I'm just gonna stay home and just take care of business.
Yesterday, you told us Miami would be perfect. Was it worth that wait when you weren't selected higher than you had originally hoped? Were you saying, okay, pass me by, so I can be a Dolphin?
Yeah, we were hoping for the Dolphins all the way, and I'm glad things worked out the way they did, and now we're just looking forward to the season.
Now, the NFL has put a kind of a crimp on celebrating in the end zone. You're known for that. How does that affect you?
I mean, going into the NFL, I guess it's a little bit different, a little bit more conservative, and, you know, I'm just going to take pride in the things I do on the field and just look forward to playing.
Are you going to officially change your name?
I don't know. I got to ask my mom about that.
What do you want to legally change your name to?
They want to change the Randall Thrill Hill, but, you know, you're just going to take things in stride and, you know, whatever happens, happens.
Now, you heard the criticism of some of the people earlier today that you like to get to the sideline, that you don't like to take the hit. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that there are three basic criticisms of someone with my speed. One is they won't go across the middle. Another one is can they take a hit? And a third one is can they catch? You know, I've bypassed all of them. People are going to say what they want to anyway, but I'm just going to lay cool. My mom always taught me if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all, so I'm not going to say anything at all.
Last thing, are you through dancing?
I guess so, if it has to be like that.
You don't have one more dance left in you to be a Dolphin?
No. All they got to do is go.
All right. Randall Hill, happy to be with the Dolphins. The Dolphins, happy to have him. Thank you, Chris.
Wait a minute, I thought there's a flag on an end zone celebration coming up now in the NFL, but no flag yet for Randall Hill. He's waving the flag. He's happy. He's a Dolphin. The 4 championship game teams are next.
Growing up, I didn't have a lot of things, but I always felt that my family worked for everything they had, and I think that carried over with me. I wouldn't say I'm physically gifted. I can't run or jump. Practice. Every time I go to the free throw line, I think all net. So no matter how hard you work or how hard you try, there's always somebody out there a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. I don't know why God chose me to play professional basketball, but thank God he did.
These are truly amazing times.
Yeah?
Yeah. I fly from Chicago to Dallas at 550 miles an hour. Simultaneously, my luggage flies from Chicago to Cheyenne, Wyoming at an identical speed on a totally separate aircraft.
The wonders never cease.
We can only hope.
Relax. You're among friends. Levi's 100% cotton Dockers.
HBO presents World Championship Boxing. For the first time on TV, Holyfield and Foreman's greatest hits. That's right. If you tune into HBO's coverage of the Holyfield-Foreman title fight, not only will you see boxing excitement, but you can talk to both fighters live for 1/2 hour just by calling 1-800-UPPERCUT. Talk to Evander and George live. To take advantage of this amazing TV offer, call 1-800-UPPERCUT. But don't call now. Wait till you see the fight on HBO. That's 1-800-UPPERCUT. Members of George Foreman and Evander Holyfield's families are not eligible.
A company can learn a lot in 125 years. Valvoline has.
You learn in the lab, you learn on the road, you learn on the racetrack. As you learn, you make your product better, and better, and better. Today's Valvoline will keep your engine cleaner than ever before, and cleaner means more protection against engine wear. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
And welcome back to New York City, site of the NFL Draft. Robin Roberts along with Mike Gottfried and Fred Edelstein. We'll start with you. First of all, Mike, Randall Hill, a very excited young man staying in his hometown with the Miami Dolphins. You recruited him when you were at Pittsburgh. He was a defensive back at the time. What kind of kid is he?
He's a great kid. I recruited him in high school, as about 5 of these other first-round picks, unsuccessfully, I might add. But he was an outstanding prospect, but I thought he'd be a corner in college. And Miami did, too. They recruited him as a corner. He has great feet, but more important than that, a bursting speed once he breaks into a pattern or once he breaks on an out route. So he's somebody who's going to be very successful.
You know, what about his on-field antics? You know, Don Shula is a pretty straight shooter, and Randall Hill has a type of reputation. Do you think he'll fit in with Shula?
I think Don Shula will take care of that right away. I think the first meeting they have.
I think you're right. Fred, the Raiders are on the clock. They've got under 7 or just over 7 minutes to go to make that selection. Any idea who they will pick right here?
Well, Robin, I just talked to Tom Condon, Todd Marinovich's agent, the quarterback from USC, and he's told me that the Raiders have given him throughout the last day or so, and especially in the last hour or so, strong indication that they may take Marinovich with this pick. Now, I think the decision that the Raiders have to make is this. They know that the 49ers are probably not going to take Marinovich at this point, but the Jets, who are sitting with the 7th pick of the 2nd round, may. They've indicated that they very well could. So do the Raiders take him now, or do they take a chance and miss him? They seem to be seriously considering him. Tom Condon, who I just talked to, is excited. He thinks that there's a real shot.
It seems like Marinovich would fit in with the silver and black, the bad boys of the NFL, and Marinovich has had his problems in the past at USC, and the Raiders are still on the clock. We'll find out who they select after this.
From Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury. We're having a hail of a sale. On March 27th, we had severe thunder and hailstorms. During those storms, almost 100 of our cars and trucks were damaged by hail. Our body shop can't fix that many cars in a reasonable time, so we're having a hail of a sale to clear them out. We will have the estimates taped to the window and discount the cars and trucks the amount of the estimate. Some of the damage can barely be seen. Some of it is more noticeable. But if you don't mind some small dents, you can save a lot of money while they last. Now at Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury.
Welcome to Michigan City, Indiana. New roads, new bridges, new construction, new businesses, new jobs, new ideas, and a brand new feeling of hometown pride.
This is Mayor Robert Beeler. I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish together. On Tuesday, May 7th, I need your vote so that we can continue to build a better future.
Live, top-ranked boxing on ESPN. The place where fighters have stepped into the ring as unknowns, made the right connection, and emerged as champions.
You gotta knock them out to win this, all right?
See the two-fisted excitement when Olympian Todd Foster battles Oscar Lopez, plus undefeated star on the rise, Scotty Bulldog Olsen meets Raymond Solis. Top-ranked boxing, Thursday night, live on ESPN.
That's a day that is in the back of every child's mind that plays football.
Detroit Lions select Barry Sanders, running back of Oklahoma State.
My family, they were elated. You know, they didn't really know what was going on, but all they knew I was going to play professional football, and they watched me from day one when I first started Little League up until to high school, to college, and I think more so to myself, they were proud.
They were proud, and the Lions were proud to have a young man like Barry Sanders. The Raiders on the clock now. Do they go running back? Or do they go Todd Marinovich? Or, Tommy, you have a thought on linebacker?
Well, I just think that when you watch them last year, anybody that watched that playoff game has to realize that Jerry Robinson and company are still looking for Thurman Thomas. So I would go for the big run stopper, a guy like a Canavis McGee.
I think they're going to take a chance on Todd Marinovich. I really believe that...
Marinovich is the one that they've floated. Now let's see what we know.
The Los Angeles Raiders select Todd Marinovich, quarterback, Southern California. Next up, the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, he's more mobile than the other three, McGuire, Favre, Nagel, but to a lot of folks, this is interesting.
No, to me, it's disappointing. I got to be perfectly honest with you. I think Todd Marinovich is very young. I think the first thing that the Los Angeles Raiders have to do is figure that he's going to be there in 2, maybe 3 years. This is not a #1 draft pick that you're going to play right away. Jay Schrader's coming off his best year. Steve Berline is out of Al Davis's doghouse, I think, and I really believe that their quarterback situation is set. Now what this does, though, possibly, is open up a chance for a trade with one of those two individuals. Todd Marinovich is a very young man. Hopefully, and I say this with the sincerest of heart, hopefully he has his off-field problems behind him. I think that the Raiders are going to have to invest some time in making sure. There's no question he's got the physical abilities. The question is, can he handle the professional game and the distractions that go outside of it? This, to me, is the biggest reach in the first round.
He really has only played the 2 years, the sophomore, but since the red shirt, that's how he comes out as the junior eligible, if you will. Mel, is he a first-round player?
I don't think so, Chris. Very inconsistent this year. If you're going to shine, it's your senior year. And, of course, Todd Marinovich was benched by his head coach, Larry Smith, in favor of Shane Foley. You see him on occasion. When he's on, he throws the ball very well down the field, but very inconsistent as far as arm strength. Had some very poor games this year where he just made the wrong decisions at crucial times. And, you look at him, when he was on, like here against Syracuse on opening day, fine. Hits Gary Wellman here for a touchdown. But more often than not, this year, he was off. And then in January, when you're supposed to be a model citizen, he has problems off the field. So I have to wonder, after the money's in his hand, what happens, Joe?
I believe, this is, Al Davis is making a statement here. I think he's basically saying to the rest of the league, look, we rate 3 other quarterbacks above him, possibly 4 or 5, I think better as far as overall ability goes. Al Davis has said, I don't care, National Football League, 27 other teams, I believe I can make this kid a quarterback for the Los Angeles Raiders. He's another lefty. I happen to like lefties, so the heck with the rest of you. I mean, Al's making a statement right here. That's all it is.
Had off-the-field problems, well-publicized, but and also well-publicized that he's been groomed for this position in the pros since he's been about 3 years old. Father, ex-Raider, coached with the Raiders and Rams. I mean, Todd Marinovich has had pro football in his blood since only 2 years old, and that's great, and that also is a big question mark.
Yeah, but you didn't draft his father.
That's right.
The question is, you did once, but did you get it again? No, I really think that this is all in Todd's hands now. Somebody took a chance on him. He had trouble struggling in a very structured system in a college program. In a basically unstructured professional world, how well is he going to do? I don't believe he should have been a #1 pick. He is. Wish him all the luck in the world. But this young man now has got a ton to prove, both physically, on and off the field.
Tommy, we talked about some other needs before. You started talking offensive linebacker, but also outside linebacker, but also running backs and age and the question of Bo. Of course, they did get Roger Craig through Plan B, but we don't know how sound everybody is. They still have Greg Bell, who was on IR a lot, and of course Marcus had the big year last year, but...
Well, it's a game of turning over talent, Chris, and I think that certainly we have to speculate that Bo Jackson probably will not play football again. If I was him, I would have to think real hard before I would step back on a football field. You look at the other guys, Greg Bell, you look at Roger Craig, you look at Marcus Allen, all of those guys, I think, toward the end of their careers now. And I think that they certainly, if you weren't going to get the big run stopper on defense, you had to look at a guy like Nick Bell to start solidifying your backfield spot for the future.
So only a pair of running backs have gone thus far, and that means the San Francisco 49ers looking for a back. Do they go Nick Bell? Do they go Chuck Webb? What do they do? We'll be back.
Shine a light on you, shine a light on me. Keep your Bud Light shining for everyone to see.
When you're looking good, you want Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up and never let you down.
You can taste it, you can feel it. You know you got it right. 'Cause everything else is
If you order a suit designed around the way you're built, you have to wait about 2 months. If you want a house designed around the way you live, the wait is 2 years. But if what you desire is a car designed around the way you drive, you don't have to wait another day. The 1991 Acura Legend Coupe.
They're baseball's leading men. The Mets, Vince Coleman. The Expos, Delino DeShields. Two of the game's top leadoff men square off when the Mets face the Expos live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Inside your smooth-running engine is a torture chamber. And under these grueling conditions, only one leading motor oil meets the world's toughest requirements for viscosity breakdown. Castrol, the only leading motor oil that provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol. After all, why make things tougher on your engine? Castrol GTX, engineered for today's smaller cars.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1991 Draft, is brought to you by Acura Automobiles. Experience precision-crafted performance. By Visa, official card and traveler's check of the 1992 Olympic Games. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. And by HBO, simply the best.
So the San Francisco 49ers are next up, and the 49ers drafting higher than they did the last couple of years because they didn't win the Super Bowl last year. They're all the way up at the number 25 position. Do they go that running back? Do they go with safety? Let's go up. The selection has been made. Let's go up to the commissioner.
San Francisco selects Ted Washington, defensive lineman, Louisville. Next up, the Buffalo Bills.
This is the risky pick we were talking about earlier.
With no question that this young man from
Louisville
has a lot of talent. But, as some scouts say, there are some, quote, flies on him. What would that mean, Mel?
Well, I was told this morning by one club that Sam Weish and Chuck Studley, who's a defensive line coach for the Bengals, set up a workout the night before, flew in to Louisville to work out Ted Washington. He wasn't there. He had headed to Kansas City or just was not there for the workout. Sam Weish obviously lost interest at Cincinnati, and of course he's dropped. There was a guy that a lot of people early on thought had top 10, 15 ability. He's there for the 49ers. If you remember last year, they wanted Kenny Davidson in the first round. He went earlier. You're talking about now another risky type choice for the San Francisco 49ers who can afford to gamble. Here's a kid, 300 pounds, a lot of power in his pass rush, but very inconsistent up and down career. His weight has fluctuated back and forth, and like I said, by not going and participating in that workout that he had set up prior with Weish and Studley, that was a big question mark, at least with his one team this morning, pretty obviously, and obviously, too, with the Cincinnati Bengals.
You know, this is a position that on paper you wouldn't think they would go to, that they obviously had Washington as an athlete, and no question that as an athlete, he's about as good a value in any of the positions left that you're going to get right here. I mean, they have the Holtz, they have the Fagans. They have a pretty good pass rush, a pretty good defensive line, but this is your best athlete available shot?
That's the thing, really, Chris. When you look at Ted, what's a perfect team for him to go to? You know, the motivation comes from a great organization and great teammates that push you. You either put up or shut up, and you're not going to come in there and loaf. You're not going to go in there and work, semi or halfway. You got to put out every practice, every player. The 49ers are going to just basically let you go. So he went to the right team. He goes to a downtrodden organization, then you may have some problems. So the 49ers, I think just the pressure there from the other good players in the quality organization may be enough to allow this kid to hopefully fulfill that immense potential that he does possess.
Let's look at the big picture for the San Francisco 49ers. What they are trying to do. Now, this is not a team that's battling to be 9-7 or 8-8 next year and getting the wild card hunt. They're a fumble away from getting in the Super Bowl. Therefore, they're a fumble away from maybe winning the thing. They could win it next year. They do not want to become Pittsburgh or Dallas. And what I mean is, those teams, especially the Steelers, out of loyalty, which was laudable at the time, but got old together. And with the bigger picture here, Tommy and Joe, is you know, they allow the Ronnie Lotts, the Roger Craigs, the Matt Millen, an important part of the 49ers, yet certainly not as long as Craig or certainly Ronnie Lott, to escape on Plan B. It's very tough to cut the cord. I'm not saying agree, disagree. We know what kind of heart they lose, but at the same time, they decided they didn't. They're not repeaters. They're not trying to make it, you know, 4 in a row. They decided to, let's try and stay up at a certain level. And that's very hard to do when you allow a guy like Ronnie Lott to go.
Yeah, but Chris, I think they may have already been at that level. You know, Mel makes the point that you bring a kid like Ted Washington in, and he gets influenced by those great players that are already there. Well, some of those players aren't there. You know, you're going to miss Ronnie Lott. You're going to miss Roger Craig. You're going to miss Matt Millen in terms of heart. Keena Turner. I think that they were a team that may have panicked a little bit because they didn't get to the Super Bowl. You made the point they were only a fumble away from returning to the big show. I hope that they didn't let those players go just a little bit too soon, because maybe the hardest thing to replace on the football field is not the physical skills, but I think especially with a team like the 49ers, the heart of the guys that they let go.
You know, we haven't discussed this since the Pro Bowl, obviously, Joe. Do you like their direction? Do you think they panicked a little bit, or was it time for them to move on?
No, I don't think they panic a little bit. You know, we have really driven the point home about Roger Craig and Ronnie Lott of being great leaders of the San Francisco 49ers, having great abilities, everything they bring to the table. But the fact is, it's a 45-man football team. No question, Ronnie Lott, one of the premier safeties still in the league. Roger Craig, I believe, still a premier running back. But the fact is they did reach a point where they had to make some tough decisions. The 49ers have replenished their programs. Like we said, they don't want to wind up like Dallas and Pittsburgh. They're going to bring in guys. They don't expect them to play right away, but they want them there as they can develop and bring them along so that a couple years from now, when Fagan gets a little bit older, Holt gets a little bit older, they work them in. The way the defensive line is structured now for the 49ers, nobody plays full-time anyway. Bring him in 4 or 5 downs, get him out. Bring him in 4 or 5 downs, get him out. Give him a chance to get comfortable with the guys that he's playing with, and then he'll soon take over the position of these guys.
They have a pair of second-round picks, so they may take a running back in there. Remember, they've had Keith Henderson, a high pick a couple of years ago. He's always been injured. This other Niner note, Steve Young, there was some speculation the last few weeks, you know, what the story was with him. Were they going to trade him? No way. Probably by the middle of the week, they will dot the I's and cross the T's on a new contract with Steve Young. So they'll have Montana and Young again at quarterback. And the third guy, our friend Steve I Got You Babe Bono. When we return, the 2 Super Bowl teams, the Bills and the Giants. The draft continues.
You got the right one, baby. You got the right one, baby. You got the right one, baby. You got the right thing.
You got the right one.
Everybody.
Baby, you got the right one.
There's only one right one, baby. You got the right one, baby.
With 100% NutraSweet.
Okay, I've analyzed every horse in the race.
All right, let's
Track
hear it.
conditions, handicap, weight, post position, who rode what horse when.
Okay, so who you betting on?
Number 8.
Number 8. You got the best stats there, or what?
Well, 8's always been my lucky number.
Oh, yeah, you can't lose.
Right.
Relax. You're among friends. Levi's 100% cotton Dockers.
Upon its introduction, the first Acura Legend set a new standard for performance sedans. But as impressive as that may have been, it was merely a reflection of things to come. Introducing the new Legend from Acura.
The Buffalo Bills are next on the clock, the 26th of 27 total selections in the first round. The Bills were very interested in Eric Swan, but he was long gone as the Phoenix Cardinals chose him early in the draft, choosing him with the 6th overall selection. So, Buffalo, what do? Maybe they're thinking safety. There's some very good ones left. Dumas, Indiana. Jesse Campbell, NC State. Jones from Illinois. Now, the difference between being drafted late in the first round and early in the second round, financially, can be huge. Dexter Carter was the last first-round pick last year by the 49ers. You see his 4-year, $2.2 million salary. Alexander Wright, wide receiver, first pick of the second round last year by the Cowboys. You see the difference in dollars. There's only one difference in selection, 25 to 26, but it was a big difference. Personally, well, Jesse Campbell is standing by live with Jimmy Roberts as he is up with Eric Swan. So let's go up and join Jimmy Roberts. Is this maybe a team where Jesse thinks he's headed?
Well, Chris, draft day is normally a huge day for any of these players who are wondering all day long where they will be spending the next year, perhaps several years of their life. But that isn't the case for everyone. Let's take a look at a little piece of tape that we had an opportunity to record not long ago about the disposition of one player here in Salem, Massachusetts, who was contemplating his possible fortunes as the first round unraveled and what might be in store for him. And that was Jesse Campbell. And this was Jesse Campbell in the middle of the first round. And, of course, the obvious question you have to ask to Jesse Campbell at this point, were you cool, calm, and collected, or just tired because you were out on the town last night?
Well, I was out on the town, but I also was tired of waiting, actually. You know, the first round is winding down, and I'm not selected yet. And, you know, hopefully I'll be selected pretty soon. But, you know, it's just a long wait, and that's what, you know, I was sleeping about.
Have you talked to any teams at all?
No, I haven't. I'm waiting on the phone to ring like probably 20 or 30 other guys.
What were your expectations coming into this day?
Well, I thought maybe I can go late in the first or early in the second, and, you know, the way it looks now, it won't be a possibility.
There's obviously, as we chronicled just moments ago, a huge drop-off in the money. Does that concern you?
No, it doesn't. I believe that any team I go to, I'll play well, and in the future, you know, the money will come to me.
Last year, several juniors came out. I think it was 38 juniors came out. A lot of them were disappointed. Does this give you pause to think about perhaps having stayed in an extra year? You do have an extra year of eligibility, or did before you declared.
No, it doesn't bother me at all. I made a choice to come out, and I think it's a correct choice. You know, even if I go in the second, it's still, you know, I have a substantial amount of money. I can take care of my family, and, you know, just do what I want to do.
All right, 2 picks left in the first round. Buffalo and the Giants will wait around and see what happens, and let's go right now back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. Jesse Campbell should go quickly. If I'm to take a wild stab at this pick, am I allowed to?
Sure.
All right. How about Henry Jones of Illinois? But why are we talking safety? Well, remember, they lose Hagee in Plan B, Buffalo, last year. Kelso played injured, out a lot, then came back with the injury. And Leonard Smith, although he has a certain part in that defensive backfield that I think is necessary, as we've talked about, Tommy, Leonard's not a great cover guy, and Leonard's been around a lot of times. So that might be the position where they're looking at. Remember, they went corner #1 last year with Williams.
Well, certainly, I think that the thing that Leonard brings to the ball game is intimidation. We always enjoy watching him play on Sunday. We don't know if he's going to be there at the exact time the ball gets there, but we know he's going to take his shot once he gets there. But I think when you look at the injuries to Kelso, you look at the age on Leonard, I think they're looking for safety.
I really want to make it very short. I think Chris Berman knows who the pick is going to be. I mean, I think we're making up a lot of stuff here, and they're very good reasons. There's no question they do need safety help, but I happen to think that Mr. Berman, Mr. Buffaloite, has got the answer to our problem.
I don't know everything.
I know, but you know enough.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
You can't always get what you want, but if you try, sometimes you get what you need.
I'm going to go with you on this one, Chris. I agree with you.
Uh-oh. Well, the Buffalo Bills are a team that really doesn't have a lot of holes.
It makes sense.
I mean, now defensively, they were pushed around in that game by the Giants.
And it makes sense.
And defensively, they did not play last year like they did in '88 when they first won the first of their 3 AFC East. But we'll know.
The Buffalo Bills select Henry Jones, defensive back, University of Illinois.
Oh, my.
Next up, the last pick of the first round of the New York Giants.
I want to thank my guys in Buffalo for allowing me to get that on before they made the pick. They took the time, and I appreciate it.
I'm shocked.
Well, Henry Jones from Illinois, school that their personnel man, John Butler, alma mater, that adds up. But Henry Jones, they think's a better cover guy. Dumas, they love as a football player, but they're just not sure that he'll be around as long as Henry Jones because he plays so hard and might get himself hurt. Henry Jones, Mel?
20 pounds lighter, too, Dumas is than Henry Jones. He's a 198, 200-pounder who has great speed. You know, size-speed ratio outstanding for a 198. He runs a 4.42. Of course, he played corner at Illinois, so he's breaking for the interception there. The problem with him at corner is, Chris, he had no man coverage experience at Illinois in their system. So a lot of clubs were projecting him inside to a safety spot, knowing that he had the size at about 200 pounds, knowing that he had a speed at 4.42, which is what Buffalo was looking for with Smith and Kelso and Hagee all lacking speed last year. And, of course, like I said, Jones, I feel, is a little more sturdy than Dumas, who was only 179 as we speak today of the draft.
Williams is your projected corner anyway. So, I mean, with Williams as your corner, it's very comfortable to have a guy. Again, we're talking about 3 wide outs. You got to have a guy who's a safety who can be a cornerback.
The New York Giants are left. 6 defensive backs have now gone in the 1991 draft in the first round. We'll be back.
At Acura, we believe that the best way to discourage limited thinking is to design cars in an environment without limits. The NSX, precision-crafted performance from Acura.
Before they could walk, they wanted to dance. Before they could talk, they wanted to sing. But they needed a lot of heart and desire before they could get to Broadway and make it on a chorus line. Now this Broadway legend is back and on tour. But if you want tickets, get to the box office early and get out your Visa card. Because this show won't be in town long, and it won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
HBO presents World Championship Boxing. For the first time on TV, Holyfield and Foreman's greatest hits. That's right. If you tune into HBO's coverage of the Holyfield-Foreman title fight, not only will you see boxing excitement, but you can talk to both fighters live for 1/2 hour just by calling 1-800-UPPERCUT. Talk to Evander and George live. To take advantage of this amazing TV offer, call 1-800-UPPERCUT. But don't call now. Wait till you see the fight on HBO. That's 1-800-UPPERCUT. Members of George Foreman and Evander Holyfield's families are not eligible.
Why do women always know when you're not telling them the whole story? And why do they always change plans at the last minute? And why do we keep putting up with them?
Why ask why? Try Bud Dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste and dry brewed for no aftertaste. So while women may remain a mystery, refreshment won't.
Back at the Marriott Marquis in New York, we're approaching a 5-hour first round, but we're approaching the last pick by the champs. We're also approaching SportsCenter with the inimitable one, Tom Mees, along with Eric Clemens at 6:30 Eastern Time. Gary Miller sits in the seat tonight that I've enjoyed thus far in Sunday Night Baseball tonight. Peter and Ray at 7 Eastern. Then our exclusive Sunday Night Baseball, the Mets at the Montreal Expos, at Les Expos, at 8 Eastern Time with John Miller and Joe Morgan. And SportsCenter, Bob Lee with Dan Patrick at 11 Eastern Time are following the game. A conversation with Kirk Gibson, who has hit 3 home runs as a new member of the Kansas City Royals, all of them against the Yankees. Let's go talking on the New York Giants. Tommy? The G-Man. The G-Man. Bill Parcells, year to go on the contract. Give me your forecast on what he's doing.
I think he stays there. You know, those of us who know Bill, I think, know that it was the job that he's always wanted. I talked to his old high school coach, who is still probably his best friend, and he says that this is a job that Bill just will not give up. He wants to be in New York and be the coach of the Giants.
All right. Let's move on to the quarterback dilemma, something that we started talking about at the Pro Bowl. Here you have Phil Simms, proven winner, got them off to the big undefeated start, hurt. Haas comes in, has yet to lose a game, including the Super Bowl. Who's #1 to start the year, Joe?
Phil Simms is #1 to start the year. Jeff Hostetler is the #2 when you look at the depth chart. They'll go in fairly even, though, in the competition At the end of the competition, I still believe it's going to be Phil Simms. He responds so well to somebody pushing him. Jeff Hostetler is the type of an individual who realizes his opportunity is there. All he has to have is Phil slide just a little bit, and he'll slide in and get the job. You start Simms because he's never really been a fan favorite here in New York. So you start him. If you have to, you bring Hostetler in off the bench. They go crazy. They love him. If you go the other way and start the Darling and it slips, you bring Simms in, the fans are going, oh, okay, great, Phil's back. First of all, I think Phil deserves to start. That's the number one thing. Secondly, they're lucky they've got two guys who both won Super Bowls. I still think you go with Simms, and the Haas man is there if you need him.
Well, Joe, I disagree. I think they're both fine quarterbacks, but I just don't know how you can bench a guy who just won you the Super Bowl, who hasn't lost a game as yet that he started. I keep drawing this scenario where Phil Simms starts, and everybody knows a quarterback is going to have a bad quarter somewhere along the line. And as soon as Phil Simms has that bad quarter, if I'm a fan in the stands, I'm looking for the guy who won the Super Bowl.
They're going to boo anyway. They're going to boo anyway.
Well, let's see if they boo this pick. We assume it's a wide receiver.
Well, you got Reggie Barrett, you got Williams, excuse me, Graham from Ohio State. You also have Canavis McGee, the big linebacker. And, of course, there's an outstanding fullback, Gerard Bunch, still out there. So the Giants are going to get a quality player at a neat area.
Parcells said, when I asked him last week, I said, what guy do you want? A big guy who hit somebody and played for 10 years. To me, that's Canavis McGee.
You got it, Tommy.
The New York Giants select Gerard Bunch, running back, Michigan.
Well, there's a big guy that hit somebody on the other side of the ball. The biggest, the best fullback ranked. And that
Starting
makes
round
sense for
two,
the Giants,
Houston Oilers
actually.
are up next on
Don't
a
you think,
choice.
Tom?
Well, it's their bread and butter is the running game. Their bread and butter is a big back who's going to be around for a long time. O.J. Anderson, even though he came out of the Super Bowl as the MVP, they have to start. He knows that there's not a lot of tread left on that tire.
Who made the call here?
I think it got down to Bill Parcells here. I think they, you look at the Giants, they had neat area at linebacker, and Canavis McGee's a fine player. There were some wide receivers like Barrett and Jeff Graham at Ohio State. But a guy like Gerard Bunch, if you look at the top 40, and if we go back to that in another pick or two, you'll see that Gerard Bunch was in the top 20 overall on every rating I did back in October on through now. I talked to another team, Miami, yesterday, and Tom Heckert, their player personnel director, told me somebody's going to grab this kid late first, early second. He's been running at 248 pounds. The guy's been running 4.52s. He was not underutilized at Michigan because of their system. He's a great blocker, receiver, runner, and a guy that I think, when you look at Gerard Bunch, fits in ideally with the New York Giants. And I thought it was a pick that would make a lot of sense if it did happen.
I tell you what, the Giants, by moving swiftly with that pick, avoided the dreaded 5-hour first round. By moving so fast, the Giants ended the first round at 4 hours and 59 minutes. We'll be back to New York in a moment.
Introducing the all-star lineup for Michigan City Chrysler Plymouth Jeep Eagle. Leading off, the 91 LeBaron convertible with cashback or 4.9 financing. Batting second is the Plymouth Acclaim, also with cashback or low financing. Third, the 91 Jeep with cashback or great financing. And batting cleanup, the Chrysler Imperial with cashback or 4.9 financing. That's the heavy hitters from Michigan City Chrysler Plymouth Jeep Eagle.
Want to make your home more comfortable and save hundreds of dollars a year on your energy bills? Try the new Good Sense program from NIPSCO. Good Sense takes the guesswork out of saving energy and money. A NIPSCO representative will tell you exactly what steps you can take to make your home more energy efficient and more comfortable year-round. So whether you're building a new home or improving your home's efficiency, a little good sense can mean a lot of great savings. Call the toll-free.
It may be the best month yet on ESPN. Catch all the balls and strikes of live Major League Baseball 4 nights a week. Speed and thrills at the Indy Time Trials. Down and dirty action at the French Open. Wet and wild hot summer nights. A prelude to the America's Cup at the World Championships. And the Bear, the Shark, and the Merrimax go for the green. Plus Sports Center every night. What more can you say about the great month of May on ESPN?
Welcome back to New York, where ESPN's continuous coverage of the NFL Draft moves on into the second round, where the Houston Oilers own the first selection in the second round. It's the first time the Oilers will be up today. So the Giants ended the longest first round in the history of the common draft by selecting the rather large very hard running Gerard Bunch, who also enjoys the crunching block, doesn't he, Mel?
He led the way. Here's John Vaughn busting out the long gainer against Michigan State. Here he is in the hula ball going up the middle for a long gain for a touchdown. A guy can run inside. He catches the football out. You know, great hands coming out of the backfield. Once he gets in near the end zone, it's all over. There's no defensive back bringing him down. Here he goes again, leading John Vaughn. Of course, Ricky Powers took over later in the year and had some great games, all because of this kid's blocking ability. We know Phil Parcells, big one blocking with your fullback, inside running ability, and also the versatility to catch the football swinging out of the backfield. And I thought Gerard Bunch, if he was there, and really no teams really in the late first, second round needed a fullback, that he would be an ideal pick for the Giants.
Defense and power football. They certainly haven't shifted from that with the pick of Bunch. Let's go upstairs to a man that knows a lot about power, the Beanster, Beano Cook, with the Giants gallery gods.
A great year for the Giants, and well, okay, enough is enough. What did you think of a pick?
Well, it looks like the Giants are going to even try to grind it out even more on the ground with another big fullback, a tremendous athlete. I don't know how much more they can grind it out in the Super Bowl. They did enough of that, but
they won.
They won, and so you got to go with that theory, and I love the choice.
Even when the Giants win, their fans complain. Now, going into the season, big debate at quarterback. If you are the coach, who is the starting quarterback when practice opens?
Well, I don't think a quarterback should lose his job because of injury. Phil Simms was number one. They should give him every chance. If Hostel could beat him out, fine, but Phil's number one until somebody beats him.
Okay. The brothers, one in the high-rent district, Long Island, the other lives in Queens. Now back to Boomer.
All right, Beano, thank you. The Oilers made their choice for the first pick in the second round. Let's pick that up now.
Houston, to open the second round on a choice from New England, selects Mike Dumas, defensive end, Indiana.
Well, safety from Indiana. But, you know, it's tough. Don Weiss, your first shot at the mic, a little nervous, I understand. But
defensive back, Indiana.
Safety from Indiana goes to Houston. And Dumas is a guy that just simply flies around the football. He's a small guy, plays about 40 pounds bigger than he is, right, Mel?
I'll tell you, Chris, I think he's a better pure football player than Henry Jones, who went earlier to Buffalo. You see 177 pounds. He's never lifted a weight in his life. He'll be up to 185 by the start of the season. Outstanding instinct. Here against Purdue, the score right now is 21-7. Would have been 21-14. He goes 100 yards for a touchdown, and instead of being 21-14, it's 28-7. That led him into their bowl game. You see him here on special teams, coming off the corner to block a punt, something he did regularly throughout his career. I've always said that this kid, Mike Dumas, is a smaller version of Albert Lewis of the Kansas City Chiefs, simply because of his toughness, his instincts for the position, and his great ability on special teams as far as blocking extra points, field goals, and punts. And I thought Buffalo would go that direction. They went for the speedier guy, bigger guy in Jones. I like Dumas a little better.
All right, let's go to Cleveland's pick in the second round with Don Weiss.
Cleveland's selection is Ed King, guard, Auburn.
Well, now that makes sense. A guard for the Cleveland Browns. I don't think we have to be a genius to add that one up, do we?
Bernie Kosar is very thrilled about that pick. There's no question about it. And we saw that Billy Belichick in the first round got the defensive safety he was looking for in the middle. Now they turn around and start to shore up some of the problems they have on offense. Other than a couple of picks in the first round, everything's gone according to plan. People are filling needs. They're filling holes. Not looking for immediate returns out of their draft picks, but guys that are going to help their ball club.